Okay, now we're going to move on to these so-called bloody footprints. Hold on while I pull that up. Okay, and here we are at these so-called bloody footprints. Oh, and anyone, if someone has a toe that does a circle and then does a straight line down, please go see a podiatrist. That's not normal. That's not a toe. Oh, yeah. And when you see here, and you see coming around, this is one whole piece. What is this? I have no idea. Oh, here's supposed to be the toe. Okay, and last but not least, we are going to talk about the quote-unquote bloody footprints. I have overlaid two of the same prints. This is before the amino black was sprayed on it, excuse me, and then we will show you what it looked like after. So I lined them up the best I could, but as you will see, there's a lot of stuff that's missing from your eye, from your view. The photo before it was sprayed and after. So supposedly, these are supposed to be, I'm trying to guess that they are two overlapping so-called footprints. This one is supposed to be, I guess, this way, and this one is supposed to be this way. Still doesn't make any sense. Here, let me try to get this zoomed back out again. And let's compare that one more time. Sprayed, here you see detail, here you see the wiping prior to the final product being done. And here is what they saw when they walked in. There you see nothing. So this is why I said it was cleaned up before. So whatever this is supposed to be, this is supposed to be on top of this or whatever. And what is that other than a finger? And here, let's see if we can zoom in better. Do you know anyone's toes who does this? I don't. Nope. And then a big fat toe here, suppose, or what they're calling a toe. And maybe you can see now why, to me, this looks like it was done with the hand. They put a drop of blood, brought it down, put a drop of blood, you know, and what is this? I don't know. A whole finger, a thumb, who knows? Who knows? But there's your quote-unquote bloody footprints as you see them. Okay, and just to finish this off, we are going to, I just want you to see one last time the blood as it appeared on the floor, the blood as it appeared after it was sprayed. Now keep in mind, these areas right here are not from being sprayed and then having the blood kind of swish, you know, kind of spray out. These little lines right here, you could say that of this right here. You know, that's just a little bit. This, however, is a cleaning up of here, and we will go over that one last time. Let's see if I can get this picture. Okay, the angle on this one is not very good. But anyway, you get the idea. And so there we have it. Oops, didn't mean to do that. Sorry about that. But there we go. This is not at all what you've been told it is. And they're not bloody footprints, some type of kindergarten graphic work, who knows, artwork, art project, done in somebody's blood. But, so that's it. And next time I'm going to be going over latent prints in the next video. So I hope this clears some things up. And if not, I'm not sure how much clearer I can make it, as this is all, this is it. It's what it is what it is. We can't make it into something it's not. So hope this is helpful.
Hello, everyone. This is the Crowley case updates. Today is December 23rd, 2019. This is Dan, Catherine, Sophia, and Greg Fernandez Jr. How's everyone doing?
Hey there.
We're here.
Doing great.
Well,
How's everybody else?
Very good, very good. Tonight's topic for the broadcast will be the skull movement and the metadata relating to these 4 crime scene photos from the Crowley case archives, I should say. And Catherine, want to take it away?
Okay, welcome everybody, and thank you, Dan and Sophia and Greg. Thank you for all your help, especially Greg. He's been dealing with me a lot tonight, trying to help me, and I failed miserably. So we're doing it this way. But thank you everyone for joining. And tonight we're going to talk about these 4. Actually, I've included another photo, so it'll be these 5 photos and the metadata. On the right-hand side of the screen, you will see the metadata where it says the file name, file size, file type. And what we're going to focus on tonight is the created time. So you will see for this photo here, for BCA 4760, they have a timestamp of Saturday, January 17th, 2015 at 7:04:31 p.m. And these are the photos that show the movement of the skull piece. And what caught my eye is not only the fact that these skull pieces have moved, but how quickly these photographs are taken. I inserted this one, the 4761, just so you can see the timestamp sequence. Now we know this first one here, 7:04:31. This next one, 7:04:40. So it took them 9 seconds to go from this photo to this photo, which is pretty quick. That doesn't leave any time for really anything. You're just taking a photo. And then from that one to this next one, we have 7:04:58 seconds. So within 18 seconds, I'll show you this one, a close-up of this photo. You see where the movement of the skull piece has begun. If you recall this first one, let me open this one so you can remember. We'll just do a quick recap as we're going about that, as we're going through these photos. Sorry about that. Now this is the first one. You see how close this skull piece is to the words light and summary. Then we have the first movement, and then you see how it's moving away. It's actually been moved away quite a distance from the word light and from summary, but especially from light. Let's compare that again. Okay, now I'll go back to the manage section here where we'll talk about the metadata for the first photo. It's at 31 seconds, and on the third photo, it's at 58 seconds. So 27 seconds, almost a half a minute later, we have a huge movement of that skull piece. Now, we'll go to the next one. We have 7:05:05. Let's compare and see how far this one has moved. And again, it's moved even more. So you have that. And this one. And then the last of the 4 which shows even more movement. Now, I just wanted to recap and show you guys so you could remember how those skull pieces moved. And now we're going to stay focused on the metadata. And this one is 7:05 and 15 seconds. So within 10 seconds, it moved again. So these photos, the way they're moving, the way this metadata is set up, I hope you, what I'm trying to get you guys to see is that within a total of, we have 7:04:31 to 7:05:15. So that's 29, it's less than a minute is taken place and is gone between how these photos, oh my God. Sophie, if you can, I'm not getting this across. Can you word this better for me, please?
Sure. In less than a minute, the skull piece has been picked up, moved, picked back down, moved, picked up at least 3 times. Is that
Yes.
3 or 4 times, Catherine?
3 times.
3 times. So this all occurred within supposedly less than a minute, and we're just
Yes.
finding this very difficult to believe when you look at the metadata.
Yeah, thank you for getting that. I do not know where my words are tonight. They've just disappeared. But yes, so what they're trying to get us to believe, like Sophia was saying, is that within less than a minute, this was, less than a minute, it was picked up and moved not only 3 times, but then they also had to then focus, get that shot in the lens, focus, snap that picture 4 separate times, as well as moving this skull piece 3 separate times, all in less than a minute, according to the metadata. Now, I think we all know that that just cannot happen. I mean, they're not the Flash, okay? This person cannot move that quickly. Do you have anything else to add, Sophia?
Well, would you like to explain to the audience why you feel this way? What your background is?
Yeah, some of my background, as most of you guys know, I'm like a jack of all trades. I have done, I've dabbled in a lot of different things, and photography being one of them. And it wasn't until actually Dan had talked about the metadata that that had completely skipped my mind until Dan had brought it up. And then I'm like, wait a second. And he was, Dan, what was it that you said about the metadata?
The metadata is the information behind the scenes that is recorded in the firmware that the camera, when the photo takes. And so those are behind the scenes. And this had come up earlier on I think the Sandy Hook investigation, where this came up. And so we thought about that, and then we looked at these photos and then went into the metadata, which is behind the scenes. In this particular case, it's that Nikon camera D200 that was taken by the Minnesota BCA photographer. And we can see the increments in between the photos that are normal increments if nothing is moving around, 9 to 15, 30 seconds between photos when they're taking 400 seem reasonable. This time, we've got 2 situations. One is the skull piece in particular is moving in relation to that book text in the Quran, which means someone on the photography staff was handling the evidence, which is a big no-no to begin with. There shouldn't be anything touched at all. And if something was touched, it looked like it was put back in the wrong spot. And if it was handled and touched and moved and maneuvered, how in the world could we get to the increments of 9 seconds between photographs? And so what we're getting into for today's broadcast is showing that the evidence suggests the Minnesota BCA someone in the BCA was editing the modified or the creation date timestamps on these 4 particular photos knowing that I think that if it did come up like we have found it now, they would be able to explain it and say that no, that wasn't the case. And so the thing is, not the date, but the time was edited and then saved before they became public to make it show that the cameraman was quickly taking photographs through this whole time. But there could have been 15, 20 minutes, and an hour, who knows what was going on between the time here. And this is all in the metadata, which is also called the EXIF data, EXIF data that goes along with any camera image or picture that was taken. And because of Catherine's background with photography, we thought it would be best for her to look into this. And certainly enough, she has exposed this, I'll call it an irregularity. Let's leave it at that.
Yeah, and to keep Dan feeling comfortable, I'll use the word irregularity. I have other words that are just as descriptive, and I feel more accurate. But for the sake of keeping it copacetic tonight, I'll go along with that. And that was it, because I have a Nikon D70 camera, so I have a very similar camera to the one they're using. And as far as metadata goes, programs like Photoshop, like Corel Paint Shop Pro, which you guys can see, which is what I have here on my system. I prefer Paint Shop over Photoshop, just my liking. They're virtually the same program, with a few few differences. But over here in this metadata, it can be typed in, added, altered, changed. And these programs, that's one of the touting points for their programs, is like, hey, you can create your own metadata. You can make it say whatever you want to say, because if you're taking a photo and it's like one day, but you actually want it to fit in with a series of photos that were taken another day, you simply change the date and timestamp, and then they all fall into place. Now, and like Dan and Sophia were saying, what these timestamps are saying and what these photos are showing us, what they are trying to get us to believe is that that these photos, basically they're just hoping we look at it and go, oh, look, yeah, these photos were sequentially taken, and this is this is normal photography, normal picture taking. But looking at this metadata, darn well, and when you look closer at the photos, there's no way, it's virtually impossible unless you are the Flash, to take these photos, to pick up that skull piece, to then put it back down to where it sort of resembles the original, the control photo. I'm going to call this first one here 4760, like the control photo. And then when you see these other photos that are similarly placed on the floor, and like here, you see this skin is kind of put under the skull cap. Same here, except for, this is sticking out a little bit more, but still, in order. Oh my God, I am so sorry, guys. I am just losing my brain. It is virtually impossible to pick these skull piece up, place it back down on the paper, focus on that, take that photo, and then go on to the next in the time frame in which this metadata is showing us. And this is huge, because what I then question for the rest of the photos obviously, if these are not correct, none of the photos are correct on the timestamps. What else? And like Dan was saying, since this can be manipulated and typed in any way they want to, how do we know? We don't know what happened in between these photos and how much time actually elapsed. You got anything else to add? Anybody?
This is Dan. This is Dan.
Yes.
I would just like to add, too, that we have talked in the past about the Crowley crime scene being staged. and I think it's fair enough to say that it certainly was, either before or after the murders. But this shows, and that, just to clarify, was staged by the killer or killers. This shows movement and manipulation of evidence at the crime scene by law enforcement officials, whether it's the BCA, Apple Valley Police, the detectives. Those are the only people on the scene at this time of day, which I think was 1 a.m. or something roughly. So no one else was there. There's no one else the law enforcement can point the fingers to blame this on someone else that was manipulating and or editing these photos. These photos are from the Minnesota special agent in the BCA. So that's the number one question. Number two is the photographer's job at a crime scene is to take photos. That is it. Not to handle the objects, not to move them around. Some have suggested maybe they lifted it up to get a photo of the other side of the skull cap, the underside of it. Well, that's for later in the lab to take the additional photos of the crime scene. You're taking just the photos as they are or in situ, without anything being moved. So the fact that, number one, we've got an issue that the skull cap in this case was moved. Number two, it looks like the time stamp date time modification on these photos were altered to make it look like, if anyone was to raise suspicion of looking at these photos, to cover their butts, they put roughly 9 seconds between each of these photos to make it not stand out as something that's strange. And like Catherine was saying, they would have been better off if they used 15 or 20 seconds or something else to make it more believable, because you're still zooming in, you're aiming, you're focusing to take that shot. And 9 seconds doesn't even seem realistic. So not only did they fail in moving and touching the evidence, they've also failed in the editing of the time of day on the stamps of these photographs. And there's no one else that they can point the fingers to, inside or outside of the, who we think or theorize could have done this murder. But the question now is, this should be enough in itself to reopen this case because of the malfeasance. Go ahead.
Yes, exactly. And the only people who could have manipulated this metadata is the BCA. These are their photographs. These are their people who are inputting this metadata information. It was someone on their watch who put in all the wrong timestamps. This was not by a mistake. This was on purpose. I'm sorry, Dan.
Sorry, one more thing, Catherine, just to let the listeners know is the crime scene officials were there on the 17th when the bodies are found, and I think it rolled over past midnight on to January 18th of 2015. So the dates taken would make sense because they're all either the 17th or the 18th. And then what we do see from the BCA, that when they were handed off, when the photos were all done being submitted, and I guess the case was closed or this person turned in their job, it was turned in their the photos into Apple Valley. All these had dated January 28th, which means that would make sense. The 15th to the 28th, maybe they had these for 13 days, but they all went to Apple Valley and landed on the desk of, I'm sure, Lead Officer Gummert by the 28th. So whatever happened, according to us and Catherine, was altered before they were even submitted on the 28th of January, which was 13 days later. So something was done, and it wasn't just that day or that night. Someone also was going in and editing this. By the time they had all these pictures taken and downloaded, there would be time that would allow time back at the station or back at the office in the BCA laboratory of whoever special agent was doing this. There was 13-day window to do the manipulation is what I'm trying to get to. Go ahead.
Yes, exactly. And I mean, you said it better than I did. That's exactly what I was trying to say is someone from their department, because you can set up the metadata and you can have it assign timestamps. You can do it randomly. You can do it in time sections with groups of photos. which also explains why many times, and I know you've said it before too, Dan, but I do believe others have said it as well, is that the group of photos that we received, they don't seem to fall in line. It's like some will be downstairs, some will be upstairs. You'll have a picture of the kitchen and then a bedroom photo, but yet they all follow a particular, this staged, for lack of a better word, staged time stamping. These are not obviously in the proper sequential order, but they are in the order of the timestamps that they were given. And so now that we know beyond a shadow of a doubt these timestamps have been tampered with, my question now is, what else has and what else was tampered with? How am I, from a person on the outside looking in, supposed to believe anything of the evidence that has been presented or is being told to us, the public, when something as vital as a timestamp on a photograph has been manipulated? So,
and Catherine, that's a good point, because of the errors and omissions and changes and modifications that we see on this evidence of a triple homicide case, something this large, we have to throw out the potential truth on all the photos. If these ones were changed, like you were saying earlier, and I'm not sure if the listeners understood it, when we received the photos back from the FOIA request, the name of the files all do have a naming convention and sequential order that they use as their the nomenclature for naming the files. But if you put them in order, the photos don't line up, like you said, of the basement going to the upstairs to the downstairs. They should all be in a nice, clean order. So that raised suspicions for folks 3 years ago. That was even raised. Now we're getting into the metadata of not only is the sequential file name out of order, but the metadata with the time and the date stamp is out of order. And so what we have here is the artist on the right, if you show your arrow there, Catherine, shows S.A. Katsovitz, and that's the Minnesota BCA special agent, Katsovitz. And that, in looking at who was on the scene at the murder scene, was not this person, but it was assigned the person's name who may have been editing or putting this together or downloading or submitting this on a CD-ROM over to Apple Valley Police. So I think this person, Mike Katsovitz, was in charge of doing that, not taking the actual photos. The problem is, if we were to open this case back up and get these people under testimony, under oath, you would have to bring in both the photographer, whoever it was, taking the photos because things were moved and moving and altered, and the person editing or modifying the EXIF data or the metadata. These would be the two people, both employees of the Minnesota BCA, that would have to be brought under testimony or under oath to get them on the witness stand to have them explain themselves how something like this would happen. And so that's the other thing here. We've got more than one culprit. The person editing, special agent, because this Katsovitz name does not show on the log book of those entering and exiting the house that night of the crime scene officials or the investigators. I don't think. Greg, can you confirm that? I think the photographer was someone else, Beth Eilers, I think.
Yep, that's right. Definitely not the same person. He wasn't on scene, period.
If this would get brought up and the case reopened or re-examined, one spot that a prosecutor or someone well-versed in this would bring these two people under question first to show them the inconsistencies and have them explain how could this possibly be done. And what we've exposed here, I think, tonight already is the fact that there is no such thing as a coincidence. The photographer would obviously know if someone was handling or if she herself was handling the evidence, and the person making the edits at the back end, back at the office before January 28th, was making edits and or changes or falsifying. These are crimes, correct? These folks would be charged in in a lawsuit, if that's the case, if they were found guilty of making any types of manipulations in a case like this. And so this is not us pointing fingers at the Apple Valley Police Department or some shadowy group doing a murder of these families, or guys from the Gray State or family and friends, whoever else we can bring into the actual that potentially be part of the crime. This is at the crime scene the night the bodies were discovered, and then in that 13-day window before January 28th, when all of these CDs got handed off to Apple Valley Police detectives, edits and changes were made. The question is, why? Why was anything touched? Why was anything changed? And why was more than one person complicit in conspiring to do so? Is the real question.
Right, and there's something else I want to bring out and stress here too. Now, didn't the BCA or the police report, somebody said somewhere that they took around 800 photos, correct? At the crime scene?
Yes, and I forget if that was the BCA or the AVPD, but one of them took 800. I forget how many the other one took.
And just to clarify that, too, for the listeners out there, the Apple Valley Police Department, their own photographer came in as part of the detective crew and took crime scene photographs, which number, I think, 400 or so at least, that were taken. And then the BCA came in with a separate person and took additional photos, I think numbering close to 800. So there was a lot of photographs taken. And I don't think the pictures of the Quran or the skull piece was included in the Apple Valley photographs at all. Obviously, they would be, because this is such a big nature of a crime, with all this right there with the skull, the bone fragments, the Quran. I didn't see any focus on this segment from the other photographs at all. Only the BCA, which really exposed this for us, because there was the 4 different photos right here, all taken in the same area that were the goofy ones. So we're focusing here because this is actual evidence.
Yeah, and another thing I want to bring out about that too is in the file, either Dan or Greg, one of you two guys, I know you guys know this answer, but the file that says 7/11, and it's all the photographs, well, not all, but I think they're all the photographs that they sent. Are there 711 photographs in that file, or is that just a random name for the file 711?
Nope, those are actual numbers.
Okay, so there are 711 photos in that file that they sent. And this is what I want to point out. So if they took roughly 800, a little over 800 photos, which is to be expected. If it was me, I probably would have took like 2,000. But, I just like to take a lot of photos. Not that I think they did it correct. What I'm trying to say is BCA probably took the correct number of photos. However, that leaves about the right number missing, because they're not going to send the photos of the bodies and all that other stuff. So those were taken out. So in other words, they sent us everything else except 4. And that is where I think I'm trying to stress the importance of this information that we found. These photos and the date, the timestamps don't match up at all. And that's for all of the photos that they took. What they sent us, and these here are not just leftovers, is what I'm trying to say. They didn't say, okay, we took 1,500 photos, so we'll send you 700 of the 15. They sent us 711 of the 800. So am I putting that across how important that is? I don't know if I am or not.
Yeah, it's very important. Because if there's only 800, then there's not that many photos. There can't be that many photos of those bodies. So that doesn't leave a lot. But they also did video too, right? So
correct.
They have that as well.
And that's how important this is these photos we have right here are the photos that they had. They are the photos that they said they're using as evidence to prove their point. And these photos have been manipulated and data introduced and put in incorrectly on purpose. Someone had to sit down and type this in. This was not an accident.
Well, if you look at some of the Apple Valley photos, some of them do say process. Like they'll have the BCA or not, they'll have the AVPD number or the DSC number, and then they'll say process. So I don't know exactly what, you know what I mean? So there might be maybe they process, I don't know if they only process some of the photos, certain photos, why some of these are processed, but that could be a whole nother thing. Do you think it's worth drafting a letter, drafting a note, reaching out to the BCA to ask them to clarify it? I mean, it's a great way to connect with them, I think. It's a question they should be able to answer.
Well,
have a logical answer.
Yeah, you mean ask them what? About these timestamps, or about what does it mean by process?
Yes, about the timestamps.
I mean, I don't see how it could hurt, but how are they going to explain that, though? I mean, they're going to have to come up with a whopper of a story.
I would love to hear what you come up with, and I'm sure you would too.
Yeah, we would. And Sophia, I don't know, do you want to talk about the one that you found, or do you want to wait until another time? Because I think this is the clincher.
The one that I found?
The timestamp on the photo you showed me.
The photo with the body bag.
Yes.
Sure, let's go ahead and pull that one up.
Okay, go ahead.
Sorry, I had to think back.
Is that part of the 711 photos, or is that something else?
I got that one from the Apple Valley police. That wasn't a part of the BCA.
Yeah, and I'm not sure if I have a copy of that photo.
I have it on my phone. Just one second. I can give you the number. Just give me a minute to find it. And see. And the reason why I had picked that photo was because we were talking privately after you made this discovery, and Greg had mentioned, well, what happens if, okay, one second. It's DSC 0254.
Yeah, and I don't have that one on here.
Greg, if I sent it to you, can you screen share it with her?
Yeah, if you, what's the number?
It's DSC, it's the Apple Valley one, 0254.
Okay. What's the best way to send it to you, Catherine?
Well, I'm sharing screens right now, so anything I do, it's going to be shown to everybody. So
maybe I should pull it up on mine. 05205. What was the number? 0254.
0254, and it's the Apple Valley one. And what Greg had brought up was that he had thought maybe the skull piece had been moved because the bodies were being removed from the scene. But this shows that those photos were taken before the bodies had been placed in the bags. And then the skull pieces were removed. And then the bodies were removed.
Yes, because
what was along? Oh, sorry.
And I'm sorry. What was the timestamp on that body bag photo? Wasn't it something like 10 something at night?
You sent that to me in an email. I think it was much later. It showed like maybe 2:30 in the morning, which is not true because Komel was placed in her body bag before 1 o'clock in the morning, and the ME left with the bodies before 1 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah, because I think I'm remembering it opposite then, because I thought they had it time-stamped way too early, and then because the medical examiner didn't even get there until midnight or something like that, or 12:15, and they had already had the bodies bagged and ready to go at 10-something at night. So I think I have it backwards. So yeah, we're going to need that photo to look at the metadata.
And I'm looking for your email right now. There it is right there. Greg has it on screen.
Okay. I can't see his screen.
You'll see it on YouTube in a few seconds.
Oh, okay. I'm not on YouTube either. Oh.
Okay, you can't be. Just picture it there. We'll draw you a picture.
We'll have a sketch. I'm gonna go to YouTube.
Well, I got the photo up here. What was the importance of this one again? Just so I can.
It was the metadata.
The metadata. Okay.
That the metadata and that the skull pieces were already removed. And there was a question that I always asked myself in regards to the photos from the BCA, especially the photo of the bodies. And it was, are we seeing what they want us to see? And after the metadata information came out, that pretty much clinched it for me.
Yep.
I had posed a question about how many photos the Apple Valley did actually take, because we got 464. Jim Gummer says that we did not get hundreds of photos. So, but I don't know if there's anywhere that shows how many photos they took in total. So maybe if somebody can help dig through that, I don't know, might be in the notes. You know, just dig through 1,000 pages of data. You'll find
for
it.
this photo, oh, I'm sorry. I came across the metadata information. Dan had ran it through the system back on December 2nd, and he told me that the picture was taken at 2:34 a.m. on the 18th by a Nikon D90.
Okay,
The
so
bodies had already been removed from the crime scene at that time.
yes, yeah. Yeah, we know that for a fact because you said at what time? 2:30. What again?
2:34.
Okay. Yeah, because if you guys can see my screen still on these photos, which is clearly after the bodies were removed, the timestamp is 2:03, and then you have a photo of the body bag, and it's 2:34. So these timestamps are all messed up, and they're especially these ones from I'm sorry, what, Greg?
I'm just trying to figure out why.
Yeah.
They're not taken in order. They're not. it's not room to room. How do they account for that? I mean, I'd love to hear them answer that question, and maybe we could get something in writing.
Yeah.
Greg, I have an answer on those processed JPEG photos.
Yes.
They have the name. All the rest just have the DSC underscore and then a 4-digit number that are named as how they're named. The processed ones came through all later. When they had to go back to the scene to get those pictures from the attic and the picture of the hole in the ceiling in February, a month later, February 2015. And those files are very small in relation to the others. And so I think they were taking with a lower quality or lower resolution camera, and I just dropped a couple for up there just on using the site www.photoforensics.com and uploaded those. They don't have date or timestamps on any of those ones that say processed.
Okay, and there's also another set that I think there were 4 different sets, 4 different labels just in those 464 BCA. Some of them were actually like image 001, image 002. I remember seeing some of those too, but I do remember counting somewhere that there were at least 4 cameras used.
Yeah, and a good thing to point out is what Greg mentioned earlier. For the listeners, these cameras are taking photos in sequential order from 1 to 2 to 3. And of all the photos of the total population of photos that the detectives took, that's the total pictures that are in the case file. When FOIAs come through from us asking for all of the photos, they have the right to censor out the graphic photos and not provide them to us. Now, because their bodies were all found in one single room, one would expect the photos that we didn't get, regardless if there's 10 or 20 or 30 of those, all to be in the same vicinity of the number naming convention of these files, but they're not. They're all jumped over the place. And there would be no reason to censor us from sending a FOIA request of photos if there's nothing graphic in them. There wouldn't be anything in the basement, the office, the kitchen, the bedrooms, bathrooms, things like that. So why would there be random photos, in other words, other than the graphic ones that were removed, filtered, or censored from being sent out to folks like us making requests? When the request is all the photos, it should be all of the photos, excluding the graphic ones. But there should only be a handful of those graphic ones, and they all should be in the same order where they're all missing. We're seeing photos missing from the sequence all throughout these 800 photos, whether it's the Apple Valley or the BCA photos. And so it's another irregularity, I'll call it.
Yes.
And the last thing here, I got to jump off in about 10 minutes. The last thing I want to get through, just to have the listeners understand, is that I know many of you, we've got a lot of people joining and a lot of members that are joining the group on the Justice page, and they may be saying, well, why would they move the pictures and why would they alter them and for what purpose and who would gain and who would benefit from making all these changes and edits? The purpose of tonight's broadcast is that doesn't matter what was changed or why it was changed. The question for tonight's broadcast is that it was changed, and it was changed by someone in law enforcement. The question then is why, not for what purpose or why they did it or what were they doing, or maybe it was coincidence. We know now that it hasn't, and it's not coincidence. The question now is that they have to answer the proof. The burden of proof now is on them, not for us to say, why or wonder why they did this or what would be the reason. What would prompt someone to make these changes like that? That's not part of our question. What we're trying to get through is we have evidential proof now that tampering was taking place. That should be enough to reopen this case, and then let the investigators look into this into this further.
Well, I couldn't have said it any better, and thank you for saying it for me. And with that, I don't have anything to add. I just wanted to show everyone that there is proof, and we did find the proof in the evidence that was given to us that the metadata was manipulated is not correct, and the timestamps are incorrect. And that, to me, is huge. And with that, I'm done. Yeah.
I have a question, Catherine.
Okay.
Actually, for all of us here, someone might be watching this and asking, do you think that the investigators, when Jim Gummert's team back at Apple Valley received the CDs of photos from the Minnesota BCA, would they have done any research to notice this or the irregularities, or would this have raised their antenna to say, why are these dates and timestamps wrong, and why is this metadata screwed up? What would be if someone asked that question?
My personal opinion on that, and it's just an opinion, and you know what they say about opinions, is that the Apple Valley Police Department, the investigators were there while these photographs were being taken. Chances are they saw exactly what was going on. So when they received these photos from BCA, they probably didn't give them another look because they already knew. Yeah. Their decision had already been made and the narrative already written, and they had no reason to go and see if somebody made a mistake. They just put it in their file.
Gotcha.
I would have to agree. The same thing with them receiving reports and telephone logs. I honestly don't think that they even looked at them. I think that they just received them and put it into the system, and that was it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would agree. This is Dan. Is that the city of Apple Valley deals with on average one homicide per year, and it's probably just a basic type of a homicide. Nothing covered up, nothing dealt with at levels like this one is. And so I would guess, in my personal opinion, is that the detectives at the Apple Valley staff wouldn't even know to look for the metadata in the crime scene photos to see if anything was altered in the first place. I would guess none of them even had the thought or the wherewithal to even look at this. And I think that's what we're up against. Is some call them Keystone cops, some call them elementary, young, entry-level guys who don't deal with crime. They wouldn't know to look for these things. And that's where I think that a group like ours, where we got this justice page set up, that are literally, and I'll go on record to say, are leaps and bounds above and over the heads of investigators who do this for a living. This is a way above and beyond what a normal detective would even look at in a murder case like this, is my guess. And that's why when we sent this to the Minnesota Attorney General, and we sent this off to the Sheriff's, Dakota County Sheriff's Office and the Minnesota State Attorney General, this is what we're talking about. We are not sitting here wasting our time doing this for the fun of it. We're exposing the crime that obviously took place and have the evidence to back it up. Kenneth Main's got this, didn't notice the metadata. He's a professional cold case investigator who does homicides, and was, I hired him. These guys don't look for these types of things. That's why we're here to stress this, to get videos like this out there, to share them, to give them to when you're with family and friends at the holidays, family and friends are over for Christmas. Share these types of videos and photos to get this case out there. Greg Fernandez, his book is coming out next month, and if that doesn't do it, I'm not sure what else can we do to get exposure to this case where this fraud has been perpetrated.
Well, I think that's great. You said it all. And does anyone else have anything else to add? Greg, Sophia?
I'm seriously concerned about what else has been manipulated with this case, and what has stopped them from doing this to other cases that they have been involved in. I really think that it's time to start reaching out to journalists and trying to pique their interest, showing them what we have, and hopefully they will pick this up and write a story. Because if we could get exposure, then the police are going to have to answer some questions.
Yep.
Would it be possible?
Go ahead, Dan.
Greg, would it be possible to get Special Agent Mike Kadovitz on here and Beth Adler's on a show to do a live interview with them, to put them on the record, to at least square it up, to at least get the story out there before they were to face a potential indictment?
I can definitely take on that task of just reaching out to them. If you guys want to help me draft up some letter or something like that to make it very short and concise, and then I can send that off to him, or I can just ask him, hey, what the heck's going on here? How do you guys account for this? Because, I think I can definitely do that.
It may be worth sending a link, sending them both a link to this video and just saying, what are your thoughts? Contact us if you'd like to get your story out there. This is very damning, is all I can say.
Well, if it's newfound information, and if they haven't checked the metadata like you've been talking about, then that would be newfound information that they would have to look at and take seriously, right?
Correct.
Oh, I mean, that's, we have another thing. Now, Catherine, I know you had tried that with the whole blunt force trauma thing, right? You tried to contact Jim Gummert and let him know that this is also newfound stuff that they might not have seen. Am I wrong in that?
No, that's correct. And his response was basically, and I'm paraphrasing, they didn't care. Nothing I showed them, nothing I would produce to them, I could give them nothing that would make them reopen the case. His words, not mine.
Okay, even newfound data, because then that's a big, big problem, right?
Yes, even newfound information. And I did put out there, and there on my channel is that phone conversation I had with Gummert, where he does state, and he says that according to the chief, that no matter what we do, and that's what I asked him. I said, so no matter what I give you, even though this is new and you see, I've shown you blunt force trauma that David was murdered, you're not going to do anything. He says, no, the case is closed. We are not going to reopen it.
I would send it to the Minnesota BCA person in charge of this case. They're the head person maybe first, and then CC or copy Eilers and Kadovitz and see what that gets, and then send along a copy of this video. The other thing would be, when we're speaking of metadata, would be the all-important photograph that someone saw on Sean Wright's smartphone of the dead bodies. The metadata and the EXIF data on that particular image would be enough to put certain people in prison, slam dunk. And so that's the other importance of metadata.
Yes.
There should be no crime scene photos on anyone's smartphone, much less of a hand potentially in the basement when there was nothing in the basement. And so an exit data for things like that. And we know that smartphones are backed up regularly, and data is kept in the cloud. And so that's something that someone like a Sean Wright should be thinking about, as far as that data is out there. It is backed up and is replicated. And so if that would be a case like that, he may have simply deleted it off his phone, but that image was out there and saved on whatever kind of plan he had back in 2015 when that image was taken on his smartphone on what I believe to be his camera at the scene of the murders before police got there. And so the whole photographic evidence with the EXIF data and the metadata is huge, because it places people at places. A lot of the ones nowadays also track the GPS location. These photographs will track latitude and longitude of one and where that photograph was actually taken. And so it's a good point for people looking into that type of thing on other crimes as well, because the photographic evidence is usually one of the best to go from.
Yeah, and we had contacted Jim Gummert about that hand in the basement, and he's like, there was no hand there. They didn't find a hand in the basement. There was nothing there, but we have heard that, you know. I think even Shauna Wright or Mason Hendricks said that there was a hand in the basement or something like that. I do remember that. I forget exactly, but
yeah, they said they were on record to say that there was body parts found throughout the house.
That's
and
right.
Then, I remember asking Gummert directly when I went to pick up the CD in the Apple Valley at the FOIA request. I talked to him directly, and he said there's no body parts found throughout the house. Once again, he alluded to the fact that the dog ate everything, but we've talked to people who saw body parts and have photographic evidence of body parts throughout that house. So, once again, someone is lying, and that's what we're here really to do, is to expose the case, and hopefully, you know, someone will either come forward, or maybe some of these officers, once they retire and get out, they will be more interested potentially in doing a show, doing an interview, even if it's not with their real name or something. They can certainly come on a show like this and talk about what they actually saw behind the scenes, because that's what it's going to take for something like this, is to have a whistleblower come forward to do the right thing, to do what their oath forced them to do, is to be loyal and you know, protect and serve the community. Right now, the city of Apple Valley, and I know they've got close to 50,000 residents there. There are a killer or killers still on the loose from the Crowley case that's coming up on 5 years. And if the police do not do their job to protect and serve the community, that's what they are hired and paid to do. Not to be complicit in a cover-up, and not to go let something go unnoticed that is not correct. So hopefully we get someone coming forward that work in some kind of establishments like that, some kind of BCA, Dakota County Sheriff's Department, Apple Valley Police Department. You know, they move around. They get up there in age, they retire, and they're not bound by those laws once they are out. Once they retire, once they leave, they can come and do shows like this, even under a hidden identity or something, and talk about the actual truth on a case like this.
Dan, Paulette is asking, she asked a great question that I'm also curious about. She says, do you have to take it to the Attorney General first? Something like this. If it's newfound stuff, if we're getting roadblocks, Catherine is constantly asking questions, bringing up new things that they're not looking into, that they've I mean, just the fact that they said that it doesn't matter if you found new things. Is that something that we could bring up to the Attorney General? Can the Attorney General help us at all?
Well, I think you could, because James Gummert should never make a statement like that on the record anyway.
Horrible.
That's ludicrous.
Well, he was speaking on behalf of the chief, because the chief refused to talk to me, and so the chief was saying, they're not going to do anything. Let her know we're not going to do anything. And Gummert's like, we're not going to do anything. But just so everybody knows, I have spoken to several departments, and I have obviously not this information with the photos, but with the blunt force trauma and the other stuff that we found. I sent it to this. I was told to send it to the city council. I sent it to the city council. Send it to the Dakota County Sheriff. I did that. Send it to the governor. I did that. Send it to the chief, the police chief. I did that. Send it to the attorney general. I did that. Send it to the governor. I did that. I sent it to everyone with the exception of BCA. They're the only people I have not sent it to. And no one, I heard back from no one. Even my follow-up calls were met with silence. So everyone in the way I am now seeing this is every single department is covering it up. They're turning a blind eye and they don't care. But now that we have, this information, we have proof that the metadata was manipulated and altered and put in there to mislead people as to the timestamps. We have people who actually Sean Wright and some other people who have said body parts were all over the house. Look at my photo. And other people from another group, which shall remain nameless, who have said, we've seen those photos. There were body parts there, and the hand wasn't mummified. Well, that means it's a fresh kill. So how did Sean, according to these other people now, I'm not trying to throw him under the bus, I'm throwing this question out there. How did Sean Wright get that photo of a non-mummified hand on his phone? And how come the police, and the police know about this, have never done anything to question him? There is so much wrong with this. I'm sorry, what?
Are you sure that the police know about this, about that stuff?
Do I know for a fact? No, but everything's rumor mill at this, it's the he said, she said, they said, the police got it. So how do we know? The police have turned a blind eye to everything else.
Right.
And just for the listeners out there and the new members, the two adults that were found in the house, David and Komel, each have two hands, so there'd be a total of 4 hands in that house. Komel was missing both of hers when investigators got there. David was missing one of his, which only left one hand left. It was David's left hand. Photographic evidence shows that it was in a mummified state. There are no other photos. There should be no other photos of hands. What we're saying is people have talked about seeing a hand unattached from a body in that house, whether it be the basement or not, and in a non-mummified state. The only way a photo like that could be in existence is if the killer or killers took a photo to have that photograph. That, to me, is a pretty big deal if I was Chief Wrightsville or Jim Gummert. If a photograph of any type of thing like that is floating around, that means that someone was there taking photographs, and it wasn't David. Now, we already know David didn't do this. The question is, who did? Well, my first suspicion would be probably go talk to the people who have photographs on their cell phone at the crime scene that were not taken by crime scene personnel. That would probably be your first indicator. But like Catherine said, they're not going to touch this case with a 10-foot pole. So our only job is to keep circulating it out in the court of public opinion and get it out there in the public. But I would certainly send this to the Minnesota BCA, and they're not perfect by any stretch of the imagination either. They have been complicit in some other various crimes, and so they don't have the best name for themselves, the Minnesota BCA. But if you were to send it to the two individuals relating to the direct complicity in this case and their boss or whoever was leading them at the time back in 2015, I would certainly guess it would raise some eyebrows.
And it's also important to remember that the person that supposedly has this photo was never even interviewed by the police.
Correct. And that was, and we're not talking even interviewed as far as in a pool of suspects or even a suspect. We're talking, Sophia, what you're talking is was not even given a statement, not even talked to by police. If you read the 94-page police report, Mason Hendricks is one who's not even listed in that report. And I think Sean Wright was the other one. And so the question is, why weren't they talked to when you were the potential best friend? David's personal Rolodex was Sean Wright. His name wasn't talked to.
It's funny that you bring that up, because Sean Wright is mentioned, and there's 3 or 4 people that are mentioned in the police reports that they spoke to. but they don't lay out the same. They don't say, okay, well, this is what Sean said. This is what, person 2, person 3 said, which is it makes you wonder, well, if they did that, because they're very thorough with Danny Mason. They're very thorough with Mitch Heil. They're very thorough with some of Komel's friends. But when it comes to Sean Wright, and I forget who there were like 3 people on that list that it's briefly mentioned that they talked to them. They didn't have anything to say. I think Jason Allen is actually one of those people too. But then it's just like, they didn't know anything, blah, blah, blah. And if we need to contact them in the future, I know how to get in contact with them. But Sean Wright did not want to give out some of his information. Is that a sign that he's not cooperating? Things like that. It's like, did they know Sean Wright? Did they know some of these guys? And they're like, oh, these are great guys. We don't have to worry about them. We're just going through the motions. If they're going to thoroughly interview Danny Mason and Mitch Heil and some of these other people, why aren't they doing that for people like Sean Wright, for Hendricks, for Adam Schambauer, and some of these other people? Chris Peck, right? They go through him, and so why are they kind of cherry picking? And then some of the people that have been the most nuisances, some of the people that have been just kind of very forceful to try to get people to stop looking into this case. Why are those a lot of the ones that are not even mentioned, are not even part of it? They weren't there. They didn't know they didn't know anything. They weren't questioned, but they're spokesmen for what police say happened.
Greg, I would guess that when you get people in the crime like this, where the local police and the county and maybe even the state are looking at it, I'm sure someone at the federal level will come in and cross a couple names off and say, you know what, don't interview these guys or let these guys go. That's usually in the case of a federal informant or a paid informant or a confidential informant that's working on the side and are protected. And so that's likely the case with the Mason Hendricks and Sean Wright, who are likely, I would say, fall into that category. That would also explain the fact that if Sean Wright is showing that photo on his smartphone, another reason he's doing that is that he knows there will be no backlash for that, which also leads me to believe that he's protected in some way, shape, or form, that he knows he's getting away with that kind of a thing. So if we have federal informants of some sort and confidential informants or CIs involved in this case, that is very likely as well. That's why I think we're seeing some of the behavior we are, because there's no fallout, there's no threat, there's no repercussions for some of these folks. The very first threats that I received came directly from Sean Wright himself, and so that's another thing that you wouldn't see in a normal case like this. Something handing out emotional and physical threat to people, but with a guy like Sean Wright doing that, knowing he didn't even have a care in the world that he knows he's going around threatening people via instant message and on Facebook, and because he knows there's no repercussions, he knows there's no follow-up and nothing's going to happen. And so that's where you kind of get your evidence by looking into it and backing out what can't be true. Sean Wright, once again, best friend, human Rolodex for David Crowley, name doesn't appear in any kind of a witness statement in the Apple Valley Police Department at all. And Mason Hendricks, very, very similar. So you get some of these characters here playing a role, so to say, in this case, and they're also the loudest, yelling and screaming from the rooftops that we are the bad guys here. Kind of gives gives one the answer already.
Yeah.
All
Well,
right, guys, I gotta jump off, guys.
Before you jump off, actually, does anybody else have anything else? Because I'm ready to jump off as well, and I would really like Dan to give us the outro.
Oh, sure. Yeah. Any other questions for tonight?
I was just checking the board on YouTube. Looks like everybody is pretty much agreeing.
Well, thank you, you guys.
Yeah, we also have to also look in a case like this that there might be multiple people or many people involved in the crime or the cover up or the subsequent redirection. But you have to look for who would be potentially the ones actually committing the crime. And in listening to an interview today from a detective, they said you've got to go to the one who's got a history. Multiple people or many people involved in the crime or the cover up or the subsequent redirection. But you have to look for who would be potentially the ones actually committing the crime. And in listening to an interview today from a detective, they said you've got to go to the one who's got a history. You have to look for those with propensity for violence, violent run-ins with the law, violence, domestic assaults, domestics, violent behavior. Those are the ones that are going to be your most likely person committing the actual crime. Yes, the others can be around to help cover it up and to help lead people down the right path and the right road, down the wrong one, I should say. But it's those, look for those that are in the orbit of these people that are dealing with this, that have a propensity for violence. In this case, you get two people that stand out, Eric Sayward and Sean Wright.
Yeah.
Both have a long, lengthy violent criminal behavior and have never, I don't think, spent any day in prison. Little short terms in jail here and there, but that is about it. So that would be your culprits down that road when you're looking into suspects. But yes, we have a whole range of people that should have been brought in to the pool of suspects to at least be questioned about a case as violent as this. A professional hit, yes, I could see that. Typically, they're going to come in wet work operations like that and commission the killings, and out they go. The staging of the scene is too overboard, which means that it's not a professional group behind it at all. But our show today focused on the photographs from law enforcement that were altered both in the photograph taking and also in the editing room later with the timestamps that were changed in the metadata. And hopefully we'll get someone from a special agent from the BCA to come forward and give their thoughts and share some of this, because it certainly got into the hands of the Apple Valley police detectives and they did nothing about it. Once again, today is December 23rd, 2019, and I think we got a good show. Any other questions from the chat room, Greg? Or
I've been keeping an eye on it, and I haven't seen any questions that have jumped out. Mainly, they're just concerned about being blocked by Apple Valley and possibly higher up the chain.
Yeah, and I would concur that is being done. Gummert himself may be, trying to do the right thing, but is being blocked from the people above him, whether it's the police chief or the captain there. But once again, in my understanding of the law and the oath that they take, your job is still to not find that acceptable. Your job is to step down, step out, and go public with something like this, and put the criminals behind bars. And if that means your superiors, so be it. And sadly, that's not the case here, but we have to find out why this case has been suppressed and shut down, and why at such a high level. So that is what we're dealing with here. Feel free to share it, leave your comments and everything below, and share this with your friends and family here over the holidays. This is, once again, actual evidence. This is not make-believe. This is not theories. This is not hearsay. This is evidence that could put people behind bars. Thanks again for listening, everybody.
Thank you all.
All right, thank you.
Merry Christmas, everybody.
Good night.
This session is no longer being recorded.
All right, thanks, guys.
Okay, yeah, thank you. Are we still on, Greg?
Nicht diese Töne, sondern lasst uns angenehmere anstimmen und feuertrunken himmlische dein Heiligtum. Deine Zauber binden wieder, was die Moore streng geteilt. Alle Menschen werden Brüder, wo dein sanfter Flügel weilt. Deine Zauber binden wieder, was die Moore streng geteilt. Alle Menschen werden Brüder, wo dein sanfter Flügel weilt. Wie der große Wurf gelungen, eines Freundes Freund zu sein, der ein holdes Weib errungen, mische seinen Jubel ein, der auch eine Seele seinen auf den Erdengrund und fürs Liegen von der Stille weinen sich aus diesem Grund. Freude trinken alle Wiesen an den Brüsten der Natur. Alle Guten, alle Bösen folgen ihrer großen Spur. Kenntnisse gab sie uns und Leben, einen Feind geprüft in Tod. Und uns macht den Mund gegeben und der Herr steht vor Gott.
Hey everyone, Elle here, 1/14/2020. I wasn't sure how to start with this video because a lot of people don't know about it. The people that do know about it may have heard a couple things on, AJ's show, and they may have watched the slopumentary on Netflix, and just may not know the extent and the effect that this has had on many people and many things. So, the reason that I am bringing this up, if you don't want, see, it's hard because I don't know, where everyone is in their, I'm doing air quotes, awakening or whatever. If you're not aware, The Gray State, or The Gray State, The Rise, was a film that this gentleman, David Crowley, I'll say Crowley, no relation to Aleister Crowley that I know of. So, no. But anyway, that's his wife, Komel, there. This is an article from January 19th of 2015. Him, his wife, Komel, and their daughter, 5-year-old daughter, were found dead in the home on the 17th. Then there was a call out to their house on the 19th. There were some people in the house there. And then on the 20th, the cleaning crew came. Now, there are facts on facts on facts about this case, okay? There are a group of people, Justice for David Crowley. There's a Facebook group. Please check all the links below. Greg Fernandez Jr. Has written a book. This is a big thing, but this is the 5-year anniversary. So supposedly right now, 5 years ago, they were laying in their house since Christmas. This case was closed by the Apple Valley Police Department as a murder-suicide. That it closed, stating that David killed his wife and 5-year-old daughter and then killed himself. And I'm not going to get into all the evidence with you right now. This is just the initial report. Okay, so right off the bat, on the 19th, only 2 days after the bodies were found, right? Gray State filmmaker and his family found dead in an apparent murder-suicide. Apparent. Funny, because there's absolutely no actual tangible evidence that makes that statement true. Actually, it's not funny at all. So this article will be linked. But I just want to go ahead and show you a couple things about this. There are so many things to this, aspects to this, and we want to keep an open mind, and we want as many eyes as possible on this so that we can try to get this case reopened. But it is a big deep dive here that people have to do. Now, Greg Fernandez Jr. Does have a channel, a couple channels, but this is a website which will be linked. I'll also link another website that you can go to and you can look at and look through what I have. All the autopsies, all the pictures, all the actual, well, we don't know because the Apple Valley Police Department, whatever. You can actually look through evidence, right? Use discernment. So these websites are good if you're willing to take a look at it. This can't go down. This is also, if you're not aware, David was a veteran. He did one tour, came back, got married, and then went and did another tour. Now, there is all kinds of things that are connected to this that are also very, very odd. I mean, again, there's rabbit holes on rabbit holes on rabbit holes. Dan Hennen is a private investigator. He has also been working on the case for a very long time now with Greg Fernandez Jr., Sophia, and some other great people over there. Please check the links below. This is his YouTube channel. But here's just something odd. I mean, this will just give you an idea of the craziness that surrounds this case. David's mother, Catherine, she died only, I think it was 6 months, maybe 6 months in August before he did, under, questionable circumstances. She was seemingly healthy. So not really sure there. Again, there's so much to this, guys. So much.
Say that she simply died. There was no real explanation to it. And to the left here is a family photo taken in August.
Yes, she simply died. There was no explanation to it. Again, it's very hard to do this because we have things like this, which have infiltrated, the mainstream. This is from IMDb. This is playing now on Netflix, which people that really care about truth and facts and hard evidence, this is not, you definitely don't want to start off by watching this, but for research reasons, but this is not the movie that David intended to put out. Okay? Not at all. This is after his death, a whole bunch of people that wanted to work on the movie and whatever, bogarted their way in there and made, not everybody, I'm not saying that, I'm just saying, this is not the intended movie. This is not the gray state that David was writing and working on. It just isn't. So I want to be clear about that. If you go to Netflix and you think you're going to get the story of what happened here, it's just not the case. Now, this is from Greg Fernandez Jr.'s channel. Great guy and just an inspiration, never giving up, tirelessly working on just talking to people, going over evidence, and trying to get this case reopened. This is a 4-hour stream. I'm just going to play you a couple minutes of the beginning of it, just to let you know there's a Facebook thing that you can go and see. And again, the website will be linked. But this is from Greg's channel. So I just wanted to play you just a little bit of this just to give you an idea of, what's going on here. And this was from January 9th, 2020.
Thank you, everyone, for joining us here. This is another live stream. This is David Crowley Questions. The live conference call, January 9th, 2020. First live show of 2020. So I want to thank everybody here. And I'm going to just kind of make sure everybody can hear us. And then we will get rocking and rolling. We have Sophia is here. Hey, Sophia.
Hello, everybody.
Let me just turn this down. And we also have Patty. Have you been on with us before? I feel like you might have.
No, I have not.
Oh, okay. Well, thank you. Thanks for joining us. The first time here. That's great. We're going to try to hear everybody's views, and it looks like Christy is also joining us here in the chat room. We got She-Wolf. I want to say hi to She-Wolf. I want to say hi to Pansy. Thank you both for joining in the chat room, and we'll try to keep this as interactive as possible between what we hear and see in the chat as opposed to what we hear and see on my screen.
And I'm looking at the chat right now, lady, and you're not in there, so I still can't see you.
And do either of you have anything that you want to kind of start off with?
My heater just kicked on. I hope you can hear this.
Things to cover here. 10 people in the chat. Nice.
Did you want to cover any upcoming projects?
Yeah, this is what I wanted you to hear.
Yeah, we're still working on the podcast. And Eric Spitfire Wilkinson has invited me back onto the show next Wednesday. So I'll be back on there, and I'll make sure to kind of talk about that too. I hope to have my book cover by then too, so that he can share that. But the goal, I think, is to do a once a month 2-hour podcast. And Sophia, I know, has been busy kind of spearheading that and making sure that we kind of got everything ready. She's created some titles that I haven't looked at yet, but we basically need 12 of them, one for each month. And, hopefully maybe even kind of timed with things that happened during that month.
Yes. So guys, I know that this is something that requires time and research. But these people, this group of people, of course, there's always a couple of bad apples, but this group of people has kept this alive, this story alive. This is wrong. This is, if you just take a second, go back and look at my video or Greg's on the crime scene photo slideshow. It literally is the gray stage. So let's see what else they have to say.
Because there is, going through a timeline of the David Crowley case, and what I have up right now is the main page for the Justice for David Crowley and Family Facebook group. The first thing that you should see is the timeline, Dan.
And this is very important. If you have any interest in this at all, this is a great place to start.
Hennen's timeline. I believe it's about 2 hours. And he goes 2 hours straight. That's rough. That's rough. And of course, he's a really good speaker. And I think that video is worth everybody's time. It will really help you get caught up very quickly. So couple that in with the book that I've just finished, that I'm just waiting for, some final print proofs, and then we're off and running on that. We will have the 2-hour monthly podcast, and then of course we have Christian Coffins, who is working on a docu-series, and I think he said, if I remember last time we had Christian on, he said he wanted to do 12 episodes at 1 hour each. And I'm thinking we're going to need to do 24 at 2 hours each. What do you think of that?
Yeah, it's hard to condense it. That's why I had asked the group, if we had 30 minutes or 45 minutes to hook somebody new to get involved into this case or even interested, what would we share with them?
Right.
All right, and I'm going to leave it there because that's an excellent point that Sophia just made. What do you share? It's hard to make this video. Yeah, it's hard to really get, unless you know the story, actor. It is hard, but we are trying to find people, fresh eyes bring new things and new ideas, and so if anybody wants to be helpful or anything like that, you guys should definitely check this channel out anyway. He went to Bohemian Grove this year. He's just a great guy, and this case is beyond disturbing, and I cannot believe that with zero evidence, Apple Valley Police Department has ruled it a murder-suicide here 5 years later. Again, the 17th, Greg's going to be having a show because that will be the anniversary of when the bodies were found. It's just, I really hope that the case will be reopened and revisited.
were. And I woke up here.
Now, the reason that I showed you that, again, it's very hard for me to put this together. I've been researching it for the past year, but for those who don't know or may only know a part of it or whatever, there is so much to it that you really, you know, I just can't. I'm not good enough to do it. To condense it all into a thing. So this video is a call on anybody that wants to clear a veterans and just a guy who is trying to make a movie and might have told us too much, or perhaps, I mean, who knows? But that's why we need eyes on this. We need to get the case reopened. The evidence is available to us now. The things are available to us now. We can have discussions. We can clear his name. So justice for David Crowley. And this is the official movie trailer that he had intended. This was the movie that David was working on, not A Gray State that you will see on Netflix. I cannot emphasize that enough. That was not his movie. That is a sloppumentary and I believe, in my opinion, a hit piece to make him and in some aspects Komel look, you know, in a different light than things actually were. Anyway, enough of me talking about this. I know that this is all over the place, but there's a lot of stuff here. So if you are interested, please check the links below. This Friday evening, again, there will be, because it's the anniversary, the 5-year anniversary, there will be a show live on Greg Fernandez's channel. I will tweet it out, and I will, maybe I'll even, I don't know, I'll see if I can even maybe get it on my channel. I know afterwards Greg won't mind if I mirror it, but I just think, you know, come on, enough already. AVPD, I mean, enough. With we need to know what happened here, and I think that we can. Some of the stuff is just so obvious, and other things are just so, you know, I've wondered about them. So the more eyes, the better. All right, guys, so this is just a call out to anybody who wants to or has a detail-oriented mind, who has medical experience looking at the autopsy or whatever you have to offer. If you would be willing to, it would be greatly appreciated. If you want to join the discussion, join the Facebook page, all that. Look at the website. That's something that you can do, and that you would be welcomed into the group. You know, intentions do matter, but you would have access to all this. I'm going to link it below. All right. So you can look at the stuff yourself, come to your own conclusion like I have, and, you know, help. All right, guys, God bless each and every one of you. Everybody have a great rest of your evening. Please check the links below. Thank you to Greg Fernandez and everybody, Dan, Sophia, the whole crew, everybody that helps, and everybody that wants to see the truth, okay, the truth come out about what happened to that family in between Christmas and on the 17th. Well, even after that. But again, another rabbit hole. All right, guys, prep and pray. Peace out.
Hi YouTube, it's Michele. This is going to be my last video, so it's going to be kind of long. bear with me. There are a lot of things to cover. We're going to go over the latent prints and why that never really went anywhere. We're going to go over one last time the bloody footprints, and also some new information I've discovered. I will mention what is on the back here, a new list I had started comprising. But the reality is, we can continue to it's on me. I can continue to tear apart this case left and right, just like a lot of other people, but it's not leading anywhere, and it won't lead anywhere. I don't want to spend my time going down every single rabbit hole. There are far too many. I mean, and everything could be a rabbit hole, like the bloody footprints. That is like a major one. I mean, everybody who believes this is actually blood, footprints in blood, will not and cannot explain why there's nothing leading up to and or away from these prints. They just magically appear in the middle of the floor. That's a huge rabbit hole. But this is what I'm talking about. This case is full of them. Nothing is being settled. We have the evidence. We have the proof. It has been presented to the Minnesota Attorney General, the governor. It's been presented to the Dakota County Sheriff, the City Council. It has been provided to Police Chief Wrightskull, however you say your name, Gummert, Detective Gummert. All of these people have basically told us, up yours, screw yourself, we don't give a shit, we're not opening the case. We won't reopen it, we're content with the crap we put out there, and deal with it. So if we can't get the New York Times to take another look at what they wrote, if we can't get the Pioneer Press to take another look at what they wrote, even though they've been presented with the facts that we have found, and no news outlet is going to touch this, so they're all basically saying, fuck you. We don't give a shit that this family was murdered. We don't care that there are 3 dead bodies. The police were lazy. Then they just said, hey, we're going to call it murder-suicide because we're covering someone else's ass. Deal with it. Well, you know what? Life is too short. I have other things to do with my time, and I'm pretty much done with it. What else can I do? I'm not going to sit here and every day back and forth and discuss, banter, or whatever over how these paranormal prints end up in the middle of the floor because people don't want to just see the evidence in front of their face. That's just one example. It's the thing that came to my mind. But anyway, I think what you're going to find, or what you're going to see on what I and some other people have put together, there have been a few people who've been working very close with me. We've done a ton of research on this. This is not something that was just come to lightly, but the case boils down to 4 people. I cannot, no matter which way I've gone, no matter which rabbit hole I followed, it all comes back to these same 4 people. Now, I can't call them murderers, but I can tell you that the evidence does not exclude them. And in fact, they are the only ones who are not excluded. Can't. It's not. Nothing that the police have given to us has excluded these people at all. And I do believe the police know this. These people have ins with the police department, and for whatever reason, and we may never know, they're choosing to cover up the acts of these people, the brutality that these people are capable of is completely overlooked, bypassed, ignored by the media, by the legal system, by the police department. And in legal system, I'm talking about like the Attorney General, that legal system of the state of Minnesota. State of Minnesota doesn't care. BCA doesn't care. Hell, they're part of the bullshit that we have found in this case. The police department, which is a huge contributor to the bullshit in this case, and also these 4 people. And I call a spade, I'm done. I'm not going to cover your asses anymore. It's not up to us to clear these people. But it's not even up to us. We shouldn't even be looking into this case. Apple Valley Police Department should have gotten off their lazy asses and done their damn job. The coroner, the medical examiner, not the coroner, but the medical examiners should have done better than write their crappy ass reports. I'll read what they wrote too. It's all of this stuff together. And the phone records that the police did not look into. They clearly admit they have no motive for David to commit these murders, but yet he did it. They have motive for these other 4 individuals, but no motive for David, but yet David's the culprit. Wow, and y'all get a paycheck for this. Okay, bear with me. I'm going to set things up and I'll be back. Okay, I have new paper up and here we go. Here's here's what I have put together recently. I've actually spent the last 48 hours going over this a lot. I'm going to go ahead and leave the people, the other people who have been helping doing the research on this. I'm going to leave their name out of this because I have not heard back from them as to whether or not they want to be included on this information. And if they do, they can write their comments underneath the video and state that they were the ones who were helping. So I have no problem. I'm just going to do this. I'm like I said, I'm done with the bullshit. So what we have right now is the Crowleys. Sorry if you can't see that. Let me try to get it closer so you guys can see what I'm writing, and it looks like it's backwards. I can't write backwards, so this is what it is. We have the Crowleys. Now, up here, and now mind you, no motive was found for David. None. He was cleared of motive. Now, the people up here who are associated with David are, I'm going to abbreviate just because I don't feel like writing all this out. We have Sean Wright. We have Danny August Mason. We have Dan Crowley Jr. And we have I'm losing the other person's name at the moment. Who is it? It'll probably come to me as I'm writing this out. But with these people, and what I was thinking, and I'm going to put Dan Sr. up here, not because I think he's part of this. Don't go there. Don't misquote me. And you people who'd like to do that, my comment is fuck off. I'm putting Dan Crowley Sr. up here for a reason, and we'll go over it later on as to why. But there is a 4th person, and I will think of it. Now, Sean Wright. What was Sean Wright's motive? He felt like he was going to go to prison for tax evasion if David had gone through with his the Rise release. That's huge. That's a huge motive. Nowhere near as big as Danny August Mason's motive. What's Danny August Mason's motive? Let's try $30 million. That's a whole lot of zeros, people. Danny refused to sign off. He ignored David in every way, shape, and form. And he somehow, obviously due to his lack of response to David and anything that had to do with, David trying to say, hey, I need you to sign off on this. And that was David being polite. For your information, Danny August Mason, he didn't need your permission. He didn't need to ask you anything. He went to you in good faith to try to get this settled so you guys, who knows, maybe could end things amicably. And he was even offering you a part where he had no right to even offer it to you, but he was still going to try to get you a part in his movie. That wasn't good enough, was it? No, you had your eye on the $30 million. Then we have Dan Jr. What's Dan Jr.'s motive? They had a huge family fight. Huge fight. Now, it was so bad that David broke ties with his family. Now, is it any of our business what this fight was about? No. But the point is when there's that big of a fight and disagreement amongst family members, it is not uncommon for death to ensue. Now, I am not saying Dan Jr. did it. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying he had motive. Danny August Mason had motive. Sean Wright had motive. Now, here's another interesting point. Let's throw in what I've since discovered, I and some other people. Well, I discovered it based on information, and this is known, that Sophia was able to garner, and that was the phone records. What's that information? There's a phone number that is given to a Kimberly, was it Layton? It doesn't matter, the name doesn't exist. All research on this person has yielded 0. Can't find this person anywhere. This number that is given on the phone records for David and Komel comes out of Austin, Texas, or Lampasas, Texas. Now, doing some further research, I did find that there is a Kimberly, Elle. I'll leave the last name out because there's no proof that she actually opened this account associated with Danny August Mason. This Kimberly Elle is also from the Austin area or Lampasas area, where this mysterious phone number that we have found on David and Komel's phone records originates from. Interesting? I think so. Because if you guys go and you look at the phone records that are put out there, it's on the Justice for David Crowley and family page, and I'm sure Dan Hennen and Greg Fernandez Jr. have it in their files as well. But you will see that the documentation from the phone company showing the phone records and text messages from both David and Komel especially for the months of November and December and January. And it's very, very important that you guys get this. As of November 26th, every phone call and every text from David's phone went through or originated from that number. That number. As of December 26th, every call from Komel's phone originated from or went through that phone number associated with Danny August Mason. And it's not a stretch. That is where the rabbit hole is now taking us. This mysterious phone number, every search we've done on it comes up nothing. Comes up with this person. And who is it? Don't know. Why? Why was every call from David and Komel, every text from David and Komel routed through a number that wasn't theirs? Why? Beginning to see the picture? This means that David was gone and or missing somewhere around, from what we can gather by his footprint. And I mean the footprints that can be verified. Not the typewritten notes on a laptop, not a typewritten email, because all of those can be faked. But what is tangible, which are the phone records, puts David missing after November 26th, puts Komel missing after December 25th, or 15th, I'm sorry, December 15th, or 16th. It's in the phone records, look it up. Find that interesting. So now we have Danny August Mason related to this and their disappearance in 2 ways. Now, we have also Dan Jr. lying about the packages. He says that they were there. He put them down December 28th. The neighbors, according to the police report, state they do not recall seeing these packages until January 10th. Now, the ME I spoke with stated when he saw the photos, he said that no way those bodies were dead for 3 weeks. He said his best guess, and I quote, as I've quoted over and over and over, was 4 to 7 days, 10 days at most. So if those packages were really not seen until January 10th, the bodies were discovered January 17th. That fits within the 7 to 10 day time frame perfectly. And we have also a check that was unaccounted for, and or why it was taken from his dad's account while his dad was out of country. This money, not Dan Sr.'s signature, by Dan Crowley Jr., taken from his dad's account for $50,000. Could be innocent, but I don't know. To me, it's suspicious. It should give the police at least a point of, wait a second, what was that about? They didn't bat an eye. Now, we have, here's the rabbit hole. Are we seeing a rabbit hole here? How they're all relating? Now, Dan Sr., the reason why I put his name up there is because I think his motive is he didn't want to lose another son. He'd lost David. There's nothing. He lost David. He lost his grandchild. He lost a daughter-in-law. And for him, and this happens all the time. So to me, it's not out of the realm of possibility that Dan Sr., of course, is not going to want to lose his other son. If his son were involved in this, I could easily see him covering. So what's his motive to cover for this one? He doesn't want to see him go away. What parent would? Most parents would do anything to keep their children out of prison. So I don't think that this is ill will on his part. I don't think that at all. If this turns out to be true, I don't think that it's done with malice on Dan Sr.'s part. I think he's trying to protect whatever family has left. So, here we go. We have phone records with the mysterious phone number to Kimberly Layton. This is important, people. Every single phone call, every single text. Like I said, for David, it was November. For David, 11/26/2014, routed through and originating from this phone number. For Komel, it was December 16th, I believe, after that date, routed through this phone number. Why? It's pretty interesting that there's a Kimberly Elle associated with Danny August Mason. There's a Kimberly Layton, whose phone number is the mysterious phone number, and who, doing a search on Kimberly Layton, yields zero information. What are we going to do with that? Here's another thing. Danny August Mason is also associated with someone by the name, I'll just use initials. What was his name? Oh yeah, I think it's that. Don't quote me on that one. I do know his first name begins with a T. Now this person has a law enforcement background. Beginning to see where the police are coming in on this? And this person has ties with David. We seeing it now? I hope so. And this person's background? Quite interesting. Let's just say they're not the kind of person you want at your dinner table or your kid's birthday party. Not a nice person. So now we have the Apple Valley Police Department, who has bypassed and overlooked the fact that they cannot prove motive for David. They have no evidence whatsoever that proves David did it. We have David, who by the evidence they have given to us, both BCA and the Apple Valley Police Department show that David was murdered, yet they cover that up. They will not address that. They do not see and refuse to acknowledge the ties of these people to David and their motives for this murder. Oh, the triple homicide. So they've lied, consistently lied. And now we have found out BCA, the Bureau of Criminal Apprehension, has also manipulated data. The metadata is incorrect. Metadata manipulation. These are the people who are supposed to be solving the crime. And they, on purpose, put in wrong information on the photos. What in the hell are they covering up? Now we have the MEs, the medical examiner. Let me get this for you. Komel's autopsy report. Reading it. Here we have. Let's go with the entrance wounds, the gunshot wounds of the head. We know she suffered 2 gunshot wounds to the head. There are 3 bullet fragments with her blood. She's missing both hands. She is found lying next to the couch like this, on her stomach, next to the couch. Couch would be here, so you know that if her head were there prior to being placed on the ground, it would be here and not here. But anyway, what the hell, the police didn't want to look at that either. So she's like this, blanket covering her head. During the examination, here's what the ME writes. This is located at the edge of the remaining left parietal bone of the skull, 6 inches from the top of the shoulder. They're measuring from the top of the shoulder. Now she has a spine that is intact. Her spinal column is still there and intact, but they're going to measure 6.5 inches from the shoulder. I've never seen a report like this. And then they go 6 inches from the top of the shoulder and 1.5 inches left of the posterior midline. So that's the back of the head. Draw an imaginary line down the back of your head. Go 1.5 inches to the left. There's the entrance wound. It's not behind her ear. It's at the back of her head. And it's from back to front. It's the back of her head. Now we have the second gunshot wound. This is also located at the edge of the remaining left parietal bone of the skull, 1.5 inches from the top of the shoulder. Really? 1.5 inches from the top of it? It's in her neck. If you're going by their reports, it's in her neck. Oh my God. 1.5 inches from the top of the shoulder and 1 inch left of the posterior midline. Who was it? Was it Sean Wright or was it Robert Ellion that says that's called a double tap? Yeah, she was double tapped in the back of the head. And so there you have it. According to their writing of their reports, these entrance wounds were in her neck when you go through their 6.5 inches, which maybe that one, still doesn't work. And then 1.5 inches from the shoulder, it's in the neck when you measure all this stuff out on a cadaver. But what we do know is that she was shot twice in the back of the head. So what was she doing? Was she covering her head, trying to protect her head, cowering? Probably. And then they, quote unquote, double tapped her in the back of the head. Both hands are missing. There's no way in hell a dog is going to be able to get under her body, eat her hand, and then turn her body back over and position her this way. The Apple Valley wants you to believe that bullshit. And maybe if people are, they like fancy and fantasy thoughts, maybe that works for them. It's not factual. It's not evidence. The evidence points that her hands were missing prior to placement on that floor. And she also was in what I believe to be a further state of decomposition. We've gone through this a lot, and which is why I believe and have always believed she was killed first. Or no, I think I believed it. Yes, she was killed first. Because it says that, let me find the decom. She reveals most of the head and hands are most of the head and the hands are missing. The way they wrote this, it sounds like most of both are missing, but complete hands are missing and most of her head is missing. She reveals decompositional changes. There is extensive bloating, skin slippage, and discoloration of the body. Okay, they call it hers extensive bloating, which is really, she's into the not the early stages so much anymore. What do they say about David? Her moderate. Okay, that was the word that was escaping me. For David, it says early to moderate decomposition. So he still shows signs of early decomp. Komel does not. What does Raniya state? Let's see. Early to moderate decomp. So again, both David and Raniya show early to moderate. Komel is extensive bloating. So she's definitely well into the moderate stage of decomp. So you can imagine, it doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure this out. She was obviously tortured. I think she was tortured. Did they take her hands out? We don't know any of this stuff. That's just it. We know her hands were missing before she was put in the position. So we know the dog didn't eat it, which means the person who killed them did it for her. It's a process of elimination, ABPD. If you can't figure that out by now, there's a little hint. She's lying on an arm that's missing a hand. The dog didn't eat it. She's missing all of the soft tissue, and including her larynx. So the laryngeal cartilage is gone. Everything is gone here. She's face down. How did the dog get to it? If this part of her head is still there, she's laying up against a sofa. There's a blanket over her head. How did Paleo eat that? He can't. He can't. This is not a Houdini dog. This doesn't exist. This damage was done to her prior to her being placed in that position. Same with Raniya. Where's her arm? Where are the arm bones? Where are her hand bones? Where are their hand bones? Yes, they say in these reports that they found some bone fragments that resemble phalangeal bones, but they don't know. It's their best guess. But it's only a few. Where are the rest of them? So now we have this person who has ties to AVPD. We have these two working in cahoots. AVPD. This guy brings back to Danny. This person brings you back to Danny. $30 million brings you back to Danny. Sean Wright, he doesn't want to go to prison, and he's been a piece of shit asswork talking to a lot of us. He's kept his mouth shut lately. But I hold no love lost for this man. He's afraid he's going to go to prison, threatens David on social media. Cops don't do anything about it. We've got Dan Jr., who has a huge argument with David. David completely cuts ties with him. And there's he lies about packages being put on the doorstep. Cops don't think a thing of it. So here's the rabbit hole. And to me, folks, this is looking more like a big steaming pile of the truth doesn't matter to the police and to everybody involved. And I have contacted I believe it's a Pioneer Press who's out of Minneapolis with St. Paul or whatever. And I've contacted them and given them this evidence of the multiple blunt force trauma to David. I have shown them and sent them the links to the videos we did on the phone calls. And I didn't send them the information about the BCA and their manipulation of the metadata. But at this point, it doesn't matter. Dead silence. I contacted the New York Times on their report and what they wrote on this story. Who was it? Were they the ones who did Death of a Dystopian? I mean, total bullshit story. Crickets, people. Crickets. Crickets from them, from all of these people. The silence is deafening. Absolutely deafening. Now we have, what else am I thinking about? Okay, I'm going off on another tangent. I'll cover the footprints in a minute after we get done with this. So are we seeing where I'm going with this? Sean Wright, his motive is going to prison for tax evasion because what he feels David is going to reveal in his movie trailer, The Rise. Danny August Mason, his motive being what he feels he's being lost out on $30 million. Refuses to sign off on anything, stops all contact with David. There's one call, I think, that is placed to David's phone sometime in December, but again, that call is routed through that phone number. Not directly to David. It goes through this phone number. This person, and now we have Danny August Mason, who has a friend who's in law enforcement, who I believe also got him into Freemasonry. That's just a side note. I'm not sure that has anything to do with the case. Although knowing their history, maybe it does. Maybe it doesn't. Don't know. We have one of his friends has ties to law enforcement. His best friend has ties to David. What are we going to do? Apple Valley's turning a blind eye. BCA, who's supposed to be investigating this, is lying themselves. And as far as the blood goes, it's convenient that every single piece of blood evidence that was tested and sent to the lab, let me put this caveat in there, because in the reports it does show that someone from BCA does say, hey, what do you want us to test? Do you want us to test this, this, and this? It comes back from the police department, no, we don't need to test that right now. Only test X, Y, and Z. Now, the parts that weren't tested, item number, I think the blood swab 30, was it 34, 31, whatever it is that's on the on the chair, the recliner, not tested. They were told, don't test that right now. Which anything that would have or has the possibility to be anyone else's blood is not tested. But it's pretty interesting and pretty convenient that every swab that was tested was all Komel's blood. All of it. With the exception of the bullet fragment that contained Raniya's DNA and the knife that had the blood or DNA of all three of the victims. All three of them are missing body parts. All three of their blood or DNA is on the knife. The knife is ignored. It is excluded. It is not paid attention to. So one piece of evidence that they have that shows all of them came in contact with that knife. Yet the police don't find that important. Interesting. And so, what do we have left? What is this showing you? What it's showing me is that the BCA and the AVPD were in cahoots and or told by somebody, this mysterious person or entity, don't touch this. It's a murder-suicide, cover it up. We did the best we could. We sent in cleaners, whatever you want to call it. Now, they're obviously working together. They are obviously not investigating those who are associated with this crime. They instead say David is guilty of murder-suicide when David's body shows evidence of multiple blunt force trauma to his head. He didn't beat himself in the head. And then it shows where part of that scalp, that bone, that the skin was cut away. And I'm done with that shit too, people. There's a straight edge on that scalp, on that skin. You don't get that from ripping something. You don't get that from tearing something. That piece of skull, that piece of bone, and that skin was cut away from the rest of his head. What else could it be? I mean, what, you got surgical precision? You can just, okay, I'm gonna tear it along the dotted lines. Paleo can do that. I'm gonna go ahead and nip it and rip at this, and I'll tear a perfectly straight line. They know this. They know this. The ME knows this. But yet they all cover it up. They all ignore it. What does that tell you? That they are covering for a much bigger picture. This is why I'm saying it's not going anywhere. It's all gone down. Yeah, that's my version of a butthole. Here are the legs. With a steaming pile of crap. The truth. That's how they view it. And this is what I'm saying. There's nothing else we can do. Our hands are tied. You know, we're people who I'm not in Minnesota. I have lived there in the past, but I'm not from Minnesota. There's nothing that they don't give a shit about me. I'm just some person from another state that has no legal right to tell them to do anything. Their state doesn't care. Their entire government of the state of Minnesota doesn't care that the triple homicide and that the killers, whoever they are, if they are indeed these people and associated with these people, if that is the case, they don't care. They've let them run free. These people are all living their lives, being happy, while this family was slaughtered in their own home. Okay, on to the next part before I show you the little videos that Sophia put together regarding the footprints. She actually did an experiment using paint and stuff and putting footprints on the floor. And you'll see what those look like, and then you need to compare those with the photos. It's artwork, people. They're not bloody footprints. Okay, this is what I was working on, and I'm not going any further. Like I said, these are just more rabbit holes, but this is stuff I think you should probably think about. I was going through, what did we miss in the photos? When I realized that the metadata was wrong, I'm like, what else did we miss? First one I came up with, well, actually the moving skull pieces, and then the metadata. But the moving skull piece on that Quran page, what was the purpose of that? Why keep picking it up and moving, pick it up and moving? Was it the skull piece that was supposed to be the point of information on that photo? Or actually was it the Quran page and what was supposed to be shown in the letters and to what it said? And then you're supposed to be able to read a part of their scriptures and then deduce that David had flipped because of what you could read. Or the dog. I don't know. It just makes no sense. They moved that skull piece 3 times and took photos of it. No need for that. None. Number 2, there is no blood leading up to and away from these little prints in the middle of the floor, supposedly in the island in front of where the laptop was sitting on top of this island. So did they jump to that spot with bloody feet and land on their toes and then somehow manage not to slip and fall on their butts? Because blood is pretty slippery. That doesn't make sense. Where are the footprints leading away from? This is what I'm talking about. This entire staging of the scene was so poorly executed. The fact that the Apple Valley Police Department couldn't see that when they first walked in is phenomenal, unless they knew ahead of time. They knew what they were walking into, so they created a narrative and stuck with it. And to hell with everybody else and the facts and the truth of the case. Truth doesn't matter. It's a pile of shit, remember? Number 3, the metadata. BCA is responsible for that. Their metadata is incorrect. And what you're going to be, if Sophia and Greg go through with the rest of the other last 3 on the part of the moving skull piece, what we were doing, we did parts 1 and 2, and then parts 3 was supposed to go over that. And if they go over that, they'll continue with that. Oh, what was I going to think? I lost the thought. So I get for jumping ahead of myself. I should have just said it. But that's where I was going. The metadata. Not only do we know it's incorrect and the timestamps are completely wrong, and the timestamps are input by BCA. They control that information. The timestamp on when the bodies were bagged and removed is, I think, I always get this confused, so please listen to Sophia when she says this, but I think she has that the metadata states it's at like 2:30 in the morning, that they're taking photos of the bodies in the bag and the body bags as they're continuing this. Their timestamps is like 2:30, 2:45 in the morning. When the information from the police, the logging in and out, the medical examiner didn't even show up until midnight. Bodies were reported 11 and a half hours prior. She shows up at midnight and stays for 45 minutes only for 3 bodies. 45 minutes only. That tells me right there she had a narrative that she had to follow. Check off the boxes. Okay. Yeah, let me take a peek. Okay, yeah, they're dead. Put them in the bags. Let's go. That's about how much time you have. She didn't investigate. She didn't look. She didn't search the scene. She walked in, was handed a piece of paper, did what she had to do. Those photos then stated, this is at 2:30 in the morning, all of the reports, the signing in and out, said that she arrived at midnight. She left at 12:45 a.m. Metadata incorrect. Timestamp completely wrong. Ergo, a complete lie. Number 4, there's a video camera in the garage. Where are the other cameras and where was that footage stored? Now, a lot of people have said through the course of researching this, and I've heard other people actually bring this up, going, since David loved cameras and he filmed everything and he knew what the government was about, wouldn't he have had cameras in his home? Clearly he did. There's a camera in the garage. It's turned to the side. Where's that footage? Police didn't find it. At least they don't say they have it. And it seems mighty convenient that a Chris Klein, it actually was, I guess, the police got a call from a Chris Klein, shows up a month later, and that's when the mysterious bullet that killed David was found in the attic that was shot into the ceiling, and they have no photos of it prior. There's no photos of the bullet hole on the 17th, but it is found on the 18th of January. I mean, not 18th of January, I'm sorry, February. So, and they were in the attic. Chris Klein and who he was with, they say they went into the attic to look for the bullet. No. Who took the video cameras? Who took the footage? I bet you 10 to 1 there was video footage of what took place in that home. But it's gone now. It's gone. So these are things that were missed. And, because like I said, there are so many rabbit holes to this case. You can't keep up with it all. And the people who staged this is a piss poor job of staging. I mean, I've seen like teenagers who've done a better job when they've tried to cover up something they do. There are just no words. I have no more words left. Okay, we're gonna now finally, I'm gonna go over the video that Sophia put together about the footprints and how she proves that it's not blood. They aren't footprints in blood. And after that, I'll just say my final goodbyes.
This was my hand. I did my palm, the side of my palm, with my fingers down. I had paint on my knuckles and on my thumb. That is my palm print. I'm not sure what made those prints in that photo. Here's my prints when I stepped out of the thing, but I had to brace onto the wall right here so that I wouldn't kill myself because it was so slippery. Then I stepped on my toes to try to replicate, and then that's where I stopped, right there. These are my footprints. These are as you can see, I made several steps. I used blue finger paint. There's the paint right there that I stepped in. And here are my feet. As you can see, there's no way that David could have stepped in that blood and not had blood between his toenails and toes and everything else. Experiment done.
I also want to cover here, too, why we never completed the video on the latent prints. Sophia was going to be doing that video with me. However, when I contacted BCA and requested the latent prints that they pulled from the scene, and especially the gun, because in their reports it states that there is a visible scar on that latent print. And I didn't know. I'm like going, can I see the latent print? They couldn't tie that latent print, I don't believe, to anybody, but is the visible scar on that print, is it due to a defect on the gun? Is it due to a scar on a person's hand? I don't know. And we'll never know now because they refused to release that photo. They sent me an email stating that that particular photo and the latent prints were not part of the case, were not part of the final decision-making process as to who was guilty, so therefore it's not part, it doesn't and won't be released as part of an FOIA. Without that, there's nothing to do a video on other than to point out the fact that they have a latent print with a quote-unquote visible scar, and they didn't follow up on that either. Convenient. So that's why that video was never done. Again, it's just running down another rabbit hole, and I'm done with rabbit holes. Life is too short and our time is too precious to keep chasing after every possibility. What could or could not have happened? What do we think happened? Or could this have happened? Or maybe that not. It happens far too much with this case. Nothing gets solved that way. What we have, though, as evidence is, oh gosh, it's phenomenal. It's more than most people would ever dream of. It's like a defense attorney's dream to have all of this information. But it goes nowhere if the powers that be don't want it to. And they state they don't want it to. Gummert stated that, and he was speaking on behalf of Reichskull, whatever, however you state his name, the captain of the Apple Valley Police Department, that they are content with their decision. They will not reopen the case, no matter the evidence presented to them. New evidence, old evidence, they said they do not care. Their words, not mine. They don't care, and they will not open the case. It is closed for good. What does that tell you? They're following their narrative. They have a script, they were told, and they have to follow it, and they're going to follow it. So be it. I think we've all pointed out, everyone who has bled basically over this case by the amount of sweat they've poured over it. We have all shown that their narrative is incorrect, it's impossible, and David was also a victim of murder. What do you do? Not much we can do. Okay, with that being said, and I hope this covers everything, and I hope you guys explain why there's really no need at this point for me to continue. I mean, like I said, it's like every page of those reports contain some type of crap that we can easily prove is a lie. But it's not going to get anywhere. The evidence of the case, it stands by itself. David's innocent. If these are indeed their bodies, which sometimes with some of the information has led us down the rabbit hole that maybe they're not even dead. These are somebody else. Are these cadavers? Was this someone else? We don't know. But that again was another rabbit hole. But all I know is that if these truly are the bodies of David, Komel, and Raniya, they were all three brutally murdered. They were all three had body parts forcefully removed. And their murderers and their killers, the people responsible, are still at large, roaming free because the police and the BCA and the Minnesota State Legislature doesn't give a damn. There you have it. I want to just say thank you to Dan Hennen. You have been tremendous in guiding me in a lot of ways when I first started my investigation on this case. You were very helpful in a lot of ways, and so thank you for that. And Greg, I know you and I have butted heads, and I'm sorry, bud, but you are dead wrong on the footprints. You're dead wrong. But a lot of the stuff, you have went out there and you were like a dog with a bone. And you would not let the people who tried to bully you into thinking David was guilty, you stuck to your guns and you're like, prove it. And they never did. That's admirable. And so I want to say thank you. Thank you for that as well. And Sophia, girl, I knew once things got straightened out and that mess was all settled, that you and I would make one hell of a team. And a lot of this stuff, I mean, yeah, I could have gotten some of it, but without your help, you've been tremendous, and I can't say thank you enough for all of the nights and the days and the odd hours where you've listened to me complain or you've been available to brainstorm, and we've thrown stuff back and forth at each other. Again, thank you. You guys, all three of you, you've been amazing. And one person who, she's no longer part of the group, but I truly feel I owe her a huge debt of gratitude, because if it wasn't for Tina Timberman, I would never have stuck with this case from the beginning. She got me through a lot of crap that went on at the beginning, and she's the one who said, don't let go, don't stop. So, girl, thank you. I think with your tenacity and actually the tenacity of everyone, all of you, Dan, Greg, Sophia, and Tina, all of us, we've proven the case is a fraud. We've proven beyond a shadow of a doubt, I don't know how many times I have to say this, that David was murdered. This family was slaughtered. They weren't just murdered, they were slaughtered. An innocent 5-year-old girl brutalized. But the police don't care. 5-year-old's life doesn't mean anything to them. Why are the families so silent? To me, it makes sense. If the government of Minnesota or a higher government, whatever the case may be, went to them, and again, this is speculation, down another rabbit hole, but the only thing that makes sense as to why they would be quiet is they were told to be quiet. And they don't want to lose anybody else. They've lost 3 members of their family. 3 beautiful people this world no longer has. And it's too bad. It's just too bad. But thank you. And I won't be back unless something new comes up in this case, and unless the police decide to reopen it. which they won't. They've already emphatically stated, as you have seen and or heard with the video I did from Gummer, straight out of his mouth, where they said they're not going to. I see no reason to continue. I'm done with chasing everything, every little thing, because it doesn't matter. Some things just don't matter. And I'm throwing this out there as an example. This has nothing to do with anybody or anything, but it doesn't matter if a piece of clothes went from the closet onto the bed, onto the floor. That's all part of the investigation process. Those who come in to investigate a scene, they rip apart everything. That's their job. So of course things in that sense will be moved, and it's to be expected. And so I'm not, those are the types of things where I'm saying I'm not going to chase those anymore. I'm not going to even try to discuss that anymore. Just because it leads you nowhere. And it is what it is. It's part of the process. Accept it or don't. But anyway, so thanks. And I hope the things I've brought to your attention has been helpful. And again, let me reiterate this. I am not accusing or saying anyone is guilty of murder. I am saying that there are people who cannot be excluded. That's up for the police. That's their job. And I think we've all earned their paychecks. So get off your lazy asses, ABPD, and get your job done. So it's been a good ride. It's been interesting. So God bless, and I hope you guys have a fantastic year. Hi, YouTube. I just wanted to make a really quick addendum to the last video I did. I was obviously really upset just because of the ridiculousness of this case, the staging of this case, the cover-up of this case, that I did forget to mention, and I think this is pretty important, why I believe Sean Wright has something to do with this. And it comes from his own mouth, what he was saying, and also from group members of another group that he was with, who were looking to actually make David out to be the culprit. They fell for his ridiculous attitude, hook, line, and sinker. But that piece of information is Sean Wright has stated, and people from this group have sent me emails and messages stating that they have seen this particular photo. I asked them to share it with me, and no one could do that. So it's their hearsay from his hearsay, but the fact that it's being said should give everyone pause. And the police, which is why I think they're in on this as well, the Apple Valley Police Department, is because Sean Wright has stated via these other people that he has a photo on his phone, a picture of David's hand in the basement. And this was a photo of his hand before it had even been decomposed. So obviously, it does, again, obviously he had to have been there, or he is in cahoots with someone who was there when they were murdered and David's hand was removed. It's the only way he can have a photo of David's hand not decomposed on his phone. That is huge. And again, this has been brought to the police's attention. They don't care. Again, like they stated to me, it doesn't matter what the information is that we have or how many times we can present them with evidence that David was slaughtered and not the perpetrator of the killing of his wife and daughter. They want nothing to do with it. So huge cover-up, which has to mean that Sean Wright is involved and one of the parties involved. And again, this is all because of what Sean has stated personally. his words. This is not us putting words into his mouth. This is evidence that he has stated he has. And in a sense, he was trying, from my take from what these people were saying to me. So again, this is like third party. We got Sean, them, and now what they're saying to me. So my understanding of what they took from what Sean has said to them is that it's almost a bragging right. He's bragging he has this photo. So that's just one of the things. Now, I believe Greg Fernandez Jr. is going live tonight. And I was up late again last night discussing some of the things from the case with Sophia. And you need to tune into that. This is another reason why I feel I have to walk away, at least for the foreseeable future, because I am not seeing stuff right now. There are things that are like right in my face and I miss it. And that's not good. It's no help to this case. But what an anonymous person has pointed out, they brought this to Sophia. Sophia brought it to me. And I did some photo edits for her and them. You'll want to see it, and you'll want to hear what they have to say. So tune in. I'll put the links to both of Greg's channels down below. I don't know which one he's going live on. Again, I'm not a member of the group anymore. And please, if you guys are interested in this case, go to Dan Hennen's Facebook page, Justice for David Crowley and Friends. Subscribe to Dan's YouTube channel, subscribe to both of Greg's YouTube channels, because sometimes he puts information on both, and follow it that way. And trust me, you're going to go down many, many rabbit holes, but sometimes that rabbit hole will lead you to a truth that is undeniable and completely unbelievable. So that's my short addendum. And again, I just hope you guys all have a blessed year, and thank you for the many, many wonderful thoughts and, your prayers. I wasn't prepared for that, so thank you. Have a great year. Okay, addendum. I noticed in the review of the video that I had stated the Facebook page was Justice for David Crowley and Friends. No. It's Justice for David Crowley and Family. So sorry about that, but I'll put a link to that page down below, as well as I'll include all of them, the Facebook page, because I know there are still people on Facebook, and I'll put the link for Dan's, that is Dan's page. So you'll follow him on that Facebook page. And Greg mainly does a lot of stuff on his YouTube channel. So I'll have Dan's YouTube channel, Greg's YouTube channels, and then the Facebook page. And if you still are part of Facebook, because, go there. And I know a lot of people aren't, which is probably really smart, then go to the YouTube channels. So, okay, hopefully that's it. I'm so scattered brain sometimes, I tell you, my blonde roots show through. So have a great year. Bye, everyone.
Hello, my name is Dan Hennen. Today is November 22nd, 2019. Today's the 56th anniversary of the assassination of JFK, and for that reason I am in Dallas right now at the JFK conference. And I want to shed some light on the similarities in the Crowley case and other suspicious deaths. It's called To Turn the Tide, 7th Annual JFK Assassination Conference. Today's speaker, I was able to listen to the Dr. Cyril Wecht perform a talk about the JFK autopsy and also the number of suspicious deaths after JFK's death. Cyril Wecht has been around for a long time. He's done a lot of good things And here is a picture of today speaking. And of course, he has done a lot of information, and I think he's been asked several times to look into the David Crowley case. The man is 88 years old. Hopefully he will. I'll try to catch him here to this weekend to talk to him. If you look at the very bottom there, it mentions he was in the movie Soaked in Bleach. Soaked in Bleach was the documentary on the Kurt Cobain suicide. And for those who have followed my videos, I've mentioned this several times, how closely the Crowley case resembles the Cobain case. Cobain, musician, singer, lead singer from Nirvana, was found allegedly died of a shotgun blast to the head. He did himself, but the evidence at the scene does not add up to that. I encourage everyone to see this movie, Soaked in Bleach. There's been a lot of movies on the Cobain case, a lot of documentaries. Some are good, some not so good, but this is about the best. And I think that when this came out several years ago, the reason for that is because Cyril Wecht was included to do the forensics on that case, basically proving there was no way that Cobain could have shot himself in the head, as the body was more than likely already dead when whoever it was fired the shot to stage the scene. The scene was staged. He had large amounts of heroin in his body. It was made to look like he shot up because he was depressed, overdosed, and then shot himself in the head. The problem with the staging of the scene was the elbow where Cobain would have shot himself up in. The sleeve was neatly rolled down, the heroin pack was put away, and it was neatly all disassembled. The amount in his body would have killed him in about, I think, in about 30 seconds he would have been dead. Yeah, and so for someone to take the time to lay out his identification, his ID, photo ID was laying on the floor next to the body. The sleeve was rolled down, the syringe was put away, the heroin was neatly packed away, and he took the time at that point then to pick up a shotgun, allegedly shoot himself, and that was it. So forensics have showed that was not the case, just as in the JFK case. Now, for the historical significance of this, we're getting a lot of newer members in the Justice for David Crowley and Family page. And although I was not alive during the JFK assassination, it's very interesting to point out all the subsequent events that took place and the things that did not take place is very interesting. And hopefully this will be a little information that those of you with time to look up can certainly look into some of these items. Dr. Cyril Wecht went on to say that all we know is that Lee Harvey Oswald did not shoot JFK. Now, who did? Or which others did, plural others, is not the point of this conference here this week, and in fact is not the point of exposing what really happened. The point is coming to the realization that the public has been lied to. The public has been lied to. It did not and could not have happened in the way that has been presented in the Warren Commission. Now, subsequent to that, there was the death of Martin Luther King. He went on to say that how Martin Luther King was assassinated in 1968 was not done by the hands of James Earl Ray, the other lone nut assassin. Who did it? It doesn't matter at this juncture. It was not James Earl Ray. It could not have been. The forensics proves that was not the case. And in 1999, in a civil court of law, the judge found that the U.S. government was at fault for MLK's death, not James Earl Ray. But stories like that does not make the news because the news is corrupt. They're certainly not going to say that, oops, we made a mistake, and actually it wasn't James Earl Ray. who did it. Now, James Earl Ray is now conveniently dead also. And so is Lee Harvey Oswald conveniently dead, shot by Jack Ruby, who conveniently died a few years later. The third case is RFK, Robert Kennedy Jr. Very similar case. Cyril Wecht goes on to say the forensics and the evidence, we know that by looking at that, Sirhan was not the lone nut assassin to shoot Robert F. Kennedy in 1968. Was he one of the shooters? Yes. More than likely he was. But he was not the lone shooter, which means others, plural, had to be involved in the killing and the subsequent cover-up of these things. The important point Cyril Wecht goes on to make today in his presentation was we have to look at how things were done and how things were carried out. Number one, it's been 56 years ago today JFK was shot and killed. No matter what evidence comes to light or surfaces, no one's going to be given an award for coming forward with that. No one's going to be presented with an attaboy for solving the RFK killing, the MLK killing, the JFK killing, or the Kurt Cobain killing. Much like we see here with the David Crowley case, no one's going to be presented with an award, a gold medal of sorts, to congratulate them on solving the Crowley case. In order to do that, you need the media and law enforcement to come into play to solve and to give you a pat on the back saying you've solved the crime. The point is that we need to understand that we've been lied to, whether on purpose as part of a conspiracy cover-up or not on purpose because of the certain script we've been handed and given by the official narrative, which could not, in the case of David Crowley's case, could not, shown by evidence, have happened. So we already know that. We know David did not kill himself. The evidence shows that. The bullet, the missing bullet, the bullet with no blood on it that was found allegedly to have killed David, it's far too ridiculous. So the question is, our purpose on the Justice page is to get out there to the public and to the masses that David Crowley didn't do this, just as much as Lee Harvey Oswald did not shoot and kill the president on this day 56 years ago. We're not trying to solve it. The other good point Dr. Cyril Wecht makes is that there's powers much greater than ours out there to suppress this information, and they'll go to all lengths to do so. He does admit that there will not be gold medals handed out, silver medals handed out, or bronze medals handed out for those who successfully solve the case. In these cases that we're talking about here, will most likely never be solved, even if they are reopened. There's too many people in high places suppressing the information. Our job is to educate the public on what we know didn't happen and let them come to their own conclusion. As there are many theories out there in all of these deaths, there certainly is, in the David Crowley case, multiple theories. And the theories are okay. We're open to all theories. Now, bringing us up to the present point, Dr. Wecht did talk about the recent strange death several months ago of Jeffrey Epstein in New York City. At the Manhattan Correctional Center, they found Jeffrey Epstein's body on August 10th, 2019, dead. Now, it didn't take long, because on August 14th, a person by the name of Barbara Sampson declared that the evidence suggests and shows that Jeffrey Epstein hung himself in his jail cell, and that caused the death. Dr. Cyril Wecht today did want us to make clear something that goes on behind the scenes in a lot of these cases that doesn't make the public. Barbara Sampson, in this particular case, did not see the body and did not attend the autopsy on Mr. Epstein. Now, how can she give any ruling on the death or how it happened at all? Similar thing happened in 1963. The shooting happened right here in Dallas, Texas. The person to perform the autopsy should have been Dr. Earl Rose. Earl Rose did not perform the autopsy on JFK, as the body was quickly flown to Bethesda Naval Hospital, and a couple of people performed the autopsy there. The people that performed the autopsy were young and inexperienced. Keep this in mind when you think of the Crowley case. The Hennepin County Coroner's Office had a multitude of people that could have performed the autopsies on the David Crowley, on David, on Komel, and on Raniya. But who did it? The autopsies were performed by Dr. Jessica Lelinski. Very young, basically a newbie, and in a triple homicide case like this, you certainly wouldn't assign that to someone that new and that young. Was Lelinski forced into pushing along a narrative that she didn't agree with? Possibly. Was she forced to give the narrative or the conclusion against something she wanted to do, or even pressured to do, or threatened to do? Who knows? All that we know was a year later she was transferred out and now works as a medical examiner assistant in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Very strange that she left or was transferred or was relocated, because the story was obviously hot and heavy here in the Twin Cities, where the Crowley case took on, and the subsequent justice pages started showing up and people were questioning the murders. In fact, it was the very same week another questionable death took place. David Crowley's mother, Kate Crowley, her body was found in August of 2015, the very same week Jessica Lelinski relocated jobs. Now, the highest person to do the autopsy in Dallas did perform the autopsy on Lee Harvey Oswald. 48 hours later, after JFK was shot, Lee Harvey Oswald was shot by Jack Ruby. That autopsy was performed and was and concluded on all aspects of that case by Dr. Earl Rose, who was the lead person in Dallas. Now, when JFK was shot and killed 56 years ago today, Earl Rose demanded that he do the autopsy on the president. But as Dr. Cyril Wecht says, he was cornered in the hallway at the hospital and was threatened, "You will not do the autopsy. You will not be anywhere near this autopsy." Was he threatened? I don't know. He was certainly persuaded, and he was stomping his feet in the hallway to say he demanded to do the autopsy on the president, which legally the autopsy should have been done right here in Dallas by Dr. Earl Rose, who is very good. But they quickly got it out of his hands, made the excuse to move the body up to Washington, so the autopsy was done there. Now, the autopsy on JFK was performed by two men who had never performed a gunshot homicide case in their entire careers. This was the largest gunshot case, death of a president, assassination of a president, execution of a president in 1963. Wouldn't they bring in the top leading forensic pathologists or medical examiners, coroner, to do this? Nope. They brought in two different autopsies were performed by people who never had done a gunshot homicide in their life. Very young, very influential. And while the autopsy was going on, the room was filled with CIA and government FBI agents in black suits. So were they going to steer clear and come up with their official conclusion as to what really happened, or were they going to go along with the narrative? Keep these things in mind when you see and review the David Crowley autopsy case. Very easy to cover these things up. Once again, who killed Kennedy and why isn't the big picture here. Who killed David Crowley and why isn't the big picture here. The question is, if we know that David Crowley didn't pull this off himself, why are we being lied to? Why are we being lied to by friends and family of the Crowleys? Why are we being lied to by law enforcement? Why are we being lied to by folks at the Hennepin County Medical Examiner's Office? Why are we being lied to by folks in the media? Those are the questions to ask yourself. Those are the things to keep in mind. And remember the important thing, even Dr. Cyril Wecht is mentioned today, 56 years after the killing. This is an 88-year-old man who has never stopped asking questions. Always ask questions. Please leave your comments and questions below. My name is Dan Hennen, reporting from Dallas. Today is November 22nd, 2019. Thanks for listening.
John Savage all day. Welcome to the resistance.
Believe in the Lord and we will last forever. These Luciferian foes think that I'm so clever. Eventually the lies become disease. That's why the shit talk will never get to me. It's just words spoken out of disrespect. Think I care about money? Let's make a bet. I put my life down without selling my soul. While you're begging for money like a stripper dancing on a pole. Can you see? I'm preparing for what may happen. You're too old and fat to even think about scrapping. With me on your knees, you'll never be free. The First Amendment is my Constitution degree. Hoping for fortune and fame. You got no game in the game. Down in the dirt, bitch. What's my name? Spitfire and the Sentinels is my crew. We got terabytes of lies on you Illuminati fools. Satellite image and tracking, geoengineering proof. You wanna go to war? Prepare for extinction too. I follow the words of wise prophets in the Bible, sending love to everyone, even my rivals. You against the First Amendment, the ability to say what you see. You're shitting on every single patriot in the land of the free. Recognize the words of the Sentinels of truth. Come at us hard, well we coming for you. We will expose, dispose, and break your motherfucking nose. Give it up with your early dementia. Trying to remember your last rip-off venture. Bring it on, give it all that you got, bitch. At the end of this story, you'll be laying in a ditch. Rockefeller, Soros, Clinton, and Bush too. The Sentinels of truth, we will push on through. Welcome to the resistance. Welcome to the resistance. Peace. Hello and welcome to this episode of the Sentinels of Truth live on Revolution Radio. Listener supported, number one listener supported station in the world, as a matter of fact, where we can still speak the truth about such subjects as many false flags that aren't allowed to be spoken. And of David Crowley and Gray State, in which we have Dan Hennen on today, not to be confused with a great Tigers pitcher, Dan Hennen. Welcome, Dan. I got you muted. If you could just mute yourself off and come on in. Yep, you are on. There you go. You got
There
it.
we go. Yes, I'm here. Thanks,
There
guys.
shows. What's happening, Dan? How you doing?
I'm doing well. How are you guys doing?
Doing okay. We had some, as usual, some crazy information came in, and maybe later on in the show we'll go over some of it with you as somebody who's kind of some fresh eyes and ears onto the video that we saw. We also have Damian Maynard over here. What's happening, Damian? You're on mute also, brother. There you go.
Well, how are you this evening?
Doing okay. We also have Jamie McNichol from Australia, where the country is currently being genocided. What's happening, Jamie?
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and boys and girls who may be listening. Man, it feels like I've just woken up from a massive acid trip. And I just came out of the other side of the Matrix, and we'll get into it. What's happened early this morning, but man, I'm still soaking it all in. I'm doing well. I'm happy. I'm alive. I'm kicking. Let's get on with the show.
All right. We have Dan Hennen over here. And Dan, why don't you tell them a little bit about yourself and some of the content we're going to be talking about tonight?
Yes, I'm based in Minneapolis, Minnesota, and I've been following now the David Crowley triple homicide case from Apple Valley, Minnesota, that took place 5 years ago. It will be on Friday is the anniversary of that, and that police ruled that as the father, David Crowley, shot his wife and 5-year-old daughter, and then himself in the official narrative was a double homicide followed by a suicide by a gun-toting conspiracy theorist, and that's the way it was wrapped up. In the 5 years that have since occurred, we have a group of us on a Justice for David Crowley and Family Facebook page have unearthed what's really been going on behind the scenes there, and no one is really looking to pick up the story or go with it or run with it. And so we're trying to get information out there. This certainly was a triple homicide. The 5-year anniversary is coming up for this poor family. And we've got 2,800 members in the group, and we're looking for justice, looking to get this. I don't know the man. I never knew the man. I'm living 30 minutes away from where this horrendous activity took place, and I've been following it ever since. So that's my piece, and that's what I'm going to provide updates here for tonight on the show.
Thanks, Dan. And we've gone round and round about this for I think 5 years now, 4 years, close on 5 years over what actually occurred there, and the evidence that points to a massive cover up. And one of our favorite subjects to talk on this show is to talk about David Crowley, what happened to his family, the movie he was making. In fact, just did a new little promo video on the Spitfire Sentinel channel using the Gray State clip that we've seen, the short, I think it's under 3-minute clip that we got to kind of get a glimpse into the mind of David Crowley and what he was trying to show us is coming, and some of it's already here. Would you agree?
Yes, they call him kind of focusing on the dystopian future, but what him and his group was called the Gray State was waking up the American public and opening the eyes of what's really going on here in this country and what has been for decades, if not going way back. And a lot of this now is coming true, in very unfortunately coming true. He was putting together a movie and a script called Gray State, and it had an accompanying documentary called Gray State: The Rise, which was really meant to open up and educate the American public on the things that we're witnessing now here in real time. And unfortunately, his life was cut short. He was only 28 years old. His wife was 27, daughter was 5, and before this movie was even made, the family was murdered in their home.
Jamie, you want to jump in?
Damien, you go ahead, man, if you want to go first.
Yeah, this was an absolutely horrible ordeal. He was an aspiring filmmaker. He had the backing of a lot of people, and this movie was going to be fantastic, very similar to what Zeitgeist was, and but involving more of the government corruption that has been bestowed upon us so nicely by our government. It just goes to show what lengths they'll go to cover up what people know.
Yeah, that's exactly right, Damien. And that movie that David Crowley was making, he was trying to expose what was really going on, and maybe, just maybe, he got a little bit too close, but he got close for the right reason, because that movie was going to present exactly as it is, with the vaccines and with the martial law, with the government, everything. That it's a playbook now. What you say now, it is exactly the playbook that David Crowley was going to present to the world as it was. Unfortunately, that didn't come out to the light. There has been, now Dan, there has been some type of, I'll call it a bootleg material of it, but it's not actually the Grey State. Is that right?
Well, the part of the confusion, and that's a great question you bring up, the Grey State was the actual movie itself. Grey State: The Rise was the documentary, a 90-minute documentary, and he was working on a script that was going to be not even a movie, but the records that we have, the documentation with his legal team and his management team, was to turn it into possibly a web-based series, a web series, or a Netflix series with multiple episodes. And so that was going to be turned into a movie. Now, all the fans, and mind you, I wasn't even a fan of this. I followed the case after the murders took place, but he put together a 2-minute movie trailer. And typically in Hollywood, you'll make the movie, and when it's done and it's in the can, you'll make a 2-minute trailer to present as a teaser to get folks interested in your movie. David Crowley made a trailer first with limited funds, made a trailer about what his movie wanted to be like, got that out there, and that view to this day on YouTube has over 2 million views of his trailer. David was a charismatic leader as well, and a good manager of the project, and people liked him. So this was gaining some momentum. This was gaining some speed. They did not yet get the movie made, but David was just in works with getting the legal team and the contracts written up and drawn up and so forth. And the value that was tossed around in some of these talks was a $30 million budget from Hollywood to make this film or web series. And so this was no small potatoes budget. He had to go independent because of the nature of the topic. He couldn't go to, it wasn't going to be released on mainstream Paramount Pictures, a 20th Century Fox, but he had to go independent because of the nature of the content, and had the deal and the contract signed, and to move forward, they were just working out the specifics on some of the options of this deal. And that's when things went sideways, and that's all the farther it got. But the value of it was $30 million, and that really piqued a lot of interest as far as the members of the Grey State team as well. David was surrounding himself with folks that were putting a lot of time and energy into this project for multiple years. That trailer came out. For the newer listeners out there that are not familiar with the case, that trailer came out and debuted in 2012. And so, like I said, 2 million views, and it was the end of 2014 when they were putting the specifics into getting an executive director, executive producer, the cast, and some of these things in place to see who was going to be on the cast, who was going to direct it, and those types of things were the specifics that we're getting into next. And so that none of that came into play and never came to fruition as the family was killed off. And many think, because of the conspiratorial nature of the film, that David was the victim of a shadowy government, a conspiracy from the government that took him out in a professional style hit to prevent this movie from coming out. But in the 5 years of investigative work that we've put into this project, it's more than likely something from the higher ups were involved more on the cover-up aftermath of the killing. But we have narrowed down and gotten to the crux of the case, that it was performed by 1, 2, or more amateurs. This was not a professional hit. This was not a professional killing. This was not a wet work team by hired assassins. This was a very sloppy scene. This was an overstaged scene made to look like a suicide. And that's how we've got it narrowed down, that more than likely the perpetrators in this particular case was by more than one individual, probably very close to the project and probably within David's own team.
We spoke about this at length the last time that we were all together, and a lot of the details of the evidence were just really out of the norm.
Correct. There was the reason that I created that justice page. It was just 2 days after the bodies were discovered. I created a page because none of the news made sense. The press releases didn't make sense, and the story didn't make sense. And so we started getting members right off the bat who felt the same way because things didn't line up. Allegedly, David was despondent, was suicidal, was depressed, and as a former military veteran who served 2 tours, many had suspected that he had PTSD and did this. The handgun was right next to his hand, and there was music playing in the background on a continuous loop on a laptop that he had titled Ascent. That's ASCENT, Ascent. That was playing in a loop that was 53 songs. And so people had suspected that he wanted to go out in some kind of spiritual type of deal and kill his wife, daughter, and himself because he couldn't take it with the stresses of this movie project. And that we found also was certainly not the case.
Very interesting that you mentioned about the laptop playing continuous music on a loop. A couple of days ago on the Facebook page, Justice for David Crowley, someone was actually talking about the laptop. There was a photo of someone holding a laptop on their head. It was a photo before the killings happened. They was asking the page on Facebook, was that the same laptop that had the music playing in the background?
Oh, very good point. I did see that image. I did not respond to it, but I do think it was. That was an image of his wife, Komel, who was of a Pakistani background and was of a Muslim faith. And that was also tied back into this staging of the scene because blood was written Allah Akbar, and on a notepad in the office, it said, "Submit to Allah now." And there was also a Quran at the scene. Now, that image was Komel holding a laptop on her head. It certainly could have been the one. He used a MacBook Pro to do his studio and his writing and his mixing, and everything else was on that MacBook Pro. I believe that was the one on her head, but I can't confirm that. I didn't read the comments.
Yeah, it was just so surreal that now that we're talking about it now, everyone is on that Facebook page is coming together with more questions because the case is still open. Now, this is just a question for you, Dan. Even though it might still go through the floor of trial or whatnot, could there ever be an independent inquest on this? Like you and Greg can get a few people on board to make an inquiry on this, and on top of the investigation that you're already doing?
Well, we're doing a loose base investigation with volunteers from around the nation and around the world. There's a lot of interest in this case, and we have brought on with various interviews people with forensic background, pathology background, medical examiners, coroners, blood spatter experts, and things like that to have on. And we, between Greg Fernandez Jr. and myself, we've got over, I think there's 200 videos of various interviews and discussion topics, and to some extent even reenactments and some examples of some things that are really going to be coming together. And there's going to be, we're working in the works of getting a true documentary out on this case. Now, to your question, the information, because it's in Minnesota, the Apple Valley Police Department, Apple Valley is a suburb of Minneapolis and St. Paul of roughly 50,000 people, fairly small. They average one homicide per year in that department. So the detectives are not apt or not used to dealing with a triple homicide of this nature. So it's a very, very big case. They have closed the case. They have ruled it a double homicide followed by a suicide by this nut job David Crowley is what they're saying. They refuse to reopen this case, and we have presented them several times with new additional information and evidence that would support reopening the case. They don't want to because of two reasons. One, it would give them a black eye to admit that they were wrong in ruling this. And number two, evidence suggests that they themselves as a department are involved and are complicit with the cover-up of this triple homicide. So they're never going to touch this again. So we presented to the Dakota County Sheriff's Department, which is the county that Apple Valley is in, and they have received the information. The Attorney General in the state of Minnesota has received the information, and the Apple Valley City Council members have received the information. And all we've heard back is crickets. So that should be enough to answer most of the questions right there, because a normal city council would be eager to reopen a case like this. A normal attorney general's office would be very eager to reopen something like this is this horrendous. And we have to keep in mind, regardless of for what reasons the cover-up took place, the murderers are on the loose today. They're out there. This was a horrific triple homicide. And not only are law enforcement officials covering up, we've got to keep in mind that the people that perpetrated this crime are still out there living their lifestyle.
What are some of the new evidence that's emerged? It seems like every week new evidence comes out. Last time you were on here less than a month ago, we found new evidence. Is there anything new? I mean, there's just so much. It's ludicrous that this is an open and shut case.
Well, the evidence that first was coming out was from more of a forensics background as far as what could have happened versus what could not have possibly happened, as far as the angle of some of the shots that were fired, the ballistics as far as the bullet that allegedly killed David himself, allegedly the mastermind of this whole thing. There was no bullet found in that house that had blood, his blood, on it. No blood. The handgun had no fingerprints of David Crowley on the handgun that was laying by his left hand. David Crowley was right-handed. So those types of things is what really piqued a lot of the interest early. Now we're getting into the fact of more of the cover-up, and people think right away that these conspiracy theorists are out there blaming that there's a cover-up by these entities, these legal entities, and these intelligence entities, and these groups. What we have now is that we know the medical examiner's office signed off and filed this report that is wrong. It couldn't have been correct. We know that the Minnesota BCA, which is the Bureau of Criminal Apprehension, the BCA which handled this case, there was improprieties and shenanigans going on there with what we've noticed on some of the photographs from the crime scene, where metadata or EXIF data on some of these photographs were altered, changed, and manipulated. And so we've got them involved in the cover-up, and we've got the Apple Valley Police Department themselves covered up at some extent of this process. So now we've got these agencies that are behind the cover-up. Now, I'm not going on record to say that they were aware of the murder case themselves, but who would be directing the activity or the behavior of these agencies after the fact to have them push all this aside? Who would be higher up on the BCA that would be allowing or instructing special agents to be changing the metadata on files in a crime scene photo? The medical examiner, of course, they had a young gal, I think she was 28 years old, that was assigned to this case, which raises the typical person's antenna right off the bat when you've got much senior people in the Hennepin County coroner's office and the medical examiner's office that certainly could have handled a case like this, and it gets assigned to a young 28-year-old female who's probably never handled a case like this. Strangely enough, 7 months later, she transferred to a different unit and is working now in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. So those are the oddities that are building up. We've already got the suspects as far as who had the means, motive, and opportunity to carry this out. And so we've been spending the time in the last couple of years going over the suspectology, essentially going over who would be in the pool of in the suspect pool, number one, and then we go through the process of eliminating them, and we're down to 3, 4, or 5 individuals that no matter what we do, we can't eliminate them from the scene. That does not mean that they are the suspects, that they would be on your persons of interest for a normal detective agency to be able to sit these guys down and ask some serious, important questions. And so that's the suspectology. We've got the victimology, as we proved with David Crowley, that did not suffer from PTSD, was not a drug and alcohol abuser, was not depressed, and did not lose his mind. Now, what we do know is that there is evidence of him making plans for the future, evidence of him being excited about the project, and evidence of him looking forward and possibly looking at homes in the Hollywood area to move his family to once this project was completed. And so we get some of these that don't jive, the information that does not tie to the official narrative of a man cutting himself off from all others and being despondent, being depressed, and then one day ending it all. When we get recent posts on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram of him making posts that he's excited about the future, looking forward to this project, and in fact publishing that documentary. And one of his notes says, in 6 days, I'm going to be publishing the documentary, releasing it for free, not even selling it anymore, but wanted to dump it for free. That's how important David thought to get this message out to the American public was to release it on YouTube or on a DVD format for free to educate the public. A 90-minute documentary on this country's history, going so far as to release it free. And so he wanted to get this out, and once again, had that $30 million deal. The other confusion is that folks were thinking that David Crowley was going to be receiving this big check for $30 million, and that's just the budget for a film like that would be $30 million to cover the expenses of making it and producing it. That was not going to be some windfall for him. He would still have to pay the cast, crew, and the staff. But the value of that contract was $30 million. I did an interview myself with the president of that production company, who did confirm and verify that that contract was correct and true. Right away, the narrative of David's depression, the narrative that we got, the narrative that was presented in the press, was that the reason for his depression is that he didn't get the movie. He was rejected from this contract. They turned him down, and so he went into a depression and became despondent and was not hanging out with family and friends anymore because of this. And that is certainly not the case. And that's what we try on the Justice page to really hit home first is the fact that the contract was valid, was moving forward, and he was in the process of getting an executive producer, getting a staff, getting a director to make all this happen. So he was on cloud 9. The reason for pulling away from those closest to him, David had suspected his inner circle was collapsing the final 2 months of his life, that he knew that there was some snakes within his very inner circle, and so he was trying to pull away from some of those bad actors, so to say, no pun intended, to pull back on some of those, and was cutting off some of the ties because he was working so closely with his attorneys and the production group. At the same time, there was also infighting with his own family that included his father and brother that ended up cutting off a lot of those ties, and he stayed out of the holidays from Thanksgiving and stayed out of Christmas, and so pulled back from some of those types of activities because of the fighting that was going on in the family, where it resulted in David cutting ties with his own older brother, Dan Crowley Jr. He cut ties. But the narrative we get is that David was so depressed that not only was he cutting off ties with his work project crew, is that he's also pulling back ties from his family because of his depression. And so we're trying to get to ensure that people get the right story so they can put the pieces of this together.
And that's a big piece you had mentioned there, that he did have the funding. It was going ahead. The movie was going ahead as scheduled, that he was excited about this. And the fact that the people that were involved in the movie with him, Danny Mason and a few others, that were also veterans along with him, his brothers in combat, not one of them stood up against the narrative that they were trying to put out there, that he was depressed and that he just lost it. None of them. They all took the side of the original the false narrative that this man actually murdered himself, his young daughter, and his wife. Nobody stood up for him that were his friends. They just wanted to let it go. Unless I'm mistaken, Dan, and have you spoken with anyone within his immediate family or close friends that have said, you know what, this didn't go down the way they said it did?
Some of those types of people will reach out via instant message a lot, and more so on Komel's side. I've spoken with her father before, and her own sister, but no one on the Crowley side at all as far as that. They all went with the official narrative. The mother was the only one that didn't feel that this entire situation kind of felt right. David's mother. David's parents were divorced, and they were divorced some years ago, I think when David turned 18. So they were both living in the same town, but had moved on with their lives. And David's mother was very supportive of him and his work, and did not feel this whole thing went down right. And she ended up dying 7 months later, still under mysterious circumstances. About 45 minutes away, her body was found, and she was a 51-year-old woman dating someone, held 2 jobs, and was healthy. And so we never really got a solid answer to what happened there, other than having some medical issues, but it was very strange. No, so I have not been contacted that way. Now, Komel's father did say that if money and time were no issue, he would certainly hire his own investigation crew to look into this because it didn't seem right. But that has gone down the memory hole as well. We haven't heard anything back. Komel's sister, Sidra, has gone so far as to switch over to now fully accept the official narrative, and painting David as some crazy nut job that did all this. And so there is pressure being applied, whether to the families or whether to these agencies, from higher ups, and it's a very strange situation. I'm not sure who is pressuring the Apple Valley Police Department, but they certainly are running all their information through lead detective James Gummert, who's more the voice of this. And I've spoken to him both in person and on the phone also. But these guys are being given, I think they are more puppets as far as, James Gummert himself is in an awkward position, I think, because he can't really get out of it. He's been pressured to do this. I did ask him, how can he explain a young girl's arm being missing from the scene when all that's left is a mid-sized beagle mix dog? And he says, well, he told me he assumed the dog ate it. And I had to reiterate. I said, detective, there's a radius and an ulna and another, what's the other bone? Those are large bones, even for a 5-year-old child, not to mention the 15 finger bones in the wrist and in the hand. None of these bones were found in the house at all. And so the detectives are just still saying that the dog ate everything, which is very strange and very bizarre. But once again, it's who is pressuring these. The chief of police and the captain are very tight-sealed, their lips, as far as coming up in anything. They're saying anything. There's a couple press releases where statements are made, and even in the documentary, that it's an open and shut case, and we did our forensics and our analysis, and it proves that David did this. And it doesn't take much to start reading into these police files to show that certainly wasn't the case. One of the things that came up, if you read the lab reports, is that Apple Valley Police Department did suggest that we've got some handwriting analysis and some different tests that could be done. That they were asked by the Minnesota BCA, the BCA in the lab to say, would you like us to do some further research and additional handwriting analysis and additional tests? And the response on the documents that were received via FOIA, the response on email always says no. Well, we weren't interested in doing any other follow-up analysis. We weren't interested at this time to do any follow-up handwriting analysis. So once again, you've got to ask yourself a question on a triple homicide in a city that size that only sees one homicide a year. You would think you would want to pull out all the stops to exhaust all resources to make sure that you get it right. But what happened was, with the evidential proof that we've seen, that a lot of these suggestions by the labs were turned down and they didn't want the subsequent follow-up, really makes it look bizarre. And then to add to that, the following year, this detective team won the merits for police staff of the year. These individuals who worked on the case all got rewarded at the awards banquet the following year for all of their hard work and dedication. So those of us who are open-minded to these types of things, it kind of makes us raise our antenna when you start to see not only a cover-up, but the surefire way to tell of a cover-up in most cases is to see those very people rewarded or promoted quickly in the future, and that's exactly what happened in this case.
Yeah, a lot of what we saw, there could be a lot of speculation about how it went down. One of the things that I had thought could possibly be something would be the MK Ultra or the mind control, the direct energy weapons or something to make him snap. But once you start going into that territory with it, you get people calling you a crazy conspiracy theorist, and it muddies the water. But just the pure facts, just the pure evidence alone really drew myself into this, because nothing added up about this. The evidence pointed towards anything other than the original narrative. And I think that's probably the reason yourself has stayed on this for as long as you have. Do you think we'll ever get the truth out of this? Is it even possible now? Or is it just a matter of just making people aware of the truth?
Well, our goal on the Justice page is to make people aware and get the exposure out there. Now, this coming week, we've got a book coming out by Greg Fernandez Jr., who's writing a book called The Gray Stage, first ever book published on this case. It's called The Gray Stage as a mix between The Gray State, which is the title of the movie that David was working on, and stage because of how obvious and overstaged the crime scene was. So it's a book called The Gray Stage. Look for that coming out here next week. And then, like I said, we're working with a documentary film team to put together a multi-series. There's too much to fit in a 90-minute documentary or even a 2-hour documentary. So it may be 5 or 6 episodes. I'm not sure how that's going to work, but that's 2 ways to get it out there. The other way that I foresee this and handling this for 5 years now is that if we can get a whistleblower to come out from the Minnesota BCA, a whistleblower from the Apple Valley Police Department, a whistleblower from the medical examiner's office in Hennepin County, or somewhere from one of these agencies to come forward. Over time, these folks start retiring, leaving, stepping down, and once that happens, they are free to talk about the cases that they've worked on. And many times you see whistleblowers from that perspective start coming out, and that's what we're looking for as far as with our justice page, that people can feel free to join or contact or reach us even anonymously if they'd like to. But I think there's a good many people that are having trouble sleeping at night knowing the information right here with this kind of a sense of a cover-up. And then the last option, and I think this is the toughest one, but hopefully it could come true, is one of the suspects themselves decides to come forward. One of the perpetrators. This has got to be hanging heavy on these individuals' heads, hearts, and minds, and sooner or later it's going to be devastating, and they're going to possibly want to reach out and say, you know what, I want to get this off my chest. So those are the avenues that we can get. We cannot rely on law enforcement to reopen this case. I find that ever happening to be slim to none.
Yeah, agreed. We have about 5 minutes to the break. Are you going to stay over for the second hour, Dan?
Yes, sure thing.
Awesome. During the second hour, we're going to show you some evidence that we have about something going on with one of our friends. Are you familiar with Max Egan?
The name rings a bell. Who is that?
He's been around a long time. He's made movies that have had over 1 million views, millions of views, gotten the truth out. He's got over 200,000 subs. Pretty big name. We've had him on the show several times, and something happened today. It just wasn't him. Something changed. He made a start the video. I mean, what people need to realize about Max Egan right now is he's in danger right now. And this is not a joke. The clip that you watch, I mean, in slow-mo, you can check his glasses. You can see there's a person wearing white in the glasses. This is they live type stuff here.
Yeah.
Look like
Eric,
statistics programming. You look like a targeted individual. It's not his fault if you do your research on this. It's truth. He was scheduled to be on the Kev Baker show a day or two ago, and was a no-call, no-show, which he's never done ever. And he's very good friends with Kev Baker. And Kev kept calling him live, but he never got an answer. Now, he was having videos go viral about the fires that are going on in Australia. That's where he lives in Australia. Jamie also lives in Australia. The viral video.
Hello, my name is Dan Hennen. Today is November 7th, 2019, and this episode is called Crowley Case Updates, Getting a Visual. Tonight's episode is going to bring closure to about a half a dozen topics on the David Crowley case. And I've been jotting down some notes, and I think it's best, some people learn better with the visual rather than going through tons of forensic reports, lab reports, crime scene photos, and things like that that they're presented with, and then to actually see it in laid out physically. And so what I've done today is set up a couple of couches near a wall to make it look like the Crowley living room wall, because I want to start off first by talking about the blood writing on the wall and show you where there's inconsistencies with this story. Now here's a picture of the wall in the Crowley home with a sectional sofa in front of it. The question is, who did the writing and how did they do the writing? According to the official theory, David Crowley did the writing in Komel's blood using his hands. Now the question, the discrepancy with that is this. There were no fingerprints found of anyone's blood, no bloody fingerprints on that wall. Markings were done on the wall. Someone obviously performed writing the phrase Allahu Akbar on that wall. But if you use your fingerprints to write the letters, the actual fingers would leave fingerprints behind, which would be able to be identified as to who the culprit was, to actually who did the writing. So there's speculation if someone used gloves. There's speculation if David's right hand was missing at the scene, if his hand was perhaps cut off and his hand was used to do or perform the writing. And so here's what we got, some of the problems with some of this story here from the official narrative. The first question that many people ask is, there should be tons of blood dripped onto that cloth sofa from doing the writing and going back and forth from the body to do the writing. And so I'm going to do the experiment here today just to give you a visual of what that would look like for whoever did this job. So here is a sofa and a wall. Allegedly, the person would have had to get up here and write Allahu Akbar on the wall with their, I'm not saying right or left hand, I'm just saying whichever hand they used to write it, they had to get onto the sofa and write it. Now the body of Komel, because we know it was her blood. That's been proven. Whoever used it was her blood. And she was found right in a corner, snug up against the corner of the sofa, with her hands crossed underneath her. And so Komel was lying basically like this. So that presents the other story, which we'll get into later. Remember, hands crossed underneath, both hands missing, laying underneath, and the dog ate them both off was the official narrative. The dog ate both hands off, while at the same time hands were crossed, snug up against the corner. There's no way the dog could even get in there to perform that on one of those hands, much less the other one. So the body's laying there. Here's what we've got. If David was reaching down to get blood to then do writing, he would have to come back down and get some more and write, get some more, and finish the writing. What the speculation is, which is probably the case, is that something was used to contain the blood, so the person only had to dip in to do the writing. I'm just using a simple plastic bowl. Now, you go up there one time and you're not going back and forth. The problem is, if something like this was used, we've got two problems. Number one, where is it? It was not found at the scene. There was no bowl found at the scene. There was no bloody bowl found at the scene. And if they rinsed it out down some drain, there was no blood in the sinks. If something like this was used, someone has it today, or it's been disposed of. Nothing in the crime scene photos show anything like this. If David Crowley did it, he would have set it right there below him and ended his life. But there's no bowl. Now the other question is, how would Komel's blood get into the bowl? How would the blood be drained from her body into something like this to get it easy to apply on that wall? So I'm leaving it up to the listeners here to do that. The other question is, there's no fingerprints on that wall. Speculation in the justice group is that more than likely the perpetrator used a pair of gloves to do the writing on the wall, because there's no fingerprints on that wall. The question is, and this is what we want the Justice Page members and those watching videos like this to keep in mind, to be able to use their critical thinking. Remember, there's no fingerprints. A naked finger would have left fingerprints behind. There was none. More than likely, it's safe to assume gloves were used, latex gloves, rubber gloves, something. But they were not found at the scene. No gloves found. And they obviously weren't in the trash. Photographs of each of the trash were taken by police technicians. So there's gloves out there somewhere, either disposed of or sitting out there to this day that someone's got it, potentially as a trophy. So we've got two issues with that whole scenario. Now, David Crowley, if his hand was cut off, he was missing his right hand. Only photo left was his left hand, which was in a mummified state, almost as if it was tied or under restraints for some time to cause it to mummify faster than the rest of his body. Right hand was missing. Was it cut off? Was it used by the perpetrators to paint on the wall? Well, the answer to that is also no. His hand, whether if it was attached to his body or not, would leave fingerprints. Fingerprints would be left behind on that wall for detectives to go into, test, and pull fingerprints off of that wall. Now, did David Crowley, or the perpetrator, put a glove on David Crowley's right hand that's missing and perform the writing? Maybe so. I think that if the perpetrators went so far to use his hand to blame it, the blood writing, to show evidence, they would not put a glove on it. Fingerprints would be all over. The detectives would match the fingerprints to David, and obviously you've got your killer because the fingerprints traced it. So the odds of someone putting a glove on a cut-off hand to dip it in blood to do writing is possible but not probable. So the question is, we've got a bowl, some kind of container, a pail, something that the perpetrator or perpetrators use to dip in to write. Now, what detectives did find, this is how they narrowed it down. In reading the police report, you've got to be able to censor out what they're telling you versus what they are also trying to conceal to you. Evidence proved that David's DNA was on that wall. David Crowley's DNA. But DNA is fingerprint, finger touch, skin cells, not in the blood, but on that wall. Now, a typical homeowner is going to use a hammer and hang up a clock, a picture frame, something on the wall. Now, there's nothing on that wall except a clock. David owned the home. David lived in the home for a year. Your fingerprints, not your fingerprints, but touch DNA is going to be on that wall. For instance, David Crowley reading a bedtime story book to Rani, DNA everywhere, right here. So what they did And what it's up for the user to decipher is, of course, David's DNA is going to be on that wall. Touch DNA, skin cells. Police report never ever said that his blood DNA was on that wall. There was blood on the wall, which is Komel's. They assumed it was David who did it. That's the part that's up for conjecture. So there's issues with the whole blood writing on that wall. And I'll go back to that wall once again. As you can see, there's a clock up there. There's nothing else on the wall. But by the nature of the beast, David is a homeowner. His DNA, his touch DNA, or his fingerprints would stand to reason to be on that wall regardless. But we can't assume that that was part of the crime. That's what they did to link it, though, the blood on the wall. Now, we also have the most blood-filled item in that living room where the crime scene was. Keep in mind that there was not a lot of blood there. The bodies were there. Little bits of blood was there. Lots of hair all over the place. But only the one spot in that living room where there was blood soaked in on the furniture, was on a recliner. And here's what that'll look like. For instance, the edge of the recliner was the bottom portion down by the floor. This was soaked straight through with blood. Keep in mind, Komel was over here, Rani was over there, and David was farther away yet. There was no body here. And this is just, once again, this is just the couch, but where the recliner was, there was no body. So the question there, no body, it looked, the blood-soaked furniture, that recliner cushion, I would assume, someone else can point me out if I'm wrong, but I'm assuming that's where someone's head was at one point after being shot and blood was pouring out and soaking into that cushion. The crime scene showed that no body was there, but obviously body was there at one point, unless the recliner was moved or a person was moved. What we know, or what it's alleged, is that none of the bodies were moved. So that we can rule out right away. Someone's body was there on that crime scene photo at one point. The blood just wouldn't get there by itself. Very unlikely that the recliner was moved. But someone's head was up against that recliner at some point. Now the question is, who moved the bodies and why? There's some speculation that police did it after they arrived at the scene. There's some speculation that the killers did it. And there is some speculation that David Crowley did it before he killed his family. For some reason, staging the scene, moving things around. The fact of the matter is, someone's body was up next to that recliner. But we don't see any information in the detective reports. No further research on whose it was. No testing of the blood to determine whose blood it even was. And so these are the things we want you to look for. Use your brain, use critical thinking when you go through these reports, these lab tests reports. I know it seems intimidating to go through hundreds of pages of lab and forensic reports, but just look for the easy things like that. Someone's head was obviously against that cushion on the recliner, but when? Police arrived at the scene, allegedly, and no one was there. The bodies were already laid out. So the scene was staged to some extent. We already know that. So those are the types of things to look for. Hair is the next question. There was hair all over the place. Long, black hair. Well, that would be Komel or Raniya's hair. And so people ask that are new to the case, why is there so much hair? What happened to the hair? Why is there hair everywhere? Good question, but that's not the important question. The important question is, how was the hair removed? There was a knife at the scene. There could have been a scissors used, but regardless if it's a knife or a scissors and the hair was cut off, the ends of those hairs, the individual hairs, would have a straight snip as if they were cut. If there was a struggle and hair was yanked out from the scalp, yanked out, pulled out, something to that effect, or even due to a normal cause of decomposition over months or weeks, naturally would have fallen out of the hair. That's not going to have a clean slice. Only a scissors or knife would have a clean slice when looked at under a microscope. The other hair, if yanked out, would still show the follicles attached to the skin. There'd be a little bulb at the end. It would not be a slice. That's the question. Was testing done on that? No. There was no testing done on the hair. There's hair all over the place. The first question is, was it yanked out, pulled out, or cut off? How it got there, I don't think matters. Why it's there, I don't think it matters. It's all part of staging the scene. But the question we need to ask is, were the hair pieces have the follicles attached as if they were yanked in clumps, or were they cut? Now we know a dog was left at the scene, Paleo, the family dog. The dog could have yanked with the dog's teeth and possibly pulled it off, possibly. But with the dog being there, the dog certainly wouldn't, there would be no straight edge snipping, unless of course Paleo got the scissors out or the knife. So we got to think of things in that context, in that stage. We know the scene was staged. We know evidence proves that David didn't do this. We're not fighting that battle anymore. We already know that David Crowley did not do this because he couldn't have done this. Now, folks new to the case usually come from after watching that documentary by Eric Nelson. And they come over and join the page and say, you know what? David had mental illness. David had depression. David had PTSD. There was paranormal activity in the home. There was drugs involved. There was alcohol involved. There was hallucinogens involved. For those people that say any of that long list of excuses or reasons, those may all be true. Every one of those could be true from a factual standpoint. That did not cause the death of these three individuals. And remember now, the death of these three: David, Komel, and Raniya. Here's a Christmas photo from 2 years before the deaths. Now they want you to believe that these things happened, and they'll lead you down the rabbit hole of searching on a never-ending goose chase as if, did David drink? Did he use drugs? Was there hallucinogens? That's got nothing to do with anything in this case. The bullet that went through David's head, allegedly found in the attic, didn't have blood, tissue, or brain matter on it. Just had his touch DNA, like he handled it. He would have handled each bullet when loading the magazine. So all of his bullets would have his touch DNA on it. So police cannot conclude, without having the bullet that killed the man, that he did it. And also keep in mind, a side note, no fingerprints found on the gun. So someone wiped down the gun, someone planted or staged a bullet hole in the ceiling that has nothing to do with anything. And so these are all forms of distraction to keep people focused on other things instead of focusing on the real deal. So we got the hair issue, we've got the body issue of Komel in the corner, hands missing underneath her, blamed on the dog eating them. Bullet in the attic wasn't found until the next month. February of 2015, the bullet in the attic was found. It's known as the infamous item number 57. It was fired. It was found in the attic. I don't know where it was fired, but it came from that gun, and it had touch DNA on it only. So there's a hole in the ceiling that Chris Klein tells police about a month afterwards. Police come, look at the ceiling when they come into the entranceway. Remember now, mind you, this is in the living room where the entire crime scene took place. They said police must have missed it. They must have missed the crime, the bullet hole in the ceiling. The most important bullet in the crime, when placing the blame on David Crowley, is that bullet number 57. Police didn't even have it for a month later. Then they find it in the attic. This is after a 911 call came out on January 19th saying there's suspicious activity in the home. Chris Klein was in the house with a handful of other folks. Remember, the 19th. We know from the police reports that the professional biohazard cleaners were in the house on January 20th. So the question is, they found a bullet fragment that came out of the rug in the living room on the 20th of January, 3 days later. The 911 call for suspicious activity came on the 19th. These folks were in the house. Now the question is, was that bullet hole there on the 17th when investigators, crime scene technicians, the medical examiner was on site, the officers, the detectives, there must have been 20 people in that house. And the Gray State guys are claiming, Gray State guys, the alleged friends of David Crowley, are claiming that police and everyone in that house must have simply missed that bullet hole in the ceiling. Now, with the bullet hole, as with anything else, investigators would have taken a photograph here, 3 or 4 different variations of a hole in the ceiling, zoomed in, backwards, what level of details. There would have been multiple photos of a bullet hole. There was no photos of the bullet hole on January 17th when police got there. Now, police, I think, in the process right now with Officer Detective James Gummert, the lead detective, is answering a question from Greg Fernandez, because Gummert does think that in one of the photos, or some of the photos, that detectives did show that they did take photographs of that bullet hole, meaning that they were aware of it. Remember now, the Upper Valley Police Department, they're in a corner, backed into a corner here. If they weren't aware of it and it was there, they're going to look really bad by missing something so obvious. If it was planted later, and it legitimately wasn't there on January 17th when detectives got there, then they just find themselves getting duped again by the perpetrators, whoever made the hole there a couple days later, which is the Gray State team and David Crowley's brother and potentially his father. They were in the house on the 19th. This is their own statements. This is not me making it up. This is per the police reports and per the testimony given to detectives. They were in that house on January 19th. Now, what were they doing? I don't know. Officially, they were helping organize some things for the family and help getting things ready for the funeral and memorial service. But you have to ask yourself the question. What was so urgent to get into that house to start preparing for the memorial service and start getting things arranged on the 19th of January after a triple homicide took place at that very location 2 days earlier? Keep in mind, the cleaners weren't there. They may have been there already, but they weren't done because they still came back and were cleaning on the 20th of January. So I think the cleaners wrapped up on either the 20th, 21st, 22nd, sometime in that time frame. The cleaners professionally cleaned the house and then opened it up to the public or to the family. But while cleaners are in the house, no one's supposed to be in that house doing anything. And that's a key point to remember. If the cleaners are in that house after the police open it up to the cleaners to clean, there still should be no one coming through that house, much less 5 or 6 guys helping organize things for the family's memorial service. So now you have to ask yourself the next question: why was there such an urgent need to get into that house? Well, mistakes were made in the staging of this crime. The perpetrators realized that it wasn't a nice, tidy crime scene. There was no bullet that killed David Crowley. There was no bullet. He died of a suicide. They knew that when the autopsy took place and they didn't find the bullet in the head, they didn't find it laying at the scene, and they didn't find it in a wall or a ceiling, it had to have been in that house. There was no bullet. The bullet wasn't there. Police didn't find the bullet. So there comes a need now, a requirement for the perpetrators to get back into the house to plant that evidence so everything ties out. Now, the detectives are already duped once. They wrapped up this whole crime scene on the 17th, kind of put the finishing touches on it the 18th, and I think by that 18th or 19th day, the press releases were already going out as they were treating it as a double homicide followed by a suicide by David Crowley, a crazed lunatic from the alt-right, which is not true. I created the Justice for David Crowley and Family Facebook page on January 19th, that morning, when things already didn't make sense to me, and I lived 30 minutes away. So I had set up the Justice for David Crowley and Family Facebook group before the bullet was even there, before the cleaners were done, and before that 911 phone call came in from a neighbor saying there's suspicious activity going on in the house that doesn't relate to the cleaners. There's a GMC pickup truck there, which turned out to be Chris Klein's. Klein says he got in the house because he got permission from Dan Crowley Sr., that's David Crowley's father, who lives 45 minutes away. Dan Crowley Sr. tells police that he was never in the house with Chris Klein. But Dan Crowley Jr. was in the house, along with, I think it was Adam Shambor, Danny August Mason, and Mason Hendricks. There was a handful of guys in that house on the 19th. So the question now comes down to, why aren't police focusing on those guys in the house before the cleaning was done? But they're too busy trying to find photos of a bullet to avoid themselves from looking bad from missing it. When I don't think that bullet hole was there till the 19th. They came in there on the 19th, my opinion, fired the round into the ceiling, left the attic, gone bullet roll around up in the attic, let the police find it when they came on in February, and said, here's the missing bullet, this is the thing that ties it all together, David did it. So now we're getting into he said, she said, official story, distraction story, misinfo, disinfo, and then we've got shills and trolls hitting the justice page, keeping everyone off track on purpose. So keep an eye out for those types of things and that type of behavior and that type of storyline, because it's all done on purpose. Everyone here is playing a role, the bad guys, the perpetrators. They're playing a role. The cast of characters each have a role, and they're playing it. And some are playing it very, very well. So once you see through that charade and see what's really going on and ask the real questions, you'll know. Was Apple Valley Police actually covering it up? Or were they trying to avoid having a black eye after treating this case so horrendously? Or what's worse yet, are they actually in on the cover-up? Either way, it's a lose-lose situation. So I got the blood, I got the ceiling. So now the question with the ceiling is something that hasn't been done yet. We need some help from the members of the Justice page. We need a volunteer to do a test experiment for us. Because the bullet hole in the ceiling, we want to find out if that bullet hole was fired directly into the ceiling, or if it potentially went through someone's head and then subsequently through the ceiling. The easy key for this is the nice little fact that David Crowley allegedly used hollow point bullets in his .40 caliber Springfield handgun. Hollow point bullets, for those new to this case, are something that gang members use. They're used for killing, not hurting, not injuring, but killing things. It's not just a slug that flies through and hits you like a small round caliber small round that can come in and out of the body and you could live through it. This is a .40 caliber, large caliber, and a hollow point, which means that once it strikes the object, it mushrooms out and spins through, mushrooming out into the sharp edge coming out and spinning through, grabbing everything in its wake. skin, brain matter, tissue, blood. It leaves a small hole opening if you were to shoot yourself in the head, and a much larger hole coming out. Now, David's head was not there, so we couldn't tell how small the opening was in relation to how big the exit wound was. But we do know that hollow point bullets were used. If David did what the official narrative said, was shot himself with his left hand through his right temple, head down, shot up, bullet goes through the ceiling, that is plausible, not probable. That's why we get the whole, remember the Gray State guys were saying that David was on his knees, killed himself on his knees after performing some kind of ritual ceremony deal. He must have been on his knees looking down. The key word these guys keep saying is that David was looking down when he shot himself. That's the only explanation for the bullet to get into the ceiling. That's another mistake that these individuals made. Bullets in the ceiling. The trajectory of the bullet needs to come from somewhere very low to go very high at that angle. The next question for police is, was trajectory testing done in that bullet hole? In the ceiling bullet hole, was a trajectory test done? And there's two ways to do it. There's a long, straight, firm rods that you can stick in at that angle to see where the shooting took place, or you can use a string to see what angle it entered that ceiling is versus where it came from. That should, in that room, identify exactly where that shot took place. Doesn't matter who fired it, what weapon it was, they'll know where that shot originated from. And right now, they can't get it down to that low from someone on the ground in a kneeling position shooting himself this way. Now, David was right-handed. Right hand was missing. The gun was found near the left hand, which means the perpetrators, whoever staged the scene, wanted us to believe that David used his left hand, shot himself through the right temple, up here. Another mistake is they laid the gun next to his left hand, within inches of his left hand. David wasn't left-handed, never fired a gun from his left hand ever. The problem is, his entrance wound was somewhere on the right side of the head because the exit wound was back on the left side. So what we need someone to do, because what I'm getting at is the hollow point, when it hits the first thing it hits, it mushrooms out. If that weapon was fired by someone staging the scene just to shoot the hole up there and it didn't go through anything, it's going to be a very small a hole. I'm not sure how many millimeters big into that ceiling. If it went through David's head, or anything else for that matter, it'd be a much larger hole into that ceiling, because it had to go through something first, explode out, mushroom, and then go up through that ceiling sheetrock into the attic. So here's what I'm asking our members to do. Those of you who have a registered weapon and have access to a .40 caliber handgun and have access to a firing range, is get 6 rounds of 40 hollow point .40 caliber bullets. Go to a range with a large section of sheetrock, and I would say fire 3 shots in it, different angles, high, low, left to right, and just measure the width of that hole that hasn't gone through anything, that hasn't impacted anything except just the sheetrock. And then measure those 3 holes, add them up, divide by 3, get an average of what a whole ballpark figure of what a hole would look like that has been impacted by a bullet that has not yet mushroomed. Then go to your favorite grocery store and buy 3 coconuts, set them up on a table, and put the sheetrock behind it, and fire 3 more shots, 1 through each coconut. Coconut resembles something similar to a human head. When something strikes the coconut and then subsequently goes through that sheetrock, measure the distance then of that mushroomed bullet on the back end. After it went through the coconut, through the sheetrock, you're going to have a higher bigger, larger hole, in other words. Measure those in centimeters, let's say. Add them up, divide by 3, get an average. Then you'll have an average of a projectile that hasn't gone through anything first, and a projectile width that has already mushroomed. Here we go. I draw it up for you. Get an idea of, just do a simple test like that with 6 bullets. Use a ruler. Pause this if you need to. I wrote the instructions on the bottom. Get a ruler, measure it, and then we'll get the difference of that size of a straight projectile or one that's already been mushroomed. And then we can match it up with the crime scene photos that the Apple Valley Police took in February of 2015 of the width of that hole. That hole, if it's the size of a mushroomed bullet, means it went through something. And more likely it was David or somebody. If it is a small size of the small hole that didn't impact anything, the police don't have a story then whatsoever. That means it didn't go through David's head or hit anything else. It was directly fired into the sheetrock from someone in that living room, just to make it look good. And we can get the measurements then from the police photos of the actual hole in that ceiling. And so if we can get the volunteers' help from something to that effect to do a test study, that'd be greatly appreciated, because that's really the diameter in centimeters of a hole mushroomed. It's going to be one or the other. That the police have either one or the other. It's going to be the big one or the small one. It can't be somewhere in between. It either had to go through something or somebody, or someone came in there, I think, on the 19th and fired a shot, and then said, "Hey, cops, you forgot it. You look what you missed." And keep in mind that also. When we hear about people at a scene going back and asking detectives to research something that they missed the first time around, you have to ask yourselves the question, how did they know it was missed? How did they know it was missed? They were screaming, "Missed, missed, missed." A good detective should have said, "How do you know we missed it?" Now, when the family came after the cleaners were done to go in that house, speculation was, the section of the blood writing was painted in white. Someone painted over that section of the wall in white so people wouldn't have to see the Allahu Akbar. The question is, who painted it white? Did police order someone to paint it? Not their job. I doubt that happened. Did they order the cleaning crew to paint it? I could also use some help here from those listening in on the show. I don't know what cleaning crews do. I believe it's their job to clean up something, not to repaint or paint anything at all in the site of a homicide. Did they go run to the store and buy some white paint and paint it up per police direction? I would consider that odd. The question is, who painted it and why? Who gave the direction, I guess, is the better question. Who directed someone to paint over that writing? Now, it could have came from the family too. It could have come from the Alam family, the Crowley family, to say, you know what, we don't want to get into that whole Allahu Akbar Muslim slant. How about you paint that, get rid of it. We don't want to see it. We don't even want it making the news. That could be the case too. Now, when it comes up to the Muslim Islamic slant, whether this was a hit, someone angry about converting a hit job, an extremist hit job, we always keep these angles going because we see the Quran on the floor, we see the submit to Allah now, and we see Allahu Akbar written on the wall. Whoever staged the scene was hell-bent on focusing on this whole Islamic Muslim angle. But remember, you have to ask yourself, the people staging this crime scene, not too bright. Komel graduated from Baylor University in Texas, near where she grew up, or where they were living. She went to four-year school, four-year college, Baylor. Baylor is a private Christian university. Christian. private Christian university. She was there before they even had gotten married, had a baby, anything else. So I don't believe the Alam family was too against the Christian ideologies. They sent their daughter to a Christian college. So once again, the whole Muslim Islamic angle is slanted. It's to get you to look into something that's not there. It's overstaging the scene. One of the biggest mistakes. I don't know if she converted before or after the wedding. If she converted at all, I personally don't care if she converted. This wasn't a Muslim Islamic hate crime anyway, because she had already gotten her master's degree from the University of Minnesota. So years earlier, when she went to Baylor Christian private university, always do your homework first. Always do your research. Because it's the little things like this. This is something that a detective from Apple Valley could have come up with and said, I can't believe this is an Islamic hate crime or something because she married a Christian. She spent 4 years at a Christian university that obviously her parents allowed her to go through and helped possibly fund her way to go there. Regardless, they blessed her okay to go there. So that's a sidetrack. That's all it is to sidetrack, and it's all distraction. And it's the little things is how these folks are running up the problems here with their poor staging of the crime scene. Now, the last thing before I let you go tonight is we know one of the perpetrators. I can't say perpetrators. One of the Gray State friends, David Crowley's alleged best friend, is Sean Wright. Now, Sean Wright is this gentleman right here. Sean Wright was very active in the Gray State Project, very active in the documentary. He's the one that told David Crowley on Facebook, please don't push this stuff out there in the documentary. I can go to prison for this. The tax stuff. And he went on to say, by the way, call me, and left a cell phone number. And this cell phone number was left on a Facebook post. Not an instant message, not a private messenger. He left it on his comment saying, please call me. So you have to ask yourself the question, if you consider someone your best friend, would you give them your phone number on a Facebook post and say, please reach out and call me? So Sean Wright being a best friend of David Crowley is another far-fetched illusion. That is certainly not the case, and I think when David Crowley saw his inner circle as exposing this very inner circle of potential alleged friends as the very snakes within his project, that's when he decided to gain a new trustworthy group and he's working by himself essentially and wanted to get all new layer of friends that were trustworthy. He had some trust issues with these gentlemen, and it wasn't too good. Now back to Sean Wright. Sean Wright is the only person of the group was to have had allegedly crime scene photos on his cellular phone of the Crowley family. And when I say crime scene photos, these are not police crime scene photos. These were photos of the crime taken on a cell phone and later shared with others. Now the question you have to ask yourself is, why would Sean Wright be in possession of any crime scene photos? I can't imagine a scenario where someone would forward him the actual police crime scene photos and then he would show them off to other people on his smartphone. The photos, alleged photos of these 5 or 6 crime scene photos from the crime scene that were not taken by crime scene detective photographers, but someone who was actually at the crime scene. Now we know no one would be eligible to be at the crime scene once police got there. It's cordoned off, it's roped off, and the bodies are taken out. There's no chance for a civilian to have any kind of photographic options to take photos of the bodies. The one in particular is the one of a hand at the crime scene, a human adult hand. Now, once we hear this information of Sean Wright having photos of a hand at the crime scene, you have to go back and ask yourself a question. Komel didn't have any hands David only had one hand. That hand was the popular image we all saw on the crime scene photos, a mummified left hand that looked like leather. The image he was showing off of a human hand was not that hand. So if you do your critical thinking, narrow down how he would have in his possession a photo of a human hand at the crime scene, adult, not of the child. The only way you'd have the hand is if someone who took that photo was there at the crime scene. So, keep that in mind. My name is Dan Hennen. This is Crowley Case Updates. Getting a visual on November 7th, 2019. Thanks for listening, and please leave your comments below.
Good morning. Yeah, it is official. Let's move this out of the way here. It's official. It's now officially 5 years to the day that the bodies of David, Komel, and Raniya were found. So today, I'm not sure, this evening we're going to go live at 6 p.m. Pacific time. Let's see what time it's about. Maybe 8 in the morning here now. A little bit after 8, maybe closer to 8:30. Hey, Elle. Good morning. I think you're in a different time zone too. I think you might be an hour or two ahead of me, but just a weird kind of morning, a weird kind of day. So kind of morning in the morning, which is never good because we want to stay positive. We want to stay upbeat and just, not get discouraged, not get distressed about everything that we do know, knowing so much and then knowing how little the investigators seem to really care about it, and how little the family and friends, at least some of them, not all of them, because David and Komel had a big family. Hey, I want to say hi to Grace. Hey, Grace, thanks for joining me here. Okay, so Elle, you're on the East Coast. Grace, what time zone are you in? So I think I want to make sure everybody, if you can join us tonight at 6 p.m. If you're not exactly sure when it starts, if you go to my channel and it'll be right at the top. If you hit the reminder button, that will let you know that the show is about to go live in about 30 minutes. So, but we still got plenty of time. I believe I think it's like 8 hours from now or something like that, maybe a little bit more. So it should be an interesting show. It looks like we're going to have a pretty packed house of people that are joining us too, and I'd love to have anybody here if you would like to join us. I can send you the call-in to the free conference call, and then that will just stream out to the YouTube channel. So it might be a little challenging with so many people on there, but I think it'll be good. I know Dan Hennen is coming, and I know Sophia is coming, and Walter is going to be joining us. Christian might join us as well. Eric Spitfire Wilkinson might join us. So Stephanie will be joining us maybe, and Paulette, and maybe Patty, and maybe a few others, maybe even Pansy too. So if you would like to join us, if you're on Facebook, send me a message, and I will make sure to send you the call-in number. It's been floating around there. Sophia has it, I've got it, a few other people have it, so we'll make sure if anybody does want to join into the call that you'll be able to join into that call as well. Lots to cover. I don't know if we're going to get to cover everything, but we do have a schedule. We have an agenda for maybe the first time. I don't know. We usually just kind of freeform it, and it's still very much freeform, but this, the preparation, as much preparation as we can do and say, okay, I want to make sure I have these photos in case we talk about this, etc., etc. Make sure I have these documents already pulled up, things like that. That'll make it a little easier. So I think I did miss a few people here that have joined us. Hey, Jerome, thanks for joining us here. Appreciate that. Ellie, I want to call. Okay, Ellie, I will make sure I get you that information. That will be good. That will be awesome. So again, thanks everyone here for just checking in. 15, I almost said 15 years. It feels like 15 years. It feels like we've been looking into this for 15 years. And it feels like I woke up this morning, the artwork for my book is done. It's very similar to the gray stage artwork that I had. So it's just kind of like a bigger version of that. So we're keeping it simple. Now I have the last chapter. I have to just proofread the last chapter. Once that's done, I submit the edits, and I might be able to get the book out by the end of this weekend, maybe by Monday. So really happy about that. And then of course, really it's like, yeah, but it's such a sad case. It's like you can't even, I mean, it's not like, okay, this is great, I got the book out, problem solved and everything. It's like, no, this is just the beginning. We get the book out, people can go through it, hopefully do some fact checking to make sure I didn't get anything wrong, make sure I didn't miss anything. I'm sure that I missed a bunch of stuff. Going through it, I'm like, oh, I could have talked about this, could have added this, could have added that, and I don't know, that goes back and forth with the second book, and the second book will just depend on how far in the next 5 years. I don't know, maybe 5 years from now, write another one. I have no idea, but I do think that it's still very frustrating that a lot of people just have not heard about the case, and more that we can get. These cars in California don't know how to drive, by the way. Apparently people don't know how to drive in California. So, but I will make sure to check the chat, and if anybody in there, if you would like to join into the call, I will send you the call-in number. You can also call in through your computer as long as you have a headset, or if you just like to hang out in the chat, I would really appreciate that too. So try to get everybody's views. If you're just gonna join in the chat, just let us know your view on the case as the chat is live, and we'll make sure that we cover it as we go live. So hopefully we'll have somebody who can kind of help make sure that I don't miss any chats. I think that will be good too. But if Ellie joins us, one of the big things, documentary, Christian coffins don't be the possibility that David T. That's what he should do. Decided. I don't want his documentary, his series. I don't want it to be a response to the sloppy-mentary. I think the way that I believe that he's going to make it, it is going to be a response. People are going to take it that way. But as long as that's not the focus, as long as that's not the whole purpose, then I think that's going to be a great thing. It's going to be a big win-win for all of us. I've been testing out some new podcast software from Anchor.com, I believe, and Dan Hennen also uses that software, so he's going to help me test it out, and then we'll kind of go from there about a podcast and just making sure that crime drama, and any filmmaker, anything like that. Maybe Aaron Russo, but couldn't really find that much on that on his death, which I thought was kind of weird. I mean, and it's just like they could just give you cancer, and all of a sudden, one day you're good, and the next day you're dead. They could have done that to David too. There's a lot of things that they could have done to David if they wanted to frame him, if they wanted to set him up. But the fact that what they did is just like it's baffling. Is it bait for us? Is it bait for conspiracy theorists, for what we just regular people. And I think they were not expecting the regular people. They were expecting all of the regular conspiracy websites and the regular conspiracy YouTube channels to come out and do their little spiel. Okay, we got the case solved, 15 minutes, boom, and then done. You know, and so then you have the real people that spent a lot of time and made a lot of videos and are just like, no, like there's something else here. It doesn't just have to be a government hit. It doesn't have to be solved in 15 minutes. You don't have to just make one video and then you kind of move on and never talk about it again. So, and I'm sure there are people out there who have done that were real people, that are sincere people, but I just don't think they expected us. So I'm really glad to have all of you here, to have all of you truth seekers, all of you people who clearly understand that what the Apple Valley Police told us is just not true. It's not the whole story. It's not the full story. Now, one thing that will not happen on the show this evening at 6 p.m. on my YouTube channel, Pacific Time, West Coast, Greg Fernandez Jr., the channel you're on right now. But the one thing that will not happen that I wanted to is, I asked, maybe about a week or two ago, I asked the group members in the Justice for David Crowley and Family Facebook group, I asked if you could ask a soldier who served with David any questions, what would those questions be? Well, I took that list and I copied and pasted it and added maybe one or two of my own questions, and I gave that list to a soldier who served with David. And I was hoping to have the answers to tonight, or at least maybe one or two, but we're gonna go ahead and wait on that until it's all done. But we will, in the future, we will have questions answered by someone who served with David, and I do expect that after those questions are answered, that there will be an opportunity for follow-up questions. So that's good news. And maybe, you know, obviously we'll type out the answers and then we'll just read the answers at some point on a future show. But that is really good news. So if you have not gotten any questions that you would like to ask, if you have not submitted them into the group, or if you haven't contacted me about those questions, if you have questions, please make sure that you send those over and I will try to add them to the growing list of questions for a soldier who served with David Crowley. And I'm very curious. Now, I don't know exactly how many tours or how long this person served with David. All I know for sure is this person did in fact serve with David Crowley. So we'll get more, and obviously that's one of the big questions that we did ask. So we'll get more answers on that as well in the coming weeks, most likely. I have reached out to Detective Jim Gummer, trying to get an image of the bullet hole in the living room ceiling on January 17th, the day the bodies were found. He was willing. He still is willing. He, after a long back and forth, you know, he was going to check with the records department, and they found something for him. What Detective Jim Gummer sent me was an image of the bullet hole in the basement. It was item 45. It was not item 57. It was not related to item 57. So he sent me the wrong bullet hole. I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt once again. And like Sophia said, maybe he didn't know. Maybe he didn't know that that wasn't the bullet hole in the living room ceiling. Maybe he mistakenly thought that the bullet hole in the basement was the bullet hole in the living room ceiling. So hopefully we'll have some more information on that. I'd like to get an update by the end of this day. We'll see. He's been very responsive to questions, so we'll see how that goes. So, we'll see what the answer from Detective Gummer is. The records division, I don't know why they would give him a photo of a photo of the bullet hole in the basement and try to tell him that it is a photo of the bullet hole in the living room. That's a little odd, unless they didn't know. I thought my question was very, very clear. So after the Detective Gummer sent me the image of the bullet hole in the basement ceiling, then I responded back to him and told him that's not the right one. So he's going back and he's gonna go and check it and find it. They have to have it. They said that they had it. Now, if I think it was Detective Tommy Booth. I forget which detective. Hopefully we got the stream back here. I'm not sure what was missed or what was not, but that can happen sometimes. That's modern technology. So I'll keep you posted on those two things that I wanted to include this evening, but we probably won't. So even without that, we have a full list. We have a full cast here who is going to be joining us this evening. So I look forward to all of that. And yeah, it's 5 years, but it feels like more. It definitely feels like more. And I wonder what the family, what the friends, what do they think? What do they think for all of this time, for everything that has happened here? Let's see if I can maybe plug in this charger at some point. Hey, She-Wolf. Welcome to the show. So hopefully you guys can hear me. I know the stream cut out there for a minute or two, so hopefully it's back now and hopefully everything is good. I will try to see. Okay, good. Grace is going to be joining us. Hey there, Zorik from the UK. Awesome. Thanks for joining us. Jerome says, I love Christian Coffins. Yeah, man, he's been great. Ellie says, the slop is key. I will help and do whatever I can to help. Yeah, we're going to... Okay, Grace says it's cutting out. Grace, let me know if it's okay now. It was kind of cutting out. Of course, cutting out when I was trying to make a very, very good point there. Grace also says, no matter what the outcome of this case, God knows the truth and they will pay. That's right. And that's the most important thing. God knows the truth. So that's where we're going to start and that's where we're going to finish here. Tell my phone, because I plugged in my charger, my phone's starting to move on its own a little bit. Let's see if I can adjust that. There we go. And this is what happens when you don't have a proper phone display on there. But I'll try my best here until I can get parked. At least, let me see what time it is. Oh yeah, plenty of time. Plenty of time, folks. Plenty of time. I'm just going to adjust this. California, you cannot drive with the phone in your hands. Probably shouldn't be driving and chatting and talking, but time management. Manage the time, whatever you can do. It's important to do that. This case can stress you out. It can burn you out. Those things can happen. We are human beings. We are normal people. So again. So when Ellie joins us this evening too, we'll definitely talk about the sloppymentary, and I'm always curious to hear everybody's views on it, because it's such a wide range of people, and most of them are just like, at least the ones that I've chatted with, the ones who have commented, they're like, no, this is not a double murder suicide, and that documentary did not prove it was a double murder suicide. It did not lead you to think it was a double murder suicide. It might make you question, okay, maybe David was crazy, maybe his wife was crazy, things like that, but that again does not constitute as a double murder suicide. And if there was a pact, obviously, between Komel and David, then that, again, is not a double murder-suicide. It's a double suicide-murder. And the motive is not there. The reasoning is not there. Unfortunately, the facts are not there. So that's what's baffling. Maybe the family and friends, maybe they don't know. Maybe they just do not know the real facts. So I'll make sure to send a copy of my book out to as many family and friends as I can afford to. And if hopefully they will read it. Hopefully they will take the time to look at the contents in there. Everything is sourced, so then they can check that source, read the documents. The documents are all available online, which reminds me, I still need to add the phone records, the financial records, and I think David's military record. Those 3 are not on my website, thegraystage.wordpress.com. Those 3 are not there yet, so I do need to get those up. Just timing. Just timing, we have to manage our time wisely, and that is not wise time management, because those are very important documents that I want to make sure that if people want to go through them, if they want to look at them, that they have access, complete access to them. Sophia is going to bring up a very interesting topic, and it is something that I have looked at, and I'm glad that she looked at it. We did not, converse notes before looking at it. She came to me completely separate and was asking about it, and those are the things that I love too. And it shows, okay, it's not just me. It's like, okay, it's not just me. It's not just me looking at this. Other people are seeing this too. And when you have and I think you guys will all see it too. And then the bigger question will come in as to what it actually means. So that segment, I believe we're calling the hand and the blanket. So make sure you tune in for that part if you don't tune in for anything else. That will probably be a little early on. But then, of course, we'll go through some of the latest posts in the Justice for David Crowley and Family Facebook group. And I had a bunch of other things. I have 20 extra pages from my book that was taken out. So I figured, well, if we run into an issue where we don't have anything to talk about, I can always bring up some of that stuff. I don't know. We've never really had an issue where we didn't have anything to talk about. But sometimes we might go on and on. I might just ramble like I'm doing right now, rambling on and on about the same thing, about the same topic. So there is a lot to cover. So when anybody tries to come into the case, solve it within a couple minutes, for me, I just kind of tune out. You look at how many videos Dan has made, you look at how many videos Catherine made, and that's a real researcher. That's somebody that really cares. That's somebody that has taken time out of their schedule, out of their life, just to try to help people understand this case, to make some type of sense of this case as much as we can. So that's what I appreciate. All right, good peeps. I just wanted to say again, thank you all very much. I'll see you all here at 6 p.m. Make sure you are with us. Chat with you then.
Blue washable paint experiment number 1. Putting feet in it. Oh, that's slippery. We're gonna demonstrate the footprints. Okay. Footprint experiment, and I'm going to try to do this without actually killing myself by slipping. Do 3, 4. Okay. As you can see, I already have paint between my toes as I stepped into it. It's like in my toenails, on my toes. Unless David actually took a shower, really cleaned himself, I do not believe that he made those footprints. These are my footprints. These are the, as you can see, I made several steps. I used blue finger paint. There's the paint right there that I stepped in. And here are my feet. As you can see, there's no way that David could have stepped in that blood and not had blood between his toenails and toes and everything else. Experiment done. This was my hand. I did my palm, the side of my palm, with my fingers down. I had paint on my knuckles and on my thumb. That is my palm print. I'm not sure what made those prints in that photo. Here's my prints when I stepped out of the thing, but I had to brace onto the wall right here so that I wouldn't kill myself because it was so slippery. Then I stepped on my toes to try to replicate. And then that's where I stopped, right there. I think it's important to realize that David would have had a blood between his toes and his toenails. And quite possibly on the sides of his feet like this, and on his feet. His feet, in the autopsy report, sorry, in the autopsy report, said his toenails were cleaned and well groomed, and there was no mention of blood or dried blood.
Welcome, everyone. My name is Dan Hennen. I'm joined today with Greg Fernandez Jr. and Sophia. Today's the 5-year anniversary of the Crowley deaths. Welcome, everyone. The bodies were found 5 years ago today with Greg Fernandez Jr. And tonight's show is going to be opened up. It's going to be a 3-hour broadcast and live stream on YouTube to go over questions, comments, photos, pictures. We've got a PowerPoint and other things to bring the viewers and those following the case up to speed. Welcome, Greg.
Hey, Dan. Thanks for joining me here.
Yes, and welcome, Sophia.
Hi, Dan and Greg.
Greetings.
Hey, everybody.
Hello.
Very good. Where would we like to start? I'm going to jump onto that YouTube stream page as well and monitor the chat as we go along as well, because I've never done that in the past, and I'd like to take advantage of that.
Awesome. Yeah, kind of. Maybe you can help keep us going on what is going on in our chat room, so we can kind of make this as interactive as possible. I'm going to pull that up too, actually.
I'm in there right now.
Are you? Okay, great.
Mm-hmm.
Awesome. We're all ready. You're all ready. I'm in slow mode here today. Let me pull this up here. All right, nice. We got 14 people in the chat right now. That's really cool. Love seeing that. Got She-Wolf. Hey, She-Wolf. Hey, Patty. Hey, Bugs. Wilson, Patty, or Pansy. And Paulette. Butterfly Kisses. Awesome. Great to see you all. Dan's also in the chat room. That's great. 16 people and growing. So, I believe what we should do here first is make sure that everybody, I'm sure everybody here kind of knows where to go and where to get all of your
documents if you do need them. There's a few places that you can go. Obviously, you can go to thegraystage.wordpress.com, scroll down to the bottom, and you can find all of the documents that we have. I think I did not add the ones that I wanted to. So the phone records, the financial records, and David Crowley's military record are definitely three of the ones that I want to add. But there are so many documents. There's so much stuff. So those are some of the most important ones. Then you can also go to uglytruth.info. And there's a whole David Crowley section there as well. So definitely, if you have not read this article that Dan Hennen made this back in was September 22nd, 2015. And it's definitely something that everybody should read. There's also a lot of the old documents, some of the documents that you really can't find out there now. And some of the radio interviews, I don't know if you have, I know you've done a lot. So, you do have the Waking Up to the Truth. Those are the ones I want to go back through those one of these days. I'm looking forward to that as well. Then I guess we should probably take a look at some of the latest posts that we have from the Justice for David Crowley and Family Facebook group. I was looking at it today, and we're getting closer and closer to 3,000 members. And I know, Dan, you had kind of talked about it. We have people this is worldwide. There's people from all different countries, all different time zones, asking the same questions, looking into all of this stuff. And that's just awesome. What is the number? I don't know if I could see it here or not. Maybe in the about.
Well, you'll find that, Greg. One thing I'd like to add, being in Minnesota, 30 minutes away from where the crime was committed, I found on the Facebook Justice Group page that many other states around the U.S. Were far more interested in this case than fellow Minnesotans. And now, 5 years later, when I am on the page approving members who wish to join, more and more of them are local people. And so that is a great relief to start seeing more local Minnesota people from the area and from also the Midwest their eyes are opened to this case. So, but once again, there's a lot from all around the world following this case.
That's true. 2,860 members. That's awesome.
I think it's great that a lot of locals are starting to join, because hopefully we can get enough people interested from Minnesota to start speaking out and hopefully reaching the right people in regards to this case and getting it opened again.
Awesome. All right, let's look at some of the new activity that we have here. And this one was from Dan. Dan, maybe you can give us a little background. I know people, a lot of people, it sounds like they're seeing this image for the very first time, possibly. So you write, coming up on the 5-year anniversary of this photo, pictured left to right, Sean Wright, Danny Crowley Jr., Danny August Mason, and Mason Hendricks. Photo posted on Instagram the day of the television interviews after the bodies of the Crowley family were discovered. So after they are interviewed about this tragedy, they post this?
Well, it was a couple of days after the bodies are found. I'm thinking the time frame on this, I'd have to go back and check the timeline, but just off the top of my head, I believe this was that Tuesday or Wednesday of the following week. The bodies were discovered on a Saturday, and then Sunday was they wrapped up the investigation, and it was in the press by Monday and Tuesday, and I think this was possibly Wednesday. And I'm not sure if this was before the television interviews or immediately after the television interviews. And I can't tell if this is from someone's house or if this is from the television station or the waiting room or where they all were, but this photo was posted. I remember that day clearly. I was helping a good friend of mine move, and I got something pop up on my messenger on Facebook. Someone had screenshotted this image and says, "You'll never believe what they just posted on Instagram. And it finished off with the hashtag brothers, the four smiling guys in the aftermath of this triple homicide, laughing, happy, excited. I mean, this is just disgusting. And so this really got a lot of play when it first came out because I made sure to post it right away. And they were busy doing television interviews, but at the same time, if you were to read their posts on Facebook, they were in the process of grieving. They were in process of getting their head around what just happened to their best friend. They were trying to digest this whole scenario of what just happened. But when this thing got posted, that's where it became evident that it was all just a facade.
There it is.
And the response we heard from a lot of folks as well was the old people grieve in different ways, and we shouldn't take someone laughing as a picture like this as something suspicious because people grieve differently. And then it came out that this photo was taken many months ago, and they just decided to post it that day after the interviews. But I think when we looked into the screen image of that shot, that metadata or the EXIF data, that photo was taken that day and published and uploaded immediately to Instagram by Mason Hendricks. So very bizarre actions and activities in the aftermath. I mean, the memorial service hadn't even taken place yet, and I don't think an obituary was even published at that point when this photo was uploaded. And so I've always referred to this as the iconic smiling guys photo.
Yeah, it's definitely odd. So Sophia, any comments on this image here? Some things are better left unsaid. Is that what?
It's just tacky as hell. I mean, my sister had a memorial service a month after she passed away. We had a month to prepare. And let me tell you, by the time I hit the county line of where her memorial service was going to be held at, I could not stop crying. And that was all the way until I got home after her service, late that night, because we had to travel out of town. I cried nonstop. And these four individuals who had been all over social media saying, let us have time to grieve. We can't answer questions. We can't help you guys out or anything like that. And then they're here giving interviews on TV and smiling like dumbasses. I'm sorry. It's just tacky as hell.
All right.
My personal opinion on that.
Sure. Okay, another one here, also by Dan Hennen. This was January 17th. Okay, so here's a screenshot of the very first mention of the Crowley case on social media 5 years ago today.
This particular image, I went back, I think it was a couple months after the crimes, after the bodies were discovered, and went back to try to see how this, because this wasn't in the news or the press or anything, and at first. Those press releases came out, which were little snippets by the Apple Valley Police Department, but I hadn't heard of this case on the local news or anything at all. So I did a search on Twitter, and I came up with this image that was 9:32 p.m., and locally here, we're coming up on the one, about an hour away from the 5-year anniversary of this photo being taken in front of the Crowley home with the news cameras there with the Apple Valley police cruiser in front. And this is the very first one, and it just says police investigating 3 dead bodies, a developing story, breaking news in Apple Valley, Minnesota. And so I kept that screenshot because I had figured at one point that would either be pulled down or yanked or scrubbed or something, so I made sure to have a screenshot. And I posted this image today on both of the Justice pages.
Yeah, definitely.
Did it stay up?
Go ahead, Sophia.
Oh.
Go ahead.
Did it stay up, Dan?
I did not. I have not double checked this to see that. That's being that's 5 years ago now. That would be pretty far back. If anyone on the chat room would like to do that, be my guest to see if it actually is still up.
Yeah, that'd be great. All right. Okay, Sophia has posted, remembering David, Komel, and Raniya on the 5-year anniversary of when they were discovered. We will be having a conference call tonight. Yeah, so anytime anyone does want to join us in these calls, please just let us know, and I'll make sure that you can. I don't remember when I first saw these images, but I think I think the same company that helped them get the house, the same, I think it was, right? Wasn't it, Dan? The same company that helped them get the house is the same one that sold it? Is that correct? The same guy?
I believe so. I'm not certain.
Yeah, I remember something like that. But that's it. I mean, they were only there for one year, you know.
And that's another thing to get through to those newer visitors and listeners and members of the page. They were only in that house for a little over a year. I think this is them closing on the house in 2013 in front of there, and that's fall. The leaves are falling. It looks like it's October time frame, and so they had just gotten in there and gotten settled, and then celebrated their very first Christmas, and then a year later the bodies were discovered. So they were just happy first-time homeowners with a young child, and were living in that apartment previous to this, where we see a lot of the footage with the Post-it notes and things like that. That was all in their apartment that they lived in, but they got this house, and happy new homeowners, young family.
Yeah, there it is. That's all of them. Let's see. Okay, we got tomorrow's show. Okay, here's one. Denise, is it beyond the realms of possibility that the killers stayed in the house with them, obviously with protective gear on, coverall with hoods, gloves, and shoe covers? I've had an iffy feeling right from the get-go that the house was too much of a tip. Komel always looked so well turned out, and from what I've read, she doesn't strike me as the kind of person who would live with all that mess. A lot of great, interesting things to talk about there. Maybe let's start with the house being a mess. Was the house a mess? You know, I don't know. I mean, we've seen other photos of what their house is like, and we've seen photos of what the apartments that they've lived in are like. But remember, these are young people too. I mean, they died. They weren't even 30 years old. They very, very young. And so, you know, I mean, I don't know. I didn't pay too much attention to the mess, to the messy scene. But I know that a lot of our members did, and a lot of people have made me kind of think about that and wonder about, you know, was the house messy? Was it ransacked? Was it gone through, et cetera, et cetera? So you kind of go through all of that.
I think I'd like to jump in here on that one. A young family with a young child, yes, your house will be not nice and neat and tidied, perhaps a little messy. The definition of messy is different to each person. I've seen the houses much more messier. I've seen houses much more cleaner. I'm not sure what it means or if it means anything in this case, if they kept a neat house or not. But we have to remember that there was 3 weeks in between the bodies found and the last communication between this family, between a phone call, email, text, or whatever. So if the bodies were only there 1 week, dead bodies, they're being 1 week, decomposing and whatnot, we still have 2 weeks to back into. Were the killers there? Was the torturing going on at that time? Or were they just simply the family bound and gagged in the basement or something in that house? And so we don't know if the perpetrators in the house caused the mess or caused the ransacking, or if they did what they needed to do to find what they needed, if anything at all, and put it all back, or was it? Who knows? That's kind of the question. Because there was 3 weeks there that are missing. We don't know who was in the house. We know that it was someone other than David, Komel, and Rani was in that house due to the evidence that there was blood in the forensics, in the lab reports that excluded those 3 people. So we already know that someone else was bleeding in that house at one point. So if the house was messy or clean, I don't know if that's that much of an important point, I guess, because it wasn't just them in that house, and who knows what went on in those 3 weeks. But to each his own. I've had people respond to me by saying the house is just a pigsty, a mess, and I didn't exactly see it that way. I've raised young children, and their house kind of looks similar to what mine looked like. So to each his own. I don't know what the definition of that is, because it's very subjective, but some have commented. Now, the other thing, and my last thing I'll just touch on here before we move on to something else, is the basement is, David was just coming off that garage sale for the Bullet Exchange, his other company that he shut down, and had a large garage sale in the month of September. And so a lot of those items were not yet put away or inventoried or stored or given to Goodwill or sold. They were just out there, and a lot of the stuff in the basement was kind of a mess. David's guns, weapons, ammunition, police things, and some of his other props. So I think that also leads people to think that it was a very messy house. But that garage sale was just several months before, and he shut down that business, had a garage sale to sell everything. And what we see down in that basement is all the remnants of what was not yet sold. And maybe he was going through it to see what he wanted to keep for props and what he wanted to sell, but it wasn't, neat and orderly in any way. That part of it certainly was a mess. But I think people are mainly talking about the upstairs living conditions, and I didn't think much about that.
Okay.
Well, if I could put a little opinion in, we have a young child living in our apartment, and I can tell you, we could clean after him or while he's taking a nap, and he could be awake for less than 3 minutes and be a tornado through it. So, and they had a 5-year-old who was home for at least 3 weeks. Well, depending on when they died, she was home, and it's very possible that they could have waited until she went down at night to clean, or did it before she woke up, that kind of thing. But it could be a losing battle while they're awake.
Well, I do think we have a couple other people on the call here. Who else do we have here?
I'm here. It's Christy.
Hey, Christy.
Hey,
how are you?
Hey, I'm good. How are you?
Great.
Hello, Christy.
Hi.
Thanks for joining us here. Any comments on any of the stuff that we've talked about so far, or anything you wanna talk about?
Well, I mean, kind of the same thing Sophia said. I've had kids, and I mean, I know, like, I've had people, when my kids were younger, I've had people that are, like, extremely OCD come in and say, oh, your house is so messy and everything. But, I mean, when kids are being kids and you're letting them live and stuff, you're going to kind of have mess and chaos in the house a little bit. And plus, not only were they raising a small child, but they were both extremely busy people. So they were trying to juggle a lot. So probably cleaning kind of got, was like, we're just going to, keep things picked up. And they may have had, like, some people have, like, different ways of doing things. Like, some people, like, they'll pick up and stuff like that, and then maybe, like, once a month they'll do, like, a deep cleaning or something in dust and everything like that. So I think it really just depends on the person and what their perception of cleanliness is, it didn't look extremely messy to me. I mean, it's really, I mean, I think that it kind of, because of the scene and the way everything looks, I think it makes it look a lot more messy than it was. But, I mean, I've gone back to that glass table a million times. I'm sure I drive everyone nuts, but that glass table, you know, it was very clean for it to be so close to what supposedly occurred right there in such close proximity. And I mean, and it was a glass table. And so that's why I find it really odd that that glass table was as clean as it was.
Yeah.
So.
I think we have somebody else on the call too. Who else do we have here with us? 817? Who's that?
Is it Pansy?
Is that Pansy?
Yes. I had to drop off. I got a call from my sister.
Oh, that's okay. All right. I just wanted to see.
Can I come back on?
Okay. Awesome. Thanks for joining us here.
Yeah, I got to catch up with y'all now.
That's all right. Any?
Hope I didn't miss too much.
Nope, haven't missed too much. We're just getting rolling. We haven't even really started here. We're just doing some of the basics, going over some of the different basics about this case, I guess, if you can call them that, and looking through some of the latest Facebook posts and everything like that. Anything you want to bring up, Pansy, before we continue on?
Not at the moment.
Okay. Make sure that if you do, just do whatever my cat does and just start talking. Interrupt everything.
All right, there.
Okay, cool. I guess let's go ahead, and unless anybody else has anything, I'm gonna take a quick look here in the chat room, and then we'll kind of move on. I want to say hi. Hey, we got a lot of new people. We're up to 30 people watching right now. So I know that I missed a lot of people, but I want to say hi to Christy, to Patty, to Johanna, to Jennifer, to Patty again? No. To Denise, to She-Wolf, and hopefully I didn't miss anybody. I think I got just about everybody there. So we always got the best people in the best chat room ever. So I really appreciate everybody just being very cool, very chill about it. We got a whole agenda here, but at any time, if anybody would like to bring up any topic, please feel free. I'm looking at my bullet points, and so we went over that. Dan, maybe you can give us kind of a recap. You were on Eric Spitfire Wilkinson's show, the Sentinels of Truth, Wednesday night, January 15th, 2020. You were on that show. Can you give us maybe a little recap and kind of tell us maybe when it might be coming out? I know kind of there is a time different. He kind of waits. He has to wait for some reason. But that's on Revolution Radio and freedomslips.com, usually in Studio A.
Yes, Revolution Radio does the show, and I think it's Wednesday night. Eric Spitfire Wilkinson has a 2-hour broadcast, and I was a guest for the 2 hours. The initial hour was dedicated totally to the David Crowley case. Second hour, they went on to some other subjects, and I stayed on for the show. But the first hour was very good, and they were looking for, there's I think 3 members on the show. It's Damien, Jamie, and Eric, 3 guys, and they're well versed about this case. So they asked several questions about the updates, what's going on, what's the new latest revelations, and I gave them updates on your book, Greg, the possibility of a documentary by Christian Coffins coming out, and the Justice Page. We've got 2,800 members, and so that was a very good topic. They asked some very good questions, and I answered and spoke to some of that, coming up here with the 5-year anniversary being today, and how far we have come. Most of the members that we get joining our Justice Page group is those who immediately just got done watching the Gray State documentary by Eric Nelson. And so we put that together on the show, that they did that as a propaganda piece to really shut up the doubters. But because it backfired, and it certainly backfired, the critical thinkers who watched that documentary with an open mind, they know that if something doesn't sit right, they don't know what it is exactly, but because we were mentioned, and Greg and I were both interviewed in that documentary, just a couple of clips were shown, but it does give the Facebook page and the Justice page out there, and I think people do a search for it, jump onto Facebook and find it, and usually those very first people, when they join, they say that I came here as a direct result of the documentary. So I'd like to thank Eric Nelson and his team for doing that documentary, because it's really driving a lot of traffic onto the Justice page, because it's waking people up. So we talked about those types of things, the updates, and how it ties in much to the bigger picture. We talked about the documentary that they did, the Gray State team, that was released, called The Rise, and that was out there, and then the movie was never made. We do get a lot of questions with that, even to this day. When will the movie come out? When will the movie be released? Will it ever be released? And so the movie was never made. For the new folks out there, the Gray State team put together a 2-minute trailer of what the movie could look like, and that's what they used to pitch to Hollywood for budgeting purposes. And but they never did make the movie itself. The movie was never made. There was different versions of the script, and ultimately it came down to getting a contract signed to do possibly a web-based internet series or a web series with called The Gray State. And so that's what David was in works with when the family was found dead.
Disturbing.
I just want to say thank you to everybody in the live chat. We have 35 people now listening.
Wow, that's great.
And Greg, I forgot. I don't know when that link from the Revolution Radio. I'm guessing it'll be tomorrow, sometime Sunday. That will be out there, and I encourage everyone to listen. Go to the show. It's just the first hour. There are no commercial breaks, but it's a good summary that you could share with others to get the word out, or listen to for yourself. But that should be available tomorrow.
Awesome. Yeah, and
it was a good discussion.
Was it? Oh, yeah, that's right. You were there.
Mm-hmm.
That's right.
Yeah, the first hour was really about the group and what we're working on. And then the second hour was more about Max Egan and something going on with him.
Okay. So I'm pretty sure
he's just a YouTuber from Australia.
Okay. Yeah, I know Eric has him on there a lot, but I haven't really checked him out. But I'm gonna try to get to his channel. This is probably where it's gonna air. Of course, probably need to go here. Well, it'll probably air on Eric Spitfire Wilkinson's channel. I'm pretty sure that's where it's gonna air at some point. Sentinels
Truth?
Of Truth. Sentinels of Truth. Okay, I'll have to find it, but it's here. I believe it's might be this one here. I know he has a few channels because he got shut down, so I know he's one of those guys. He gets they go after him. They don't like him that much, but yeah. So I don't think this is his main channel. This is a different channel, but he does have another main channel there. But we'll definitely make sure people can have access to that once it comes out. I'm looking forward to it since I missed it. All right. Let me check the chat room here. There's a lot of really good chats going on. That's nice. Outlaw Bob Barker. Is there any chance that the script will see the light of day? Who has David's script? That's a great question. Do we know who has David's script? I don't really know. I would assume David's dad and the Apple Valley Police, or actually the Dakota County Electronic unit, they should have copies of all of that stuff too. I don't know what their policy is once they go through all of David's data. I think they went through some terabytes of data, and then I guess they gave it back to David's dad. And there's also questions about different versions of that script, because some of the versions go into a more spiritual realm. There's some that the Gray State team didn't like. I'm guessing that it kind of strayed away from what it first was, but that first 2012 trailer was just a concept trailer, right? So, I mean, but I was still expecting, like, if I wanted to see the movie, I want to see what's in that trailer, and it sounds like they were already, even in 2013, it sounds like they were already kind of moving away from a lot of the things in that trailer. There's one interview where David Crowley says that the guillotine scene will not happen, that there isn't one in his film, which I thought was weird to have it in the trailer, because that was a big part of the trailer, I thought. So
I think a lot of people who helped to make the trailer and help finance David would have been upset if it wasn't similar to what the trailer had been advertising, but that's just my opinion. I don't know, it just would seem kind of dishonest to sell a storyline and to sell that and then completely change it and make a whole different type of movie.
Mm-hmm. We do know that Danny August Mason moved forward with creating the company and the logo called Gray State Universe LLC, and he was moving forward with, I believe, the script. So if someone did have it, I believe Danny August Mason would have had a copy or had the script or a version of it, because he was moving forward with the company, and so one could only assume he wanted to use that and move forward with it. So if anyone had it, I think he was one person for sure who had something with it, because he was actively moving forward. He created that company, Gray State Universe, with the Secretary of State in the state of Minnesota in May of 2015. Just 4 months after the bodies were discovered, he was already getting the trademark for the logo and the company set up to move forward with the film. That has since lapsed. There is no Gray State Universe LLC in the state of Minnesota. But he was hot to trot at the beginning.
And you know, when he did that interview with
Ben Swan?
Ben Swan, he mentioned the Gray State Universe in that interview.
Did he really?
So he was already thinking about it.
Wow.
Yeah. It was like near the very beginning.
Wow.
And he had mentioned that. I'll have to get the minute mark for you, Greg.
Yeah.
And that was an interesting point, because one answer that I think they gave, the Gray State team gave, was we wanted to continue on with David Crowley's legacy, but then they had to kind of walk that back a little bit, because they are also pushing the fact that he was a killer. And so they found themselves not knowing which really side of the fence to go on, and so they kind of let it go. But at first it was, we wanted to continue the legacy, we wanted to continue David's work. But like Greg Fernandez has said several times, is you got to watch how you say that, because you're also pushing the narrative that he was the killer. And so I think they had to backtrack a little bit on that. And overall, it ended up, I think, collapsing after. And I believe it was after the photograph came out showing that the registration for that script doesn't expire until June of 2019. And I don't think Danny August Mason knew that, and until that came up on our Justice page, that he couldn't do anything with it until that point anyway. He had to wait 5 years or 4 years. And it was about that time that I think he shelved the whole deal and called it all off. Now, that's just my assumption, I guess.
Well, he and David's father had also filed. Who was it? There's another company. was it the copyright or the guild? It was one of those where David filed, and they cannot legally get that script for at least 70 more years. But they both filed separately to have claims for that. And I guess they'll probably find out, if they haven't already, that they're not going to release that script.
Well, they've definitely tried, and they've pitched it too. So it isn't like they just tried to get that stuff. They were pitching it to the same people that David was actually working with. So it seems like they had a lot of confidence that they would be able to go forward with the script, and just talk. And it sounds like they talked to Michael Entertainment Group, according to what Mike Boggio said to Dan Hennen. It sounds like they were talked to a couple times about it. So
interesting.
And that's just the one that we know of. So I don't know. Who knows? I'm just pulling that up, pulling the documentation of registration up right now.
Yes, that one. So if you zoom in on the bottom right, it gives an expiration date, and I think
6/5/19.
Did I ever post the other information in the group, or did I just give it to you, Greg?
About... I have to refresh my memory, sorry.
The Writers Guild? I need to look in the group.
Okay.
I'll look in the group.
I mean, it's also interesting when this was filed, too, because, it's always that summer where things start getting really kind of weird. At least that's what I think. I mean, I think after May, I think you could argue, that's when it just seemed like David goes there, he meets with, people, and they're going to make this script, they're going to do something with it. He's posting it on Facebook. He's very vocal. It isn't like he was trying to keep this a secret or anything, too, which I did think was kind of weird. It was almost like he was trying to make sure that, I don't want to say like he was just, I don't know. It just seems like he wanted to be as public as possible, and he wanted to stay in the public eye. And that's usually a great way to make sure that something doesn't happen to you. And the fact that David was kind of silent for those last 3 months, and last couple months or whatever, that should be very concerning to people. And I think it is, but I'm not sure that it's for the right reason. Why they were so concerned. We start asking people, and it's like, well, David was distancing himself from people. I don't know.
Greg, a good point is, and you didn't listen to the show, the interview that I did on the Spitfire Sentinels, I brought up that very topic, and I can even go over it again now with this group if we'd like to.
Yeah.
Because the real story is that David Crowley had sent to Danny August Mason, I think it was August 1st, that letter to sign off his rights, to release his rights, that legal letter. It was, after the birthday party, so maybe it was September. But that they had been going back and forth on that, so he was distancing himself from that avenue. And then he had the argument blow up with his brother Dan Crowley Jr., I think also in April, that wrecked that relationship, and they cut ties. And so, and David was never really close with his father, so all that stemmed from the fact that they started pulling back on purpose. Now, what we get hearing from the Gray State group, the narrative was that David was going into isolation and depression, and then he slowly withdrew from everybody because he didn't get the contract. Is the narrative they got, is that they tried to push. He didn't get it. He was despondent, and Komel was paying for everything. David didn't have a source of income, and he was going into depression. And they had found out the mother of Komel was in hospice with her cancer, and so they started kind of just backing out. And so the narrative that was pushed was all wrong, and we proved that on every step of the way. The interview that I did with Mike Boggio proved that there was a contract. They were moving forward with the $30 million deal, and I think all they were finalizing was two things: the options for that, and they were waiting for that letter, that legal note, to be signed by Danny August Mason. So they were kind of in a holding pattern. There's nothing they could do until they had that in their hands. And so David did pull away, as I think he was starting to recognize the snakes within his inner circle. And then with the problems with his internal family was the other reason. And I think they felt the walls were closing in. But it wasn't because he was despondent and depressed. That was the narrative that that was shoved down our throats.
That's right. We had a good question here from Outlaw Bob. Where is it? What does the family think about the so-called murder-suicide? And that's a big question, because Dan, you've spoken with Komel's father. You've conversed with Komel's sister. Any response from the Crowley side, and what was it like when you talked with both of the father and sister?
Well, Komel's father, Mr. Alam, said when I spoke to him on the phone that he was so busy at the time dealing with the mother, Naila Alam, in her cancer and her ovarian cancer, and she was in a hospice care. This was way back then with bills mounting and everything else, that he didn't have time. But if he had the time and the money, he would hire an investigator to look into this case, because it all seemed fishy. He just didn't have the time or the wherewithal to push it, so he just kind of stayed in the background. And Sidra, the sister, Komel's sister, at first believed there was some kind of a pact, something that they agreed to do, and this all was true. The official story was true. And then she later went full circle 360 degrees and said that David did this. He was a nut job. He was a nutcase. He was abusive. They were in a domestic violent relationship, and they were using drugs and alcohol, and it was all his fault, and he killed the family. So she's on board 100% now with the old David did it versus the pact theory, and so that's where she left it as. And the Crowley family, as strange as it may seem, the father has never made a public statement, Dan Crowley Sr., about any of this. Allison, the sister, hasn't. She had gotten married in the aftermath of all of this and moved to Baltimore with her wife. And then Dan Crowley Jr. hasn't. He's the one who posted I think on the page, saying that the family had, quote, passed away, and they're in her thoughts and prayers. And then a week later, he posted that GoFundMe campaign to try to raise $6 million to help Naila Alam get through her medical condition. So he was the most verbal, I guess, on the Crowley side as far as being active. But it's very strange. The family. It's almost like what I think Catherine said it best on her recent video, is that David Crowley's mother was asking questions and interested in finding out things, and she was very close with David, but then 7 months later she died. Dan Crowley Sr., I think, was placed in the tough position that all evidence points to the potential that his own son was going to be arrested or brought up on charges or somehow implicated in this bank fraud of the $50,000 that was withdrawn in cash back in October of 2014, before all this took place. That was the money coming out of a paid-on-death bank account that Dan Crowley Sr. had. No one should have access to that except for the person whose account that was. By Dan Crowley Sr.'s own admission, he said that month of October 2014, he was traveling on business in Germany, and that withdrawal was withdrawn from Minneapolis, Minnesota bank in person. And so we can only speculate that Dan Crowley Jr. did it. For what he did it for, I don't know. But if that was to come up, and Dan Crowley Sr. did not want to lose both of his sons, he kind of just crawled back into a little shell and admitted that he was going to go through with the official narrative and just push that when he really knew what was really going on, is what I think is probably a fair statement. He was the one in this whole thing that's been probably compromised by, from the gut. What do I do? What do I say? Admit what really happened and send my other son to prison for life, or let it go and at least I've got one son left and another son out there. And that's pretty evident, I think, from his discussion, his interview, and him reading from a script with an odd look on his face during that documentary that did not seem authentic from a father.
Okay, we got another one here. Oh, go ahead, Sophia, if you got something you want to add to that.
It was the copyright for the script. And, I actually spelled it wrong. It's R-I-G-H-T. That's what Danny August Newson and Dan Sr. filed for. But
is that posted in? It's not posted in the group.
I don't know. I haven't looked in the group yet. I was looking for the actual information on my phone, and I found it. I'm going to go to the group and look. But I did send it to you, Greg. And I sent it to Dan also on Facebook.
Okay. Yeah, we should definitely post that, because then I can just pull that up from the... You should post some of that into the group, and I can just pull it up right there.
I will. Okay. I'm doing it right now.
Snowflakes had a great question, too. Did anyone ask their neighbors if they've ever heard David and Komel fighting? I'm a domestic violence survivor, and I believe there would have been loud fights between them if this was David who did this. I think we have at least a few people in the police documents that say that they've never heard it. Every news article, everything, I've never seen anything that says that they have, which is one thing, but it's a whole other thing when you have people on record saying that they never heard anything, that lived next door to them, that lived in that same area. Have you ever heard anything about them fighting?
I haven't heard anything.
I hadn't heard anything. I don't buy into that theory, though. That's just my opinion. I don't think that there ever was domestic violence in that family.
Right. And it sounds like this person doesn't too, but just that, if there was, and we know that, Dan, maybe you can tell us about that one story you told me where you're sitting at some gala or something like that, and all of a sudden David's name pops up or this case pops up.
Yes, that is very good. It was a year later, I believe. I was at a silent auction to benefit domestic violence, to raise money for domestic violence in the Twin Cities area. And at the conclusion of the dinner, there was a slideshow running with images of people that had died in that calendar year due to domestic violence. It was a summary of all of the year 2015 of Twin Cities couples, families, and children that died due to domestic violence, and what we can do to stop it and put an end to this. Well, I not only take a big swig of my ice water at my table, and I see Komel and Rani's photo show up saying that they were the victims of domestic violence. And so the next day, I contacted the presenter of that event that I was at, and I said, that particular one that was shown, the case is not yet finalized. That's just a theory. The case is not closed yet. So this was this may have been late 2015, because it was January 2016 is when Apple Valley Police closed the case. It was about a year later, almost exactly to the day that they closed it. And so this must have been the end of 2015, and they already had their photos up there. And I said, here's a link to the article of what happened. They're suspecting possibly domestic violence, but the case is still open and hasn't been fully concluded yet. And so she apologized and said, "Oh, I'm sorry to add it to them. Did you know them?" I said, "No, but I was just following the case, and I don't believe that's the case." But that's sure enough. Someone had forwarded to the presenter of this organization to insert those photographs into the presentation, into the PowerPoint at that banquet. And my question is, how does stuff like that get forwarded? How does it even get in there, much less make it to the final cut of that of the banquet? But sure enough, they were there, and it was presented as fact. It was presented that it was a fact that they were killed due to domestic violence. And I said that's very misleading, because that's not the case. Back then, I was still thinking that it could have been a pact agreement where Komel agreed to do it, and that certainly wouldn't be domestic violence. So it was wrong on all counts. But I did see that this must have been the end of 2015. It was during the wintertime.
Okay, Sophia, I got that image pulled up here. I did. There. Abigail has a really good.
Images.
Okay, there's several. Okay, so I'll pull those up and maybe you can kind of go through those quickly. But before we do that, Abigail has a good comment here about Joseph Seaton didn't see David in 4 years, started hanging out with him in May 2014. He's now buddies with Danny Mason. Joseph Seaton moved to Austin, partner with Danny Mason in production company. And he has a pit bull and is an Army Ranger. I still want to know more about Joseph Seaton, what his rank was, how he was a ranking officer or David's commander. I still want to know more about that. But I did not know, or maybe I blocked it out of my memory or something, but I didn't know that he's working that closely. Joseph Seaton is working that closely with Danny Mason. Makes me wonder if some of the other guys that are involved in film, a lot of these guys were involved in their own film projects and stuff like that. Interesting. Good to know.
Yeah, the whole Joseph Seaton, it was I'm not going to say a mistake, whether intentional or not, but the final cut of the film where they show Joseph Seaton photoed twice with a different title or a different caption on the documentary both times. One said, "Friend of David Crowley's." Next time it said "Commanding Officer in the Military with David Crowley." So they had either forgotten to change the one instance of the title. You'd never have a documentary, and Christian Coffins confirmed this. You wouldn't have a documentary where a person would be listed more than one time and two different titles due to consistency in being uniform in the documentary. It'd always be referenced the same exact thing. And it maybe even could have said friend/commanding officer. But the fact of the matter is it was two different ones, which is a big no-no in documentary land to ever have non-exact titles given. Now, commanding officer is another thing that doesn't make sense, because he was in the military, I believe, as a ranger, and he may have worked with on one of his tours and maybe known David, but I think that it came out soon after this documentary came out that someone contacted us on the Justice page. It says that David's commanding officer, the person that he reported to on one of his tours, was a black man, an African-American gentleman that was not. They said, "Who's this Joseph Seaton? Who's this guy, this clean-cut, bald guy with a beard?" They said, "Who is that?" And so we got hit with some questions right away because that raised concerns. So what I think, and this is just my opinion, Joseph Seaton did the documentary and did his interviews and then provided to the Eric Nelson documentary film, the production crew. He gave that definition himself, saying, "Oh, it's commanding officer." Even according to Joseph Seaton's ex-girlfriend, whom I've talked to before on the phone here in Minneapolis, she said this guy was a con artist from the get-go and was telling stories that she didn't believe, and none of the stuff he was even making sense. So all these characters that were surrounding David Crowley were, I would say, shady at best. Con artists, manipulators, master manipulators, and very good at playing with people's emotions and everything. So she said this was the same thing when they broke up and he moved, and Joseph Seaton moved to Seattle to move in with some buddies, and then later that didn't last, and he ended up down in Austin, Texas, surprisingly where Danny August Mason is, and Joe Biggs and Alex Jones and the rest of these cats. So all these people all ended up in the same bucket, but Joseph Seaton was another one, very good at lying, very good at manipulating people, and I think that he offered up that title to the production staff for Eric Nelson and said I was the commanding officer. And I'll believe someone did some fact checking later to ensure that was correct and found out that it was wrong. So I think they just were going to use the phrase friend of David Crowley, and so they made the change, but not in both locations. So it may have been an honest mistake, but he never would have been a commanding officer in any sense of the imagination, as even Sophia, being her background with the military, he never would have been anything to that regard.
Well, and I'd like to add something. I can't go too far into it, but you have to be a certain rank to fulfill that duty, and they would have had to have the same MOS, and so it's not possible. It's in the only thing. I mean, I have to be fair and say, okay, well, maybe if the people that did the documentary, because they're not very familiar with military terminology, etc., whatever, if they just deem someone as being an officer, if they equate that to being a commander, then it would be an honest mistake. But if he himself said that he was his commanding officer, then it's not true. But I can't go any more into it than that right now.
And I think that's a good point, because David served on the battlefield in Iraq. By the time he got stop loss and got sent to Afghanistan, he was just simply working in the mailroom. And so Joseph Seaton, his boss or his manager in the mailroom over in Afghanistan, the difference there is that the word officer is attached to it, which leads one to believe that it's not an enlisted person, it's an officer. And Joseph Seaton
he was an officer. He was an officer. He was an officer, but he wasn't a high enough ranking officer.
Oh, he was. So he was not enlisted.
He was only a lieutenant, and he didn't make it very far up the chain, let's just say, before he was discharged.
And it wasn't even honorably discharged. He got into trouble himself and got out, but being that he was roughly David's age, would a commanding officer would have to be an older person? Is that correct, or would they be?
Yeah, he would have had to have been higher ranking than that. He would have had to have been at least a captain.
Okay.
Yeah.
And also, if he said he was special forces, but if he was actually a ranger, there is a difference between the two. There is a distinct difference between the two. So there again, if he said he was special forces, it's only because he's trying to be grandiose and make himself out to be more than what he was, because there are a lot of rangers, and I'm not to disrespect any rangers or anything like that, because it's an admirable job and everything, but rangers are not special forces. They are two completely different things.
Yeah, so I think we can safely conclude here that Joseph Seaton was lying when he told whoever that he was David's commanding officer. That's not the truth. It may be half truth or partial truth, but it shouldn't have even made it to the film. That particular title, in my opinion.
Right. Unless, like I said, unless the people that made it misunderstood him. But I mean, I would think, I know for someone that's honest, like if they were actually able to screen this before they released it, someone that had served, if they saw that up there and saw that it was a mistake, they would correct them, because that's, I mean, it's not it's not stolen valor, but it can be fraud. So it's just kind of weird that if he saw it, even if it was a mistake on their part, that he didn't correct them on it.
Correct.
And, you know, I'm wondering if they just use that title to give him more credibility when he talks about David going downhill. Because it's him and the chick who doesn't exist who started the whole part where David and Komel were both going downhill.
Yeah, they were both very, very good. Their role, I think, in this documentary was to push that narrative and to come off as credible witnesses to show or to prove to the unsuspecting viewers of the movie that David was indeed going downhill and slipping. These guys were the ones, Susan Houghton and Joseph Seaton were the ones that really put the nail on the head, I think, in that movie, that really drove that point home.
So they have an actress playing a supposed friend and a con artist playing the other friend.
Well,
to sell that storyline.
Also, his little narrative about like that, the way they're trained, he knows the way he was trained, and so he's sure David was trained the same way to be 2-3 steps ahead. So he probably had more than one plan, and so in order to drive that home, he had to make himself appear much more connected to him for that to be believable. Because otherwise, I mean, how would he know? You know, because, I mean, so I think that's another reason why that kind of drives home. Well, of course he knows. You know, he served with him, so he knows what he was like. You know, he knows how he was trained, so he must be telling the truth. And one of the things that I wanted to add about, as far as like, you know, there are a lot of service members that have PTSD and combat veterans that have it, and there's various different types of PTSD and stuff like that. But there's a lot of regular people that have PTSD also from other issues. And if anything, service members are trained to be disciplined and have more control than civilians. So, you know, it's just ludicrous that narrative is being used. It's an insult that, you know, he was a veteran. So, and even if he did have PTSD, you know, he was a veteran, he had PTSD, so he must have snapped. I mean, it's unbelievable how many people are diagnosed with PTSD in this country. And if everyone that had PTSD was snapping, then half the country would be gone. So it's just absolutely ludicrous to use that narrative, because people with PTSD don't just like have it and it lies dormant, and then all of a sudden just one day they snap and kill their entire family and themselves. That doesn't happen.
And he was also filming war type scenes, everything that he might have seen over in the Middle East, he was kind of pitting into his movie. And he was going to the gun range and doing tactical moves and stuff like that. If he had PTSD, he would have snapped a long time ago. So that whole PTSD angle is just bullshit.
Yeah, and he wouldn't have been able to cope with even if it was blanks, the gunfire and everything that was going on, and the types of situations that they were filming, how volatile they were. He would not have been able to cope with that. He wouldn't have run towards something like that if that's what had him traumatized.
All right, I'm just checking our chat room because there was a lot of great chats that we are missing here. So I know, Sophia, do you want to? Should we get to? Should we go over some of the comments first, or should we get to what you were saying?
They were asking about the blood on the magazine of the gun, and I have that pulled up right now. It says mixture of 2 or more individuals. Major male DNA profile matches David. Major profile does not match Komel or Rani. And then it says Komel and Rani cannot be excluded as possible contributors, though. And then it goes further down. It says that Rani is estimated. Okay, let me just read this because it's an estimated that 99.99997% of the general population can be excluded from the contributors based on less genetic information obtained from known samples of Raniya Crowley. It is estimated that 99.95% of the general population can be excluded from being contributors. I have no clue what that means. So, yes, the magazine did have David's blood on it and possibly Komel and Rani's.
Which, that's another strange thing about that, because the magazine had blood on it. So what's weird about that whole situation is, so the gun would have had to have been used, and then for some strange reason, the magazine be removed and then be replaced into the gun. And I have not been able to figure out why that happened, because there were plenty of rounds in that magazine, but it's kind of strange that the gun was used and the magazine was removed. Otherwise, there wouldn't be blood on the magazine.
And the question to the official narrative is, why was David Crowley bleeding at all?
Correct.
Exactly.
Because you don't see any obvious wounds on him. Well, they don't say any during the autopsy, except that he's missing the majority of his face and his right hand. But they don't say anything about scratches or cuts or anything on him for why he would be bleeding. If we're to go with the whole snapped murdered suicide kind of scenario.
I don't know if this is like out of place in the discussion, but I don't want to forget to bring it up because this has been driving me crazy. Okay, does anyone that's on the call travel? Like, through, like travel with airlines? Does anyone travel?
I haven't since
Nope.
9/11.
Has anyone traveled?
I've only traveled like a couple times. That's it. Keep my feet on the ground. Sorry.
Okay, well, the thing that y'all know where I'm going. What is very bizarre to me is, yes, airlines have a rolling arrival time. It's constantly updating and everything, like when a plane is going to arrive. But all of the flights that were coming in from California into Minnesota, that the day that email was sent from Jason Allen, they're not real consistent with him saying he could call him at 3:33. And what boggles my mind is, okay, even if he were going with the rolling time of arrival, like the continuous update of the arrival of that plane, say the plane was supposed to get there at 3:33, and you could play devil's advocate and say maybe that's why he used that time. Well, he would need to allow time for the plane to actually reach the gate, for them to open the door, and for everyone to get off the plane, and for him to get wherever he was going to get and get comfortable in the airport to sit down and make a phone call to David. And usually when most of the people that I have asked, usually when people make an appointment to make a phone call with someone, it's like in 15-minute increments. Like, I'll call you at 3:15, or I'll call you at 3:30, or I'll call you at 3:45. Why 3:33? I just think that's weird.
Yeah, it's
It
very
is an odd choice for putting a time on.
Yeah, it's 3.
I mean, it doesn't make any sense. Who does that?
Greg, what were you going to say?
I'm looking at this now, and it's 3.33. So maybe it's maybe it's a typo, you know? I mean, is he doing this from his phone would be the first thing. Like, where is he sending? You can't really tell as far as I can tell. So I don't know. Yeah, that is weird. That's the only thing that I can think of. But, and it's January 8th too, so I don't know. Yeah. I wish I had a better answer.
Is for it to be a typo.
No, it's not a typo.
If you look,
you're right, because of the 9:30 p.m. It's not a typo.
it's just strange.
Well, he also he spells it Grey State, Grey, too. It's almost like he doesn't really know that much about this. I mean, you would think he would get that right. At least the name.
He doesn't even really respond much to. He doesn't really address a whole lot. I mean, David sent him a really long email, and he doesn't really address much of it.
Right, and that was sent, let me go back to the date again. Yeah, that's a long time. It's almost a month later. And David even says Grey State. I mean, he spells it out for him, so it's not like 1, 2, 3. I can probably count 5 or 6 times that David has Grey State in there. Obviously, yeah, closer to 10, but still, Jason Allen just kind of seems like, you know. So this over a cactus, I mean, there's so many things that we could dissect from this, I guess, but that is a weird one that I can't say, that I can't just discount and say, oh, well, it could have been this. It is a weird time to give. I mean, I'm glad that it wasn't 666, but again, that wouldn't make sense because there is no 666, but 333 and then at 9:30 is pretty close, but I don't know.
Yeah, and I really just wanted other people's input, like if other people do that, because I honestly just haven't ever heard of anyone doing that, and, you know, I want to be fair, and, you know, if other people do it, I'd like to know that they do, because, you know, I can only go based off of what people I ask.
Right. Well, I mean, even here, you know, how come he does 333 and then he doesn't do 933? How come he's very accurate on he's going to be back in LA tonight around 9:30. So I don't know what this 333 is about. Is it some like inside joke between them or something? I don't know.
That's, you know, it's either that or something else.
Yeah. Yeah, well, he's an interesting guy, for sure.
Did you want to go ahead and start going off the PowerPoint?
Yes. Okay, let me get this up here. All right, so the only thing I wanted to mention here, I put this here because this is pretty much what my book cover is gonna be like. So I'll show some of those photos later. But Sophia, you had, let me get to that here. You were going to talk about the blue blanket and, oh, no, I want to play your video first. Should I play your video or should I wait or should I, what do you want to do?
No, you can play it. Okay. I don't mind.
All right. So I want to play this. I have this warmed up.
Blue washable paint experiment number 1. Putting feet in it.
Let's see, I'm going to go back here. Yeah, I might be playing it too high. I made the high res, but let me adjust this down here. Okay, it's about 3 minutes long here.
Blue washable paint experiment number 1. Putting feet in it. Oh, that's slippery. We're gonna demonstrate the footprints. Okay. Footprint experiment, and I'm going to try to do this without actually killing myself by slipping. Is it buffering? 2, 3, 4.
Yeah, if it's buffering, I'm going to lower the quality a little bit.
Okay. As you can see, I already have paint between my toes as I stepped into it. It's like in my toenails, on my toes. Unless David actually took a shower, really cleaned himself, I do not believe that he made those footprints. These are my footprints. These are as you can see, I made several steps. I used blue finger paint. There's the paint right there that I stepped in. And here are my feet.
As you can see, there's no way that David could have stepped in that blood
I can explain
and
what
not
I'm
had
actually
blood
saying.
between his toenails and toes and everything else. Experiment done. This was my hand. I did my palm, the side of my palm, with my fingers down. I had paint on my knuckles and on my thumb. That is my palm print. I'm not sure what made those prints in that photo. Here's my prints when I stepped out of the thing, but I had to brace onto the wall right here so that I wouldn't kill myself because it was so slippery. Then I stepped on my toes to try to replicate, and then that's where I stopped, right there. I think it's important to realize that David would have had a blood between his toes and his toenails. And quite possibly on the sides of his feet like this, and on his feet. His feet, in the autopsy report, sorry, in the autopsy report, said his toenails were cleaned and well groomed, and there was no mention of blood or dried blood.
All right, so Sophia, maybe you can help us kind of break that down. Sorry if it was buffering for some people. I might have had the quality on too high for my computer to handle.
I think the key point from that experiment, my main thing that I was trying to do was to see if the paint would get between my toenails and between my toes and stuff like that. Because whoever did those footprints on the floor, if that's what they are, they would have had to have had the blood underneath their toenails, between their toes, on the sides of their feet. And in David's autopsy, it clearly states that his toenails were well maintained and cleaned. So he didn't make that unless he jumped into the shower and scrubbed himself really well, because it took me about 10 minutes to get that stuff off. And then the next day when I was out and I was wearing flip-flops, I could still see little flecks of it. So I'm just not believing that he did that. So it was somebody else who had either stepped in blood or somebody else who made the footprints. And if they did it with their hand, it would have been their right hand.
All right, I was gonna pull up some images here. Actually, I will give me 1 second. I'll be right back with you guys, okay?
Mm-hmm. Christy, are you able to see the YouTube chat?
Uh-huh.
Are they
Yeah.
asking any questions that we might be able to go over while Greg is busy? I'm sorry, I had to go pick up my
let's see.
kids.
Someone says that they're going to ask someone, but they've noticed a lot of, I think it says elite talk about numbers in this. That disappeared.
They're talking about Germanta and what David Allen was talking in regards to 333 and stuff.
Yeah.
There was some other meaning behind it, or
Possibly. That he could have been talking in code.
yeah.
Which, all of us have had some type of issues with our emails. I'm wondering if David was having an issue too with his email being hacked.
Well, I mean, in I think 2013, when he was moving into that house, he had a hard drive that was stolen or corrupted. He lost some type of files during his move, which is kind of weird. So it could have been going on for a long time. I think after David makes this 2012 trailer, he's pretty much a target. He's a target for certain people. And so that's why, it's very important to understand the people that were involved in this trailer and the people that came after this trailer too. Because there's always that. And then also kind of how the trailer kind of morphed into what was supposed to become a TV series. That was the whole thing. That's what they were working towards, was a TV series. But I do want to go back to these prints. I think these prints are very important here. And let me see, because I got a few different sets of prints I wanted to look at here. So if we start at BCA 4486... 4486. I mean, this is what they see. They're telling us this is what they see when they walk into that house.
And those are the footprints / whatever they are.
Yeah.
And that was just Canal's DNA for that. And I also sent you the one that after they had collected the DNA and then sprayed it. So it's much darker. I'm not able to look at my other device right now.
It's okay, I'm gonna go to it. Got it here. So we start looking at BCA 4829 is where we're gonna start here. And we're gonna move right along through that. You can see at this point they've marked where those prints are. And item number 14 labeled here. The most important thing for me, the reason why I do think these were feet that did kind of match David, is because I look at this little circle here, his index toe, and then we'll compare the index toe to that. Doesn't mean that everything here on the ground is a footprint, but the only thing that are noted are footprints. So if there are fingerprints, then that's a big deal, because that shows that they are hiding something, because they do not mention any fingerprints on this floor. So it's one or the other, you know. And I do believe 14 and 15, actually to the left of 14 looks like a footprint. 15 to me also looks like a footprint. Where the marker, where this yellow marker on 14 is, I think, Sophia, I think that's what you're talking about there. So I'm going to go to that one.
And when I had the paint on my feet, paint that I picked out was very slippery. But when your feet are wet and you have blood on your feet, it's the same type of concept. It's extremely slippery, and I almost killed myself a couple times. If I didn't have a wall right there, I would have slipped and fell, excuse me. And so for those feet to appear out of nowhere, those footprints, I find that highly suspicious. So there had to have been more that were cleaned up. And those were specifically either planted or they were specifically left there for some reason or another. And once again, for them to have enough blood on their feet to leave at least, was it 3 prints? They would have had it between their toes and toenails. And David's were clean.
All right, so I'm zooming in on some of those ones now. So to me, this image, which is image number BCA 5015, this is the one. If you look at where E is, this looks like a fingerprint. I mean, it looks like a hand. It looks like a whole hand right there. So, which is not really it's not item 14, it's not item 15, it's just kind of mentioned there. But if you look at it, I mean, that's why this was one of the first images that I remember seeing like this, and it looks like a hand. But it's not 14, it's not item 15, it's not the items that they talk about. Go ahead.
No. And it was very hard for me to replicate something like that exactly with my feet. My toes were not, I mean, my feet were completely covered in paint, but they would not leave it completely darkened in and stuff. It just didn't look the same, even though I was trying to replicate it. And once again, as I'm trying to do that, I'm trying not to slip and fall. So that was another factor. I just don't see how anybody could have done that and not slipped, and you don't see that in their footprint.
And then let's look at that, and we can compare that to David's foot here. And I know it's not the best quality, but this is, you got this from the sloppymentary, documentary, whatever you want to call it. And that's David's foot there. So to me, this does line up with item 14 and item 15 with the footprints that we are seeing. That number E, that's questionable, because I do agree that looks like a palm print. It looks like a palm print. And if we're talking about, you know, the possibility of just what they found there, up with item 14 and item 15 with the footprints that we are seeing. That number E, that's questionable, because I do agree that looks like a palm print. It looks like a palm print. And if we're talking about the possibility of just what they found there, or what was wiped up, or maybe that's why we're not seeing more, because some were wiped up. But then the question, I guess, would be, why would some be wiped up and some others wouldn't be? Right?
Correct.
They want to make sure that they give you a path, a clear path to where this letter or this note is going to be written on the laptop, on David's laptop, where it says, "I have loved you all with all of my heart." So they create that path there, but we also hear about these other paths. We hear about these footprints that lead around the whole house. That's not true. None of that is true. And so that's why...
Consider the source.
Right. And that's the whole problem, is it's like half-truths, where you have to go and... Basically, you have to research it yourself. If you start listening to what certain people say, to what the Gray State team says, if you start there, you are in a world of hurt. You are starting at the worst possible way. You really just want to start with these documents. You want to start looking at these photos and come to your own conclusion, and then see, based on this, because I can tell you there's a lot of the people that claim to be the part of the Gray State quote unquote team. They haven't looked at this. They're not looking at these documents. They're not looking at these photos. They don't care. They obviously don't care. If they did care, then they would look at these things. All right. We are missing a lot of great comments in our chat room here.
I'm picking the kids up, so it might get a little noisy.
No, this is great. Yeah, we got 34 people still here, and yeah, there's so many great comments. There's so much happening there.
I love how the live chats have really been so interactive and helpful with these conference calls.
Yeah. Yep. That's how we roll. The only thing else I have... I'm sorry, did somebody else want to say anything?
No.
Okay.
It was my daughter.
So this is a weird thing that I found. I think somebody posted this on Facebook, and so it's kind of the whole feet, where the Greek feet, not saying that David's feet were, not saying that he was Greek or anything like that, but this is that style. This was his style of feet. So, and for me, that does match those footprints that we are seeing there. At least the two footprints, item 14 and item 15. It does seem the same. All right, so let's go ahead and move. Let's keep moving on here. Okay, so let's go back to the PowerPoint. Are you ready, Sophia?
I can't see a thing right now.
Okay, I'm gonna go.
But I am ready.
Okay, because I'm gonna go to slide number 3, and I'm pretty sure you know what's gonna be on slide number 3.
Yes, I do.
Okay, we're gonna go to slide number 3 right now.
I'm sorry? Is that correct?
Okay, we're on slide number 3. We're looking at the BCA 4777. This is the photo of the image of David's left hand.
Okay, is this the one where the book, the Quran?
Yes.
Okay. If it shows where his index finger is touching his thumbs. And if we go to the next photo,
which is hard for people to see.
yes, it is hard. And Catherine had lightened it up and enlarged it as much as possible for us. This is a photo that was taken from the one that was accidentally released to us of the bodies, and we just closed in on his hand.
We don't know if it was accidentally released. We asked for it.
Okay, yeah,
we got
you're
it, right? They gave it to us.
Correct. Okay. But then they redacted it and said it's the group.
Correct. You're right. Because we did a follow-up on this to see if they would give us the same photo, and that photo was taken out later. Yes.
Correct.
And this is David's left hand, right?
It's his left hand again, and it appears that his index finger is straight in this photo and not touching the thumb.
Okay, so now
there's another interesting fact to compare these two photos if we go to the next slide.
Okay, I'm looking at that right now. Slide by slide.
The one that's not touching the book, that seems more skeletonized than the one that's touching the book. To me, it appears to be two different hands. And if it's partially mummified, you're not going to be able to bend that finger in the first place. It will snap off. So I don't even know how that happened. And I would like for the group to have their own opinions in regards to that. If Christy's still on the call, I would love for her to chime in.
Oh, I'm here. It looks different to me. I just, one thing I find really weird is just the angles that they're taking at for them to be police forensic photos, and for like it to be the hand to be cut off, not cut off in that way, but for the photograph of the hand to be like not centered, for it to be like where it is, it just seems weird. And then yeah, they do look different to me.
And I would love to know what the people in the live chat are thinking, because at this time, you know, it's just another rabbit hole, or are we onto something here?
Yeah, I'm going to see if I can kind of crop that image. Maybe give us some... I think for
it's just because it was a PDF file.
Right.
The quality is so horrible on that photo.
Right.
But a lot of the photos are horrible.
And we tried to crop out Komel and Raniya from this photo. So that's another reason. Yeah, and it's really hard to crop. It's really hard to do this justice without that. But I'm gonna try right now, just to see. Okay. Yeah,
and then
it's
if you also look at his arm in that particular photo, it looks like his sleeve is down. But when you look at the police report, they talk about his sleeve being pushed up and that you can see his tattoo. So who touched the body before the ME got there?
Alright, let me go here. Okay, so looking at the next slide here, we get a little closer view of where David was, basically, and how his hands were laid out, how they were stretched out. That's what we're looking at here now. You can look at where David's hand is in the proximity of the recliner, and you can kind of see that it was not where that blood is. So if you can see my cursor here, I'm going to go ahead and kind of circle in. This is the big blood stain known as item 34. There is also blood found right up here. How does blood get all of that way up, all of that way down? When we can see where David's head is, we can see, just like we talked about, his left hand, and then whatever is left of his right hand here. There's nothing there. There's no... I mean, there's literally nothing there, so it doesn't even make sense. Even if a head was laying there, it would seem like there'd be a lot more blood in that spot. So it's just weird. All the blood is kind of soaked into this area here. David's hands are clearly stretched out in a crucifix, but if you look at where his hand is in the drawing, it's a little bit different. So I'm going to focus here on the drawing now, and we're going to look at that, and you can see, compare where his hands are here, how they're laid out here, and then you can compare those to where his hands are laid out in this image, and it is different. And
yeah,
you
it's
kind
not
of
even
wonder
touching the book at that point.
So there it is. Kind of blurred out, but still there. Not the same as this. In this image, in the drawing, there's no head. You can clearly see there is a head here. It's a big part of his head.
And where's the Quran at this point?
I still think it's there. I still see it there. I think it's still in that same area.
You're right. You're right.
So we can see
You're
that.
correct.
I mean, the problem is it's not. If you look at BCA 5052, it's not there. It's gone from this image here. So where the Quran should be.
And look at his sleeve.
Yeah.
His sleeve is pushed down.
Is it pushed down? Not in this one. In BCA 5052. Let me go back there. Looks pretty well up to me.
In that photo, in the crime scene photo with all of the bodies, where is the blue blanket in relation to the bodies?
Okay, let's go to that.
It's crumpled and down by his calves. Greg does have the photo for that. we blurred out Komel and Ronnie and David.
Okay, so I'm going to skip over the one with the teeth because that has a good image of that blue blanket. But we'll go to the next one here. And this is where you can see where in proximity to that where everything is. So you can see where David's hands are stretched out. The daughter is here. Daughter's arm, what is remaining of her last arm, is here. And this is the Komel. Her backside is right there. And here's where that blue blanket is. So there's no markers here. You can see where everything is. The gun should be here. The gun should be about right here. Really. This is where it should be. I didn't see the gun.
But did they say, they didn't say in the report if, in relation to the photo with what, I can't even remember now, Sophia, we went over it so many different times. Is it the mandible that should be on that blue blanket?
Yeah, it should be the teeth, and we do have that other photo in the slideshow.
Hmm?
Where the blue blanket is basically laid out, and you see the teeth on top. You do not see the crayon at that time.
But for some reason, they don't mention, like, where, like, whose they think that is when it was collected, like where it was collected from, because what I'm getting at is if that mandible got there from a gunshot wound, I mean, that would be something that would be very important to know, because with where David is, if he were to have shot himself, he would have had to be much closer. I mean, not necessarily that much closer, because it can actually fly, but it's just an odd spot for it to be in, and also the fact that they didn't say, okay, we collected this and we believe it belongs to them and this is where it was collected. There are really no specifics in regards to that to know. I mean, is that Komel's? Is that David's? Because that would tell you a lot as far as, like, trying to determine, like, if that was caused by animal scavenging or if it was caused by a gunshot wound. That's what is weird. That's what I'm getting at. It's because if it were David's, he would have had to have been sitting up or standing up for it to end up there. It wouldn't have gone in that direction if he were lying down in the position that he's lying in. If he were laying on his back and reached around with his left hand and held the gun up to his head, or, you know, which I don't see any way possible for it to have been inserted into his mouth or underneath his chin because of where they say the entrance wound is. So he would have had to have reached around and shot himself. And if he were lying down, that's not the direction that would have gone in.
Yep, and I'm just I'm a little quiet because I'm trying to create a better image that we can all look at here.
I can jump in here.
Go ahead, Dan.
For the teeth, that is the maxilla, correct? It's not the mandible. and it wouldn't have been a result of a gunshot or scavenging. That bone is cut with something and then laid or set there on top.
Yeah, because the maxilla is the hinged part of your teeth. There's a large portion that's the hinged part. So yeah, it would have had to have been cut if that's what that is.
So so that one, there's lots of problems with that right there. That, number one, there should be a table tent identifying that piece to explain it later and investigate it. There's nothing sitting by it at all. So it kind of gets explained away. But that, I think, was manipulated and set there. It wouldn't have just flown off in a random gun blast, and a dog wouldn't have neatly chewed it like that, where it's the same and on both sides is very uniform.
Yeah, if that's maxilla, it's like perfectly even. I mean, because there's quite a large portion is missing.
Correct.
Yeah, there's all kinds of things wrong with that then.
And we tried to zoom in closer on the teeth alone to see if we could tell, and
oh yeah, here you go. Keep that there.
And Catherine was able to rotate them enough, but we still couldn't tell. Yeah, there we go. I can't tell.
Yeah, that looks cut or sawed.
Yeah, and I'm not really. Do you see any dog teeth marks? I think I've only seen maybe one or two items that he actually did chew on.
Yeah, that's messed up. Someone at one point even mentioned, does that even look real? Are those authentic?
Yeah.
Look like a movie prop or something from special effects department. But,
I told Christy last night, it looks like something that you would see in the desert. Like the whiteness and everything of the teeth that you would stumble upon.
All right, I'm gonna see if I can pull up that image here. Go ahead and download this, and if I can open there. Okay, how can I make this?
Are you looking for a photo? Because I have several that I can send you. Like mandibles and maxillas and...
I think this is the one that I really want to focus on here. I want to keep this one up. I'm going to go feed my cat really quick, and I'm going to come right back, but I want to keep this one up here. I think it's a very important photo. There's a lot of interesting things here, and it does kind of give you at least the image of David Crowley. And this is the one, it's kind of pixelated, but I'll just kind of hover a little bit here in this, where my cursor is in this area. This is where the daughter was, and then Komel was kind of in this corner here. So it's a interesting photo. Obviously you can see a lot of David's head is still there, but I think Sophia, pretty much, you know, this is where you want to really focus on here, is that hand, because, you know, that was one of the weird things. It's like, okay, this finger, now I can kind of make out where the finger should be, but I'm still going back and forth and having a hard time understanding that. Where is the thumb? The thumb should be about right here. Maybe it is, and because the image is so pixelated, maybe I'm just not seeing it. I don't know. But
And in this photo, there's something gray, almost grayish between his thumb and his forefinger. We're able to see it better on the close-up, but it's not there in the other photo where he's making that symbol.
that's a problem. It's another problem. I mean, to think that this is what the cops find when they walk into that house. Why would you think this was a double murder-suicide? What here would lead you to think that? The guy has his freaking head blown off. Half his head is gone. His arm is missing. And he's the suspect? That doesn't make sense.
Well, and the other weird thing is, okay, the position in the close-up of his hand, the position that the fingers are in, you know, you can clearly see that the index finger and the thumb are touching. So we're supposed to believe that he fired a weapon, and when someone does commit suicide or shoot themselves with a weapon, the first thing that drops is the weapon and then the body. Okay, but we're to believe that he shot himself with the weapon, and the weapon dropped out of his hand, but then his fingers went back into that position. Because if his hand's in that position, like the index finger is like as if he were pulling a trigger or something. So it's like the gun was in the hand or something like that. But they wouldn't have been able to pull that out of his hand with his hand mummified like that.
Yeah,
and that's not where they say they found the gun anyway.
And because it is mummified, they wouldn't be able to manipulate those fingers after the fact without possibly damaging his hand even more. Is there any way that you could go to the side-by-side comparison, Greg?
I mean, the other fingers relax, but we're to believe that that one particular finger just went back into the trigger position. It doesn't make any sense.
And once again, the gun was found by his left hand. He was right-handed.
Well, and his entry wound was on the right-hand side of his head.
Yes, the exit wound was the left side of his head. Also.
So we're to believe that he used his left hand and reached around and cranked his hand around and put the gun to the right-hand side of his head and shot himself. Why would you do that? It makes no sense.
Nothing in this case makes sense.
I mean, if you're going to commit suicide, I mean, what do? You go, okay, I'm going to commit suicide, so I'm going to make this as difficult as possible. So I'm gonna use my non-dominant hand, and I'm gonna crank it around to the other side of my body, and try and manipulate it and shoot myself that way. It doesn't make any sense. People don't do that. And if David, I mean, more than likely with his training and everything, more than likely, if he were to shoot himself, he probably would have put the gun in his mouth or up underneath his chin, but more than likely in the roof of his mouth.
Probably not how we're seeing
Because
here.
a lot of people that shoot themselves, believe it or not, a lot of people that shoot themselves, that attempt suicide, they survive the gunshot wound. So, I mean, with him and his knowledge of weapons and with his experience and what he had seen, he would know what would be the most effective way for him to actually complete a suicide.
Hi, you guys.
Also, when you shoot your... Hi, Pansy.
Also, when his fingers are straight in this picture.
Yeah, they are.
Well, what happened to his pointer being curved to meet his thumb?
Yeah, that's the question that we're trying to discuss right now.
Well, I think that white spot must be his thumbnail showing. Like the light glaring off of it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. That's the only thing that makes sense.
Bent.
Yeah.
Bring that up close, Greg.
Sure.
Is it possible for you to go back to the side-by-side comparison of
Yes.
the hands, Greg, please? One thing that a police officer had told me is a classic sign of a staged suicide is when he walked in and the person was still holding the gun. And he told me that when a person shoots themselves in the head or commits suicide, they become like a puppet and they lose all control of everything and they drop the gun. So if he was supposedly holding on to the gun, I just don't see that happening. Yeah, there you go, right there.
And there's no, we have been told by the Apple Valley Police that they do think that David Crowley shot himself with his right hand. He was right-handed. They understand that. So why is the whole side of his left, all of his left face is completely gone, and the gun is found next to the left side? It's I don't know. But the problem with this, I think the problem that I'm having is with this image here that we have up now is just that I just need a better quality image. I need a better insight because or we need somebody who has the technology to clear this up, to take this image, here and zoom in to this hand so we can see where that thumb is. The thumb, we know where the thumb should be. It should be right here. I think it's there. I think it's just a bad quality image, and I think that's why it's not clearly showing that the thumb is there. But I do believe right now that it is there. But everybody has to make their own choice on this.
And this is why, I would love for the group to make their own decision on this. And if we're able to get a better picture, that would be amazing. Because especially like right now, we cannot pull any data off of a PDF picture. We can't get any metadata or anything.
And you know what's really weird? If you look at the picture on the right, even if you're going to look at it and think that, okay, yeah, it's at a different angle. The photograph's at a different angle. But if you look at it and think, okay, yeah, that white thing may possibly be his thumb, and the other thing in front of it is the bent index finger. But the only problem that I see with that is if you look at the left picture, the thumb is on the outside of the index finger, and the index finger is more to the right. And on the picture on the right hand side, if that white mark is his thumb, then it's the opposite. Because
and you can tell by the knuckles too, where the one on the right goes up to the last knuckle or the first knuckle, whichever one you want to call it. It's almost up to that knuckle when the other one is down to the second knuckle.
Yeah,
it's really weird. They just look really different.
Yeah, they're different.
They can't be different. They have to be the same. How does it make sense that they're different? They can't be different.
Well, because they wanted the one on the left to be staged to look like he had pulled the trigger on the gun.
So they kind of make the little trigger, but it's not even the trigger finger. Well, no, it is. It is, I guess. Well, because I'm not used to my left hand, but yeah, I guess. I mean, it's a weird hand sign. Go ahead.
Do you mind if I post this to the group and ask for their opinion?
No, I don't mind at all. No. I mean, I know we had, when the image first came out, it was a big deal, and I got a lot of flack because I wouldn't share the image, because I didn't really think that we should share it, and it's a weird spot to be in because it's if I hadn't seen it, I would want to see it too, and it's just a weird thing. So I don't know. I don't see anything wrong with people watching it. Go ahead.
On the picture that's of all the bodies, Greg,
yeah,
are you able to get close enough to the hand to see if that pin is in the picture? That's like, or if that's a pin, that blue thing.
Oh yeah, it's not in that one because remember this image, and I'm pulling it up right now. This is an image that's inside of a PDF, so that's why the quality is really, really bad, and that's why I don't want to say that I 100% think that that the hand is different.
Yeah.
Because I can kind of see, and I'm kind of moving my cursor here. I don't know if anybody can see that or not, but I'm kind of moving my cursor here where the thumb should be, and it kind of I am having a hard time lining that up. But it's like the more that I zoom into this image, the more pixelated it is. So I know people out there have software that can clean this stuff up. And we've had a couple people that have said that they were going to help clean this stuff up, and then you give them the image and you don't hear from them again. So it's kind of like, you're damned if you do and you're damned if you don't. There is no good answer,
And I just added that in the comment section that we do not have a better quality photo. This is what we have. If you can clean this up, we would appreciate it.
Right.
That would be wonderful.
No, that's not the gun on the sofa. That's, I believe it's more hair.
It's like hair kind of wrapped in bone, maybe, or something, or like a dog toy or something like that. That's, yeah. That's strange.
And weren't there keys at one point on the edge of the sofa too?
I don't remember keys on the sofa. No.
Okay, so it just must have been the hair.
At some point, that blue blanket ends up on that sofa. There's other pillows and stuff like that end up on that sofa, but. It's a whole nother issue there. Anything else on that? I'm gonna move on to the what else do we have here? Let's see. I should probably check the chat room. I'm probably missing some of the greatest chats right now.
They were... Well, she was talking about a ghost, and I'm like, I have no clue what you're talking about. The ghost is really messing with the chat.
Yeah, because she had gotten... there was at some point where she couldn't see some other member, and there was just some weird things that were happening where people couldn't see each other. They were getting kicked out of the chat. It was just a weird kind of thing. So she would have had to create like a second Google account in order to just comment, and you can just tell, that kind of gives you a clue about what we are dealing with here. Just trying to make a YouTube video, just trying to get regular people to talk about this stuff, and apparently there's some issue with that. And that's okay. I mean, that's not going to stop us. If people think that that's going to stop us, it's not going to happen. And we come way too far. There's way too much stuff. There's way too many things that show that this is not a double murder suicide. It's just not the case. So, anyways, let's see about some of these other ones. Okay,
and
Abigail.
We don't know the entrance wound or the entrance for David's gunshot wound. We just know the exit, which was the left side. We're assuming that he shot himself on the right side.
Right.
But it did exit in the left parietal region.
Yeah.
And the gun was on the left side, was down there.
Right.
So we're just assuming when we say that it was through the right.
Well, yeah. I mean, we don't really know, but I don't believe it was through the left, right?
No, it wasn't.
So we know where the exit is. So obviously, based on that, looking at this photo, you can kind of tell where the entrance would have been, where it could have been. just because they didn't find one. I don't know.
Well, and they have ways of doing that to determine that, so I don't know why they didn't do it. Because they can use things to line up, you know, what the trajectory was. I mean, I know not his head wasn't fully intact, but they do have ways of figuring that out. But I mean, it's just like they said they couldn't get prints on him, and that's ridiculous because they have ways of getting prints off of mummified fingers too. So they just didn't do that either.
Yeah. So could this, I think Jassy brings up a good point that has been brought up many times. Could this image of the hand, the way that the hand is, could this just be a reflex, a muscle reflex of this hand? And we've kind of looked, I know some of us have looked for any other cases, anything similar to where a hand would be found like this, and anything similar to where a body would be laid out like this in a crucifixion. And when you look at how David's body is laid out, and you look at this image, BCA 4777, of course people are going to think there's something supernatural, there's something weird here. You know, how does a hand end up like this when this signal, this hand signal, is a known hand signal? It's not just a random thing. So either it was staged to look like that, maybe it's a coincidence. You know, maybe the hand does kind of go like that. I've never heard of that. I've never seen that. I couldn't find anything like that. So if there is any other case, anything else that anybody has ever seen that shows a hand like this, where just these two fingers are touching like this, where, you know, a person's hands are spread out, full spread.
I mean, I'm not a doctor, but I would think if his hand had a spasm upon death, that all of his fingers would have curled, not just the one.
Yeah.
Because your hand naturally does that. You know what I mean? Like when you pull down one finger, it almost kind of pulls on another finger. So I would think if it were some kind of involuntary spasm, that the other three fingers would have curled as well. I mean, that's what happens like in patients that are that have strokes or have other types of disorders, you know, when their hands like fold and curl, it's like they don't just have one finger that will fold over and curl. All of their fingers will fold over and curl, and their hand will actually even kind of curl over a little bit too. So it's just strange that just that one finger just decided to do that.
Right.
It doesn't look natural. And when you look at the other photo, those fingers appear straight. So what happened in between photos?
Anything else on that?
And
go ahead.
And the other thing, like I just want to reiterate, is if his hand spasmed when he shot himself, and the gun should have still been in his hand, with his fingers being the way they are, the gun should have still been in his hand, not fallen out. His hand wouldn't have gone back into that position if his hand opened and dropped the weapon, and then that one finger just curled back to the trigger position.
Yep.
I mean, it would make more sense if the gun were still in his hand. But that rarely happens. It can happen, but it's very rare. Usually, like Sophia was saying, what she was told, I was told the same thing. As soon as you get shot, your muscles lose control, and the first thing that happens is the gun drops. That's why they often find the gun underneath a person's body. They'll go into a scene and they won't see a weapon or anything until they go to move the body, because the body will have fallen on top of the weapon. Because the weapon falls, then the body falls.
Yeah, and how does a person shoot himself and then his hands end up like this? This is so crazy.
It's staged. It's all
so crazy.
Staged.
Anything else with this image? For me, it's it's this blue tube thing here. So it's that thing, how that thing is up, and then all of a sudden that thing falls down. That's kind of weird. Even where this laptop is, or this Surface Pro, that is documented later on, that Komel's sister says that Komel and Raniya were watching something on Netflix. On Netflix, by the way. They were watching something on Netflix, and David came up from the basement and shot them from behind. Who told her that? First of all, who would tell her that?
Really?
And why would she think that that was even partially true? I mean, how sheltered could she be to actually believe that?
Well, they should be able to prove that too, because you have to have an account to stream on Netflix. So they would have been able to go back and check and see if they were streaming at a certain time when they think that it occurred, like to see how much they were streaming on Netflix.
So I think the last internet activity was December 26th, and I don't know if that's in the police reports. I know it's been floating around there in news media and all that stuff, but I don't know if that is in the police reports. If it's not in there, if it's not in their documents, then I kind of question it. But I think based on what, I think it was Tom Lydon maybe, but of course he said a lot of things that were not true. But definitely they would know, you're definitely right, they would know where the activity was. So maybe they told her and they didn't want to tell anybody else. But even that really, it just shows when they were watching something, what they were watching, but it doesn't, I don't know.
Yeah, it doesn't determine time of death.
Right. And which is even weirder when you think about Komel's gravestone that says December 25th. So if there was internet activity all the way until December 26th, why does her tombstone say December 25th? It's just a weird date. It's just another thing to add to the spiritual, the paranormal angle, all of that. which we will definitely cover in a future show here, but...
Well, their death certificates state the day that they were found as their date of death.
Which would be January 17th, which obviously...
Mm-hmm.
And so they go back
well,
and they're...
pick that.
Mm-hmm.
What
no,
was
just
the
to pick
date?
that date.
What was the date that when his dad was reading out of the journal entries, and he says, and then David killed his wife and child and then himself. What date was that supposed to have been?
That was supposed to be Christmas morning, and it was a script because he flips that page over, and he was like, "Oh, there's nothing else to read."
So do they assume? So do they assume that he killed them and he stayed alive for another day and like did stuff and streamed on the or did whatever on the internet, and since there's internet activity on the 26th, he just hung out and was on the internet, and then on the 26th he killed himself.
Yep, basically.
The Gray State people have said that he stayed alive for 3 more days. I've seen Sean Wright and Robert Elliott, I think that's his name, repeat that several times, that he stayed alive for 3 days. He was walking around the house, playing in their blood and stuff. I mean, the lies get more elaborate as time goes on.
Yeah, they had to
did
backtrack.
Have a Netflix account.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
They also have Amazon Digital Services too.
Mason Hendricks was. He said that one of the last things that David did was to contact him. That's what he says. So it's all about he said, she said, you know, but it's...
there's no proof of that.
And there's nothing weird. There's nothing that shows that David snapped in those conversations. In everything that these people say, they don't say that David was doing anything weird, that he was doing anything, you know... If David snapped, he's not going to go on to Netflix and watch a film or watch anything on there. That's not going to happen. You know, nothing that they say makes sense. They would only, every time that we would catch them in some lie, in a contradiction, they would change their story. And they would only change their story to people that caught them in those lies. So that's why we have so many conflicting stories from the same people. You know, I could probably ask 20 people, what did Sean Wright tell you? When Sean Wright contacted you, when Danny Mason contacted you, when Mason Hendricks contacted you, when you talked with Komel's sister, they're all telling different stories. Now, I think Komel's sister is a little bit different because I do think that she just kind of went with whatever they were saying. I think it was only after Eric Nelson's film that's when Komel's sister actually realized that these guys were full of crap. Up until that point, I do think she kind of was giving them the benefit of the doubt, and she was following whatever they were saying. A lot of the stuff that they were telling me, she was repeating that stuff separately. So they had to have been telling her that. If it was the Apple Valley telling her that, that's a whole nother thing. But when I question the Apple Valley, you know, they're telling me different things than what Sean Wright is telling me, than what Mason Hendricks is telling me. So who do you think I'm gonna, I'm not gonna believe Hendricks or Sean Wright over the Apple Valley, even though I have issues with the Apple Valley. I'm still gonna take their word over those two goons. Definitely. Mm-hmm. Always.
Well, and the other weird thing is, okay, so he was supposed to have stayed alive for another 3 days with the curtains wide open. He left the curtains wide open and didn't think anything about that. He didn't think, oh, I better close the curtains because I have my wife and child that I've murdered laying on the floor, so I should close the curtains. He just left those wide open while he went around doing all the weird crap he was supposed to have been doing. Okay, that makes real sense.
Yep. So Johanna asks, why would friends know more than the family? Yeah, that's a good question. It kind of feels like they were kind of some of the friends were feeding the answers to the family, and I don't know. I mean, you kind of okay. Here's the Crowley side of the family. I know Dan has talked about the other side, Komel's side. The Crowley side of the family, David's sister is not in this documentary. I think that's a big point. I mean, she's talking to David's wife. They're going back and forth, blah blah blah. And she's not in this film. To me, that has always been a big thing that I've always kind of wondered why she wasn't. I've always wondered why the crowd, of all the people that have come after us, that have attacked us, that have tried to play all these different games, the Crowley side, at least for me personally, they've never, ever, I've never been able to trace any other drama or anything back to them, ever.
I must say that, this is Dan, I must say that Dan Crowley Jr. was very pleasant on an email that he sent to me thanking me for my donation to the GoFundMe. $15, he said, thank you, we're going to put this toward much needed medical bills for Nyla. And he was very, very pleasant. That was the only interaction I had with him. But remember, the biggest backlash I've ever faced in these 5 years was when I dare mentioned David's brother Dan was possibly a suspect in this crime. They came out of the woodwork to come after me. They came out of the woodwork. And that was when, the very next morning, I got comments from my immediate family on Facebook saying, who's this Sean Wright that just instant messaged me last night saying that your son and your brother is a psycho, nut job. He started instant messaging on Facebook my immediate family members after I made that claim. That really sent them off the hook. And now we are 5 years later. More than likely, that's the very closest thing to the truth that we have. Not that he did it, but that he's involved in some way, shape, or form, directly or indirectly. And boy, they came after me. That justice page went ballistic. How dare you blame the brother? And now we're 5 years later, and it's looking more and more and more like David's very inner circle, and quite possibly family members that perpetrated this crime. Disgusting. There it is.
And so all of that money, whenever they raise, what was it, 8,000?
Yes.
It's more than it's more than what it cost David to make the trailer. Whatever happened with that? I know you've talked about that many times.
It was raised on the GoFundMe. The goal was $6 million. 8,000 was raised, and in talking with Mr. Alam, the father of Komel, he was really basically incensed that someone would set up some type of thing like this without his knowledge. He was upset, and Sidra, the sister of Komel, was instructed. They instructed her to, whoever built this, set up the campaign to pull it down. And so sure enough, he did, which was Dan Crowley. Now, we do know that when I received that receipt by making that donation, it did say that it went into the bank account of Dan Crowley Jr. So we know that he set it up into his personal bank account at first. Whether that was on purpose or that was the intent or not, once the money was raised to funnel it over to the family, regardless, it went into his account. It took several weeks later for Sidra to say that yes, we did get the money back. And when I questioned, I said, "Do you have I gave three different scenarios. I said, did it come through on a wire transfer? Did they send a check? Was there a bank transfer? How did he do this from Minnesota down to their family in Texas? Did he FedEx a personal check? How did he do it?" She just said it's taken care of. It's all done. So we don't officially know if the money ever got back into the hands of the Alam family or not. They claimed it did. I don't see that happening, and I think she wanted it to just go away. So she told me that it's been, quote, taken care of.
Okay. Well, there it is. So this image here was from February 9th, 2015?
15.
Dan? And yeah. Mason Hendricks is already telling him to get your ass back home. That's pretty weird. Alright, so he's there in Vegas just chilling, hanging out.
Just weeks after his brother, sister-in-law, and his niece were slaughtered.
Okay, and Mason Hendricks is telling him to get back home on February 9th, and it's only about another 9 days until item 57 is discovered. And they're keeping him out of the picture. It's just a weird thing. When you look at the people that the Crowley family and the Lam family surrounded themselves with, these are not people to surround yourself with.
Yeah, that's a good point you bring up, Greg. The magic bullet was not even recovered at this point on February 9th. Judy Prochnow her name wasn't even mentioned in this. She hadn't even made her account to join the Facebook group until February 14th. I remember that because it's Valentine's Day when she first appeared. So we were still focusing on the GoFundMe was the big talk back then. Who created it, why they created it, and why such a large amount as the goal.
Yeah.
So sure enough, this gentleman created it. We also know that Dan would have known Komel, because it's his brother's wife, and would have known Raniya a little bit because we're visiting the family was from, but the extended family, the parents lived in Texas. So Anjum and Naila living in Texas. They came to Minnesota, I think, once or twice to visit. Once upon, I think, Komel's graduation from college or her master's degree, and once for something else. And so Dan Crowley Jr. may have run into the mother a maximum of twice. And so would have known her in passing, maybe an introduction. But he was quick to set up a GoFundMe to collect money for the medical bills of this woman he did not even know, and set up the bank account with his personal bank account and routing information on a GoFundMe. Very strange behavior to raise money for someone that he does not know, unless it's just a coincidentally a very nice thing. He was just very nice, very polite, very caring.
Very caring, yes.
So, in your opinion, do you think that money would have been used to go towards him or towards funding the movie that they were.
I think go towards funding the movie and the project to move forward. Every that would have helped for these guys.
You're talking about the $6 million?
What would have been raised, and maybe you got to think in the mind of a criminal. He wants to set up a GoFundMe, and he sets $6 million, thinking, well, there's no way we're going to raise that. But even if we raise between 1 and 5, up to $1 million or something, that would be plausible in his head, and then I can plow that money back into the Gray State Project, and at the same time pay off the, repocket the money that one could argue that he used to pay the hitman. If one wanted to argue that, he could recoup some of that because that was out-of-pocket money. Someone was paid to carry out the commission of the crimes, and the only family that had any money was the Crowleys. Sean Wright didn't have any money. He was waiting for the rise to be released and available for purchase.
Right.
That didn't go too well when he went online, David Crowley, and says, I'm going to give it away for free.
Right.
Danny August Mason didn't have any funds. And so, neither did Mason Hendricks, who's struggling career as running a photography business. And Crowley Jr. was running, training and cross-training as a personal trainer, kind of odd jobs in between his 2 DWI arrests. So they didn't have a lot of money or cash, and they thought this would be a good way to swing it while making ourselves look as caring individuals, shed ourselves in a good light, because I think back then they were still thinking that they would have been, possible. I think they were still nervous about being, considered suspects. So they thought, let's wipe this away and create a medical GoFundMe to really shed us in good light. And at the same time, possibly make some money that we could use to go into production and finish this movie. I think that's why Dan Crowley Jr. was involved. That was the only connection to get that script to fall into their laps. The next of kin wouldn't have worked if Danny August Mason was so angry and said and thought to himself, I want to kill David Crowley. He couldn't benefit because he wasn't a beneficiary on the will, the life insurance policy, the business, nothing. He wasn't connected at all. Mason Hendricks, same way. Sean Wright, same way. And I think that's how they got Dan Crowley Jr. in the mix. Because they say, look, if you kill David, the only way that script falls into anyone else's lap is if you kill the remaining heirs to the asset, which required them to kill Komel, who was probably not even part of the plan, and Raniya. So they had to kill all three to make that script fall back into the Crowley family, whether it's the father, Dan Sr., or the mother, Kate. But Dan Jr. was working very closely with the father on all this, wanting to move forward. We already have evidence that Dan Crowley Sr. was interested in this because he wanted the rights to the script, and he's moving forward with registering some of this stuff with the project. Dan Crowley Jr., I don't think had any interest in the movie or the production, but he was quickly making fast friends with these other guys if he could use the money, the angle of the cash, and the fact that he was next of kin to some extent, that they would be able to get that script and move forward. So he was kind of used, I think, and manipulated and compromised because that was the only way Danny Mason was going to be able to move forward with this movie, or the script, which that script had a value of $30 million. They went and pitched it to other producers in Hollywood that weren't as good, even smaller budget. I've said this before. I said, I think that he'd be happy if someone would have offered him $15 million just to get the thing out there, because these guys were looking to get rich and make money. They were not into getting out this message like David Crowley was. So I think they had to ensnare Dan Jr. in this whole mix because he had both the cash and his father, and they were next of kin to make that script fall right into their lap. But the only way the only way this was going to be successful is if you kill all the members of the family. Then you don't get into who's on the will, who's the beneficiaries or anything else, because it's going to drop to next of kin and it's going to fall right into their laps anyway. So that's how I think personally how this whole came to be. I don't think Dan Crowley was involved in the killings, but he had the cash, the wherewithal to pay people that had the motive both to want him dead and the motive to want cash, which is Sean Wright and Danny August Mason, and to some extent, potentially Eric Sawer, who was struggling without cash, had a criminal record, and there was a warrant out for arrest when this all took place. And he has a long history of violent behavior. So you can kind of put the pieces together of how all this was orchestrated. And I think Dan Crowley Sr., once he found out what really happened with the $50,000 and the script and the plans, he thought, boy, I could possibly benefit now. If this script stays in our family, I'm not going to turn in my son for the fraud at the bank. I don't want to lose both sons. I'll go along with the narrative, put my head down, and shake my head yes to whatever they ask, and throw my son David under the bus as a psychotic murderer in exchange for having my life go unadulterated for the rest of my life. But he's the one who's got to sleep with it. And I think that's when Kate got into the mix and she started putting this stuff together. I think that's where the fourth Crowley family member was taken out in a 7-month period.
Thank you, Dan.
You're welcome. It's disgusting, really, is what it is.
And we want people to understand that when David went and was talking about the $30 million, he wasn't talking about an actual check that he was putting into his account. It was going towards the movie. I've seen some people say, oh, he was killed because of the funds for the movie. And that's not correct. If he was killed for the movie by people surrounding him, it wouldn't have been an instant payout for them. They would have had to get the rights for that movie and stuff. And we understand that process.
That's correct, Sophia. That's a very important piece to make. That would have been the production cost expenses that would have been allotted or earmarked to produce that film. Now, it could have gone to Hollywood and gone to the big picture, and it could have, grossed or returned, $120 million on a big, as far as the money at the ticket box office. But they were going to think that $30 million could be enough for the production costs and to pay the salaries and whatnot. They were not even going to use David Crowley as the director. They were going to bring in a director and then just use David Crowley as, I don't even know what his role was going to be. But the first thing they said is that they did not want Danny August Mason to be part of the cast at all, so they needed to get him out of there because he thought that he was the co-founder, he was the co-creator, he was given promise by David Crowley that he'd be the lead actor in this big budget Hollywood film. So the entire 3 years, from 2012 with the trailer to 2014, or even before that, 2 to 3 years, he had dollar signs in his eyes that he was promised all these things. So when David sends him a legal notice to say, sign away your rights, we're moving forward without you, he was upset. He felt betrayed. Sean Wright spending all his blood, sweat, and tears putting together this documentary that he said his own words, that this is 90% my documentary, thinking finally I'm going to get out of my financial problems, my financial stress. I'm going to have some cash. David says on December 9th, I'm going to give it away for free. Give it away for free. Sean Wright's probably sitting thinking, excuse me, who decided all this? Weren't you going to contact me, have a sit-down discussion about giving something away for free? Even if those DVDs would have been, I've used the example, $19, in a bin at Best Buy or at a movie, at a shopping, store on the shelves, even for $20. Imagine how many of those sales would have been, they would have generated. But David Crowley says, I'm going to give it away for free because I abhor the Alex Jones AJ way of doing things by selling. It was more important to him to get the message out. Sean Wright was not interested in the message. He was interested in the dollar signs. So at the end of December, both Danny Mason, Sean Wright, wanted, for a use of a lack of a better word, wanted David Crowley dead. They were incensed by late December. So there's your means, motive, and opportunity. Not saying they did it, but they would be your first people to be brought in as suspects to begin ruling them out. You'd have to bring in the people with the means, motive, and opportunity. But when you get people lying to authorities, like Danny August Mason did in his police report, he told authorities he was nothing more than an actor in the film. They asked him if he had any business connections, any partnerships. Did he have a title in the company? Nope, nope, nope. I have nothing. I was merely working as an actor. When he was the co-creator, co-founder.
And if he really was in real life, why isn't his name on the paperwork for the guild and the copyright?
I think it was an ego thing. I think it was all that was in his head because he was the one who started the business or the company. He started David Crowley down this path and basically opened his eyes to some of these things as far as being, he thought of himself as red pilling David Crowley to wake up to what's going on in the real world. And then when he got that letter in the mail saying, please sign away your rights, that did not go over too well. And this was late August, early September. So the brewing, all this was brewing the entire month of September. The first half of October, because we know the middle of October, $50,000 was withdrawn, which may have had nothing to do with anything at all. But if it did, it shows pre-planning, premeditation.
And then, sorry.
And then I'll just wrap it up quickly. In November, there was still stress back and forth with these emails flying around. Please sign off your rights. Please sign up your rights. David then imposed a deadline of December 16th. He said, if you don't write off that, get that legal form to me, I'm moving forward without you. I think it was December 16th. And that's when we get the last communication from Danny August Mason trying to call, trying to reach out, trying to text, hey, give me a call. Give me a call, buddy, was the last text, I think. Let's touch base. I want to talk to you about this whole thing. David, by this time, says not interested. And the very next day, December 17th, David writes an email to Jason Allen, would you like to be the executive producer? We're excited about moving forward. And it all fits together.
And then when they were doing their interviews and with Ben Swan, he immediately mentions the Gray State Universe, and then files later, a few months later, I believe, was it May that he filed?
It was May, yes.
The Gray State Universe. So he had to have been planning this for quite a while.
Yes, correct.
I'm just wondering if he was planning on stealing it from David before David had ended up dead. Because for him to come up with it immediately seems very convenient. I'd like to say hi to everybody in the chat. We're up to 45, 46 people. This is amazing.
Wow, that's awesome.
We even have Catherine in the chat. Hey!
Hey, Catherine.
We miss you so much.
We love you.
Oh, anything else off of that PowerPoint that we need to go over?
I think that's I think we covered a lot. Can you guys still hear me here? I'm trying to go here on my backup stream. Okay.
Well, I'm not listening to the YouTube version, but I can hear you through this.
You can hear me here. Okay. All right. Yeah, I just want to make sure people can hear me there. Hopefully you can. I'm going to try to see. Let me see what's on the YouTube. Okay, you can see that. Hope you can see the, I pulled up the agenda here. So maybe in a few seconds you'll be able to see that. Like you can. So if you're on YouTube, let me know if you can see the agenda I have here.
I'm just going to plug Catherine's goodbye video because she covered so much wonderful information in it. So anybody listening who hasn't heard her video, please go to Catherine Michelle's YouTube channel and listen to them because it was pretty good. I actually cried.
So it was great. It was great.
And we will gladly welcome her back when she's ready to dig in again.
And she's done so much for us. You know, I can't thank her enough. You know, if you want to find somebody to bounce some ideas off of, to get a good, honest view, you know, Dan, Sophia, Catherine, a couple other people, I mean, and that's what you have to do. You have to be willing to just say, you know what, this is what I think now. You know, help me understand what I'm not seeing. Show me some other views, even if we don't agree. You know, those are the best people to bounce ideas off of. I totally stay away from people that are trying to convince me that this is what happened, this is it. You know, I got the answer, here's what happened, go with this, you guys can get this done, you know. Everybody needs to come to their own view. They need to look at this, and she's just been a great asset.
Absolutely. I know the other night when we were going back and forth, gosh, what was it? We were talking about something, and I told her, I was like, hey, let's just brainstorm. Let's work this through. Let's get through it. We can do this. it's okay not to agree with every single thing, but I mean, we can have our views and we can still brainstorm at the same time. And that's what I enjoy about the group. And if you don't know already, we have a bunch of files in the group at the top of it. Dan and Greg both have blogs, and in those blogs you can also see photos of the crime scene, but not the bodies. And there's all the records and everything that we've received by FOIAs. And feel free to look at those and start brainstorming and researching off of those.
Let's see, I'm gonna go here. And Paulette had some great things that we should bring up about the rabbit holes, the repetitive actions of things previously discussed, how, why, when, where the case will go beyond where we are at now. I know Paulette also asked Dan Hennen and myself, you know, where do you see yourself 5 years from now? Which is kind of like I feel like I'm like at a job interview or something like that. Like, but obviously, I don't think we want to be here 5 years from now. But I do try to look at where I think we should be at 5 years from now. I think we should be at a court case. You know, we should be back in court. We should be where at least we have the video, some of the more documents. You know, I want everything. There is a lot that we got, but there is a lot that we did not get. So at least 5 years from now, I think we should have that. But what do you guys think?
I'm hoping not to be here in 5 years discussing the same thing over and over.
Over and over again. We're on a 5-year replay. Just, yeah.
It's 10 years. Let's play the 5-year thing. No, I'm hoping that the docuseries will have been produced and that we have a chance to have it reopened, or that we officially find somebody to do an exclusive story and blow Apple Valley and the BCA out of the water for evidence tampering and crime scene staging. But we'll see.
Okay, I'm gonna unmute myself here. So, just trying to think of anything else that we have here that we have not covered. Got here. Okay, so this is. Oh, so the notepad. Okay, we have the notepad.
Yeah.
I think we're finally here. This kind of bothered me because what I was looking at was okay, the visual rich detail of blood was found on these pages, and it was just like, okay, page 30, 31 front and back, 32, 33, 34, and 58. Those are the pages that visual ridge detail of the blood was found. It's not found on any of these other pages. So, here is... Go ahead.
And the ridge detailed was found on the page behind the Submit to Allah.
Yeah, that was the weirdest thing. So you would think it would be on page 30, right? You would think that one of these here, any of this stuff here, would be conclusive to David, but it's not. Nothing on page 30, where this writing is, there's nothing conclusive that ties it to David. Now on the next page, yes, one of these things is the ridge detail that they do tie to David Crowley for his left middle finger. Just a whole nother thing, but that's it. So I thought that it was on page 30, but no, it's on page 31. And you'll notice, 41A-30B means the backside. So this was written on the backside. This wasn't written on the front side. And so looking at this, and I want to get your guys' views on this one here, because looking at this, it's more proof of a stage scene. What you have here is this blood that's just on these pages that are flipped. The pages are flipped, and when I looked at it, I was like, wait a minute, it looks like they're almost, it's on the front side, it's on the front side, it's on the back side. It was just the way that everything is labeled, the way that that it's documented. It just seems staged. It's almost as if they're flipping from the back side to the front side. I don't know. That's what I first thought. But looking at it closer, if the only ridge detail that they can conclusively show is on page 31, let me go back to that. Page 31, so we have here one more. Okay, so we have 30, and then page 31. This is it. They don't even have proof that David wrote this. They don't have proof that David's fingerprints, his bloody fingerprints, are on page 30 where this was written. I mean, I had at least thought that they would have something that would show that these ridge details, I mean, there's some good ridge detail stuff here. If I can zoom in here. There's some good ridge detail in the upper left corner. There's some good ridge detail next to Allah. And none of that is tied to David. The only thing that is tied to David is on the next page. And since they're flipping from 41A-30 on the backside, and then writing, and there's blood on 31. Okay, so let's look at that, because what you have here is where they're going back. So this isn't like they're going, okay, he's writing this, he's writing that. No, this is going backwards. They're flipping, this is my view, they're flipping backwards from page 58. They're starting from the back. The blood starts from page 58. Goes to 37, 36, 35, 34, 33, 32, 31, and ends up on page 30. There's no way, according to what their theory is, that David wrote this wording on page 30. There's no reason for me to think that David is going to write this on page 30 and then flip to 31, 32, 33, 34, and then all the way to 58. There's too much flipping in this notebook for it to not be staged. Now, you can go back and say David staged this. He was flipping. He purposely chose this page. He purposely flipped halfway through this notepad to this page. But what we know is what they say is that this was open to this page, to page 30. That means this is the last page flipped. He's flipping from the back, or somebody is flipping from the back of this notepad to page 30, purposely. That's staged.
And if you look at the BCA, the huge file that Greg and I both received over a year ago, they copied the notepad and put it in that file. And you'll see that there are plenty of pages where there is room, a lot of room, to write that submit to Allah now or whatever it's saying. So there's a very specific reason why they picked that particular page to write that. And we're flipping through the notebook to do that. There's blank pages. There's pages with only like a couple lines with several words filled in, and that's it, with lots of space and everything. But they picked that particular page to write it. And it's extremely odd.
So going back to Paulette's question.
You open the file.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you will be able to show everybody exactly what I'm talking about, because it's very hard to describe, but there were plenty of options to write that note, but they picked that particular page. The one in front of the page that they picked is completely blank. Was there anything else that you wanted to cover, Greg?
Okay, sorry. Can you guys hear me now?
Yeah. I was like, what are we dead air right now, or?
Yeah, I got cut off here. I don't know how much of my rant you guys heard or not, but let me try to log back in here. All right, so tell me what you see on my screen.
right now. Hopefully you see.
I can't quite tell.
Okay.
I see a bunch of boxes. Are you looking at YouTube or?
Yeah, I'm trying to look at YouTube.
Okay.
Well, gotta go to my third backup here. Okay. We'll get there. Alright.
Okay, I see the note that you're looking at the BCA file. You're trying to get to the notepad?
Yeah, I was trying to get to the notepad there, and then I also want to try to get to the stream if I can. If it will let me. And I wanted to try to go through some of the chat. Let's get into the chat room here. So we have a lot of good things going on there.
Hey guys, this is Dana. I'm going to be jumping off here. It's 11:30 my time.
Okay, Dan. Any final words you want to say?
Final words, but thanks for everyone in the chat room. It was awesome. Good job, Greg. Good job, Sophia. And
Thank you.
I'm going to jump off. Thanks again. It was good. Good overview, I think.
Awesome.
All right. All right.
We'll see you soon.
All right. See you. Bye-bye.
All right. I'm going to try to pull up this. Yeah, I don't care what games YouTube is trying to play. We're going to try to beat their game here. They're not going to stop us. Where's the chat? There it is. Okay. Let's go through some of these chat things here. Try to go back as far as I can. Okay. You guys hear me all right?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Outlaw Bob Barker. Why did you choose David's story to follow so extensively? You know, I didn't really want to follow this case extensively. I pretty much thought that that there would be a lot of other alternative media sources that would cover this, that would look at this, that would say, yes, this is everything we've been talking about. Everything we've been talking about since 2004, since 2005, all leading up to David's trailer in 2012, ending with his death in 2014, 2015, whichever date you want to go with. I expected that there would be a lot more alternative news media that would be involved with this. I expected We Are Change to take head, to be on the front line of this. I expected InfoWars to be on the front line. I expected Adam Kokesh to be on the front line of this. This is everything that these guys have been talking about. And then something real happens and they all pussy out. That was my biggest problem. That bothered me. All of these guys who were tough guys, keyboard warriors, real keyboard warriors, all of a sudden things get real. We Are Change, Luke Rudowski, Alex Jones, all of these guys, Ben Swan, all of these guys who had David on their show, they all just chickened out. And that bothered me because I was already kind of suspect about a lot of these guys. And it was like everything that I was hoping was not true turned out to be true. That when the chips were down and when something serious really happened, where were these guys? Where were all of these guys who were sitting there for years telling me what I should do, telling me how I should handle September 11th, telling me what I should do about the coming police state. And here you have a clear-cut case of somebody who is obviously a victim of the police state. And these guys all chicken out. They showed me their true colors, and that bothered me because I had followed them. You know, I had given them, you know, I wanted to believe that they were really going to stand up when things got rough. Let me tell you, if they can't stand up for something as simple as David Crowley, those people will never stand up for when something real happens, for when the real coming police state, whatever you want to think is going to happen. These people are not going to stand up for you. They're going to sell out. They sold David Crowley out. They sold him down a river. And they were right there with them. So, let's see.
We had one of the members ask us if somebody was still maintaining David's cell phone account. And the answer was back in May, I think it was May, I had gone to AT&T to ask about certain codes, and they pulled up his account. Now, mind you, we weren't in his account. We just pulled it up, and they told me that it was still active. Now, it had been put on hold, but for non-payment, and it had been on hold for almost 30 days. The account was enough to have 2 lines on it, and it was under Crowley LLC, David Crowley LLC, and we looked that up and we didn't find anything. But the next day I went to a different AT&T and asked the same exact questions about the codes because I still hadn't gotten my answer in regards to that. They looked the account up and I said, yes, I know when he pulled it up that it would be on hold. And he said, no, it's not on hold anymore. It was paid. So at that time, it was active. I haven't gone back to AT&T to ask. So as of right now, I have no answer. But as of May 2019, it had been active. The number was recycled, but his AT&T account was still active. So I guess I really should go back and ask.
Any other?
Let's see here.
I mean, I feel like when my stream dropped, I lost a lot of the chat. So I'm trying to go back here through the chat right now.
They were saying goodbye to Dan.
Okay.
I was trying to answer that question, and then you were.
Wow, a lot of other people's stream crashed too. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I wasn't the only one. All right.
Yeah, I had to back out a couple times because I wasn't seeing the chat.
Yeah, me too. It was weird. So I know Paulette, let us know if we got your question wrong or anything like that, but she had brought up some really good points about, how do we basically, and this is my interpretation of what Paulette had sent me, so she can correct me in the chat room if I'm wrong here, but it kind of seems like, how do we deal with the repetitive things and all of the new things? We have so many new people that are coming into the group asking the same questions. Obviously, we don't want to deter them from asking those same questions, and maybe Paulette kind of help us. Let me see if I still have that here. So Yeah, the rabbit holes and the repetitive actions. So I think those are those are two of the big things that still keep coming back up, because there are many rabbit holes that you can go down. There are some rabbit holes that people want you to go down that we don't need to go down. So how do you avoid that? How do you deal with that? How do you deal with being hit from so many angles, and there's just so much going on? My only answer and my only thing is just, you know what, keep it simple. Keep it as simple as possible. Focus on the facts. Focus on the research documents. Focus on the photos that we have. Start there. You know, once you feel comfortable that you've understood all of that, then I really think that will help you deal with a lot of the other things that are speculation, that might sound true but might not be true. It kind of helps you deal with all of that. I think if you start with the government did this, that's not a good way to start. I also think that if you start with this was foul play, that's also not a good way to start. So somewhere in the middle is where I think you need to just start with these documents and just go with that. The problem is we have so many people that have started with the documentary or have started with what the alternative media said. So, I mean, that already knocks you a couple steps back. What do you think about that?
We had another question about the music that was playing and where they could find the list. And the list has been loaded to the group files.
Okay, let me go there. Let's go into the file section. Okay, so in the file section, the Equifax. Okay, so which document were they looking for?
The music list that was playing, this should be in the file section. Let me see.
I'm not seeing it here. What's I'm missing?
I know that I had it. Maybe it was just photographs. I know that I posted it. I'll look at the photos.
Yeah, I'm going through the documents here. Oh, you know what? They're not sorted. And regarding that, it seems like there were, I mean, wasn't it weird that one of the songs that was playing in the Sloppumentary was also one of the songs that was on David Crowley's, that was on his playlist? There were a lot of things like that. I mean, even including David Crowley into the credits and all that was really weird. But
oh yeah,
to include the songs that were on a playlist that they say he killed his family with, to include that into the documentary, on a Netflix documentary on A&E. It's just weird. It's just, what are you guys doing? They're staging all of this stuff. It's really odd. It's very odd behavior.
So odd. I thought I had that. Where did it go? I'll get it again.
Okay, so Paulette says, I think my main concept is, if this was a cover-up at the highest level, why do you believe that this case will ever be reopened or solved? And then Jesse says, now we die by Machine Head. Okay, so that's who it is. Why do you believe this case will ever be reopened or solved? You know, there's something spiritually that tells me that this case will be reopened. And I also believe that the case is solved. The case is solved in a sense that this is not a double murder suicide. All we have to do is to not let this case die. Do not let this case become a double murder suicide. That's on us now. That is our biggest challenge. How do you keep this case going? How do you say, you know what, I'm going to spend 5 more years. I'm going to spend 10 more years, whatever it takes. That's a big effort. It's easy to say. It's hard to really follow through with. And I think that's why a lot of people have not said it, because they're not sure if they can follow through with it. Because it's a big deal. But I do think that as long as we keep this case relevant, as long as we keep talking about it, that will lead to reopening this case and to eventually solving this case. But, you know, I don't think it's going to be, I don't think it's going to be like a Perry Mason TV show. You know, I don't think there's going to be this guy that we catch saying the wrong thing and they finally say, okay, I did it, blah, blah, blah. I don't think we're going to get that. So it's going to be a letdown for people that are like, hey man, we've been looking at this for 5 years and we haven't solved this case yet. You know, we've been looking at this for a very long time. We have all of this stuff here. How do we get some progress? And I don't know how to give those people hope. You know, I don't know how to say, hey, if we just do A, B, C, D, boom, you know, done. It's not going to work like that. This case is very different. It's very different from any case that I've ever looked into. And that includes 911 and that includes John F. Kennedy. It's very different. It's just something very spiritual here that I feel from my own view. So I do believe that this case will be reopened one day. I don't know when. I don't know how long that's going to take. You look at the Kurt Cobain case and you look at the film Soaked in Bleach. If you watch that movie, you understand Kurt Cobain did not kill himself. He is not guilty. That is a victory. You know, that is what everybody has been looking for. It doesn't matter what a court says. It doesn't matter what the police say. It matters what the truth is. And Soaked in Bleach, after I watched that, I was 100% convinced that Kurt Cobain was not guilty. That's the response that I want. I want to get that from this case. I already feel that I have it. There's no way that they will ever tell me that David Crowley is guilty. So we've already won. We just got to keep it going. We just got to keep letting people know we've already won, because they don't know that we've already won. They don't know that this case has already been proven, that there's no way they can ever prove David Crowley guilty. That is a victory. That means that he is not guilty. The more that we talk about it, the more that we do things like we're doing right now, the more that it will show other people there is no way David Crowley is guilty. And we do have a big challenge. We do have a lot of people that want this case to just die off. We have people that come after us. We have people that come after us in weird ways, in very strange ways. But it does not matter. From a spiritual point, for me, all that matters is that we keep going and that we keep letting people know that David Crowley is not guilty. That is how we are going to win. And I do believe that if we keep doing that, it will lead to the case being reopened, or somebody else will step in and say, hey, let's take another look, or a family member will finally stand up and say, let's re-examine this. Let's look deeper into this. That's all that it takes. And the people that have been standing in our way know that. They know how little it will take, but they know who has the power to make those things happen. So they go after them. They go after them much more than they would ever come after us. That's why you see the same people circling like sharks, circling the same people, trying to make sure that they are like, you guys are okay with this, you understand, do whatever you want, but just remember, David Crowley is guilty. Don't talk about it, and you'll be fine. That's like a payoff. And that's not true. And people don't like that. People don't like to be tricked. They don't like to be told what they should think and what they should not think. And that's why, just talking about this stuff has become a very big threat to some people who want to believe that David Crowley is guilty, which is fine. Believe whatever you want.
Thank you so much, Greg.
Yeah, I'm ranting.
It's okay. We all get this way, especially from time to time, and I know that I've gotten on rants. We had a member ask us about, they were watching The Rise and they could hear something in the background, and that was a copyright for the music because The Rise had been leaked to the internet, and so what it was saying jewel beats. And it was only when the music was playing. And then I wanted to let everybody know that I did upload the list just now to the group. I could have sworn I did it. I uploaded everything else. So odd.
Okay. All right. Yeah. Well, anything else? I think we've gone here about 4 hours, unless anybody else has any final points here. I mean, we're at
I was asked to post a link, but I can't post links in the chat, unfortunately. I believe that Paulette can because she has adminship or moderatorship or whatever, but I don't have that. She's got a little...
Why don't you have that? Why don't you have that?
You never gave it to me, Greg. You don't trust me.
I don't know if I ever gave it to anybody, but okay.
I'm just not special enough. I understand.
Well, then it's on Paulette. She has to post everything. I'm just going to go through
No, I can't post any links in the comments, Paulette. But I believe that you can.
I don't know if she can or not.
Yes. That's why your name is blue, or that's why your name is in blue. You have the power.
She has moderator status. How does she get that? What's up with that, Paula?
Yeah, I don't have that. Oh my goodness.
I don't.
You own the channel.
I can't even moderate my own channel apparently. All right. Well, it's all on you, Paulette. Post it all. But I do have file doesn't open. Okay. Let's see if I have anything else here. So how do we get beyond? Okay, how, why, when, where will this case get beyond where we are now?
I'm going to check the file, Paulette. She says the file gives her an error, that she can't open it. Which is weird because... format is not supported. Okay, give me a second. I'm going to delete it and see if I can open it from my Dropbox, because I just tested it before I posted it. Where did I put it? Don't again. Okay, that opens. Format is not supported. Why am I able to open it in my email though? Greg, if I send you this, would you be able to do it for me, please?
Yeah, what's the format?
I'm gonna WPS, but I'm able to open it from my email. It's just when I get it to my Dropbox, I can't open it after that. I'm going to send it to you in email. Which is extremely odd. Now, it's a PDF, which it should be able to open. Let me just take screenshots of it.
Let's see, what type of format? Yeah, it doesn't let me upload.
It's okay. I'll take screenshots of it and...
Yeah, if you can share it in the Facebook group, I might be able to move to there.
It's just one of the members listening tonight wanted to see the copy, and they're not on Facebook. Is there any way that they might be able to PM one of us, or not PM us, but email one of us?
Yeah. I don't think so.
And we can hand them the list that way? Two dislikes. Gee, I wonder who that could be.
It's only two?
Right?
I was expecting more. Patty says Paulette. Wait, no, where's Patty? Patty says. Oh, Johanna says, have you watched Escaping Exodus yet? No, I have not. Paulette, is it designated Smurfette? Okay. Yeah, I don't know
I'm still laughing over the dislikes because how petty of them. Okay. You haven't even heard what we had to say. You just give us a dislike. You're so mature, people.
I mean, that's fine. I mean, we can't expect everybody to like this, but some people don't. Some people don't want to hear about this. They don't want to hear about it so much that they want to make sure that we don't talk about it.
Oh, I know exactly what they could do with their opinions.
What's that? Tell me.
Oh, no, I think Catherine told them plenty of times in her video. I'm trying to keep it PG here.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know she had it in her. God bless her heart.
Oh, I did. I was so surprised that she yeah.
Okay, well, I went ahead and did screenshots of the playlist and added it to the group, and if you are able to put it in a PDF, that would be great. If not, then I'll just type it all out myself, and we'll do our own file. Is there anything else that you want to cover?
Just going through my notes here. I don't think there's anything that we haven't covered here. So we'll hang on here for a few more minutes, but I think otherwise, we've gone over 4 hours now, so.
Oh my goodness.
No, it's still, the bodies were still found on January 17th, 2015. That's where this all started. And there were many people like Mike Paxesny who wondered why nobody was reaching out to David, why nobody had talked to him or had tried to communicate with him in 3 weeks. Mike Paxesny is the guy who, at least one of the people who, after learning of David's death, he had a copy of Gray State The Rise, and he put it out there. He put it out there on YouTube, and, people started copying it and started looking at it, and that was the first big tell that there was something weird going on with this case. That was one of my big tells. Was like, okay, I know Mike because I've been on Mike's show. We've talked about other topics, and for him to just put David Crowley's film out there, even though it's a quote unquote rough cut of David's, of his, I guess it's his documentary companion to whatever fictional film he was working on. Mike puts this film out there, people see it, and all of a sudden Mike says, at the request of the family, I'm going to take it down. So Mike has a lot of pressure. Guess who? Guess who is putting pressure on Mike to take that film down? I'll give you one guess. And it starts with MFer. Sean Wright.
Mm-hmm.
So we're back there. Why is Sean Wright so involved in this case? Why does he care? Why does he care what anybody else thinks about this? Why does he contact me and care so much about me, somebody that he does not know, did not know me, to spend all this time contacting me, trying to convince me to not talk about the David Crowley case? How many other people do you think Sean Wright has contacted with the same line?
I don't know. I know he told Catherine the, basically the same stuff. I think Dan also. I'm the lucky one. I haven't been contacted. Not that I would respond. Oh, no. I was contacted by the neighbor, though. I'm not going to say her name because she's like Beetlejuice, The minute she hears her name, boom, she appears. But Patty is, I think, trying to get your attention.
Okay, Patty, what's up?
They want to see the pyramid picture on the, I guess it's that table that with the teapot on it.
Okay. All right, give me 1 second. Alright, just fixing my battery here. And we'll take a look at that. Okay, so it's definitely... Alright. Okay, Sophia, because I'm streaming here and I can't really look at I can't look at the chat room at the same time, I'm going to rely on you to relay anything in the chat room to me right now. Alright. Okay, so they want to see the image of that. Take it in closer. pass it. Okay, I need an image number. Back to the movie. Okay. I think this is the one they're talking about, right? Alright, so I'm zooming in here.